Section 1 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Glen Wiebel. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Hercules, by Charlotte M. Yonge. One morning, Jupiter boasted among the gods in Olympus that a son would that day be born in the line of Perseus, who would rule over all the Argives. Juno was angry and jealous at this, and as she was the goddess who presided over the births of children, she contrived to hinder the birth of the child he intended till that day was over, and to hasten that of another grandson of the great Perseus. This child was named Eurystheus, and, as he had been born on the right day, Jupiter was forced to let him be king of Argos, Sparta, and Mycenae, and all the Dorian race, while the boy whom he had meant to be the chief was kept in subjection, in spite of having wonderful gifts of courage and strength, and a kind, generous nature that always was ready to help the weak and sorrowful. His name was Alcides, or Hercules, and he was so strong at 10 months old that with his own hands he strangled 2 serpents whom Juno sent to devour him in his cradle. He was bred up by Chiron, the chief of the Centaurs, a wondrous race of beings who had horses' bodies as far as the forelegs, but where the neck of the horse would begin, had human breasts and shoulders, with arms and heads. Most of them were fierce and savage, but Chiron was very wise and good, and as Jupiter made him immortal, he was the teacher of many of the great Greek heroes. When Hercules was about 18, 2 maidens appeared to him, one in a simple white dress, grave, modest, and seemly, the other scarcely clothed, but tricked out in ornaments, with a flushed face and bold, roving eyes. The first told him that she was Virtue, and that if he would follow her, she would lead him through many hard trials, but that he would be glorious at last and be blessed among the gods. The other was Vice, and she tried to wile him by a smooth life among wine cups and dances and flowers and sports, all to be enjoyed at once. But the choice of Hercules was Virtue, and it was well for him, for Jupiter, to make up for Juno's cheat, had sworn that if he fulfilled 12 tasks which Eurystheus should put upon him, he should be declared worthy of being raised to the gods at his death. Eurystheus did not know that in giving these tasks he was making his cousin fulfill his course, but he was afraid of such a mighty man, and hoped that one of these would be the means of getting rid of him. So when he saw Hercules at Argos with a club made of a forest tree in his hand, and clad in the skin of a lion which he had slain, Eurystheus bade him go and kill a far more terrible lion, of giant brood, and with a skin that could not be pierced, which dwelt in the valley of Nemea. The fight was a terrible one. The lion could not be wounded, and Hercules was forced to grapple with it and strangle it in his arms. He lost a finger in the struggle, but at last the beast died in his grasp, and he carried it on his back to Argos, where Eurystheus was so much frightened at the grim sight that he fled away to hide himself, and commanded Hercules not to bring his monsters within the gates of the city. There was a second labor ready for Hercules, namely the destroying a serpent with 9 heads, called Hydra, whose lair was in the marsh of Lerna. Hercules went to the battle and managed to crush 1 head with his club, but that moment 2 sprang up in its place. Moreover, a huge crab came out of the swamp and began to pinch his heels. Still he did not lose heart, but calling his friend Aeolus, he bade him to take a firebrand and burn the necks as fast as he cut off the heads, and thus at last they killed the creature, and Hercules dipped his arrows in its poisonous blood, so that their least wound became fatal. Eurystheus said that it had not been a fair victory, since Hercules had been helped, and Juno put the crab into the skies as the constellation Cancer. While a labor to patience was next devised for Hercules, namely the chasing of the Arcadian stag, which was sacred to Diana, and had golden horns and brazen hoofs. Hercules hunted it uphill and down dale for a whole year, and when at last he caught it, he got into trouble with Apollo and Diana about it, and had hard work to appease them. But he did so at last. And for his fourth labor was sent to catch alive a horrid wild boar on Mount Erymanthus. He followed the beast through a deep swamp, caught it in a net, and brought it to Mycenae. The fifth task was a curious one. Augeas, king of Elis, had immense herds and kept his stables and cowhouses in a frightful state of filth, and Eurystheus, hoping either to disgust Hercules or kill him by the unwholesomeness of the work, sent him to clean them. Hercules, without telling Augeas it was his appointed task, offered to do it if he were repaid the tenth of the herds, and received the promise on oath. Then he dug a canal and turned the water of the two rivers into the stables, so as effectually to cleanse them. But when Augeas heard it was his task, he tried to cheat him of the payment. And on the other hand, Eurystheus said, as he had been rewarded, it could not count as one of his labors, and ordered him off to clear the woods near Lake Stymphalus of some horrible birds with brazen beaks and claws, and ready-made arrows for feathers, which ate human flesh. To get them to rise out of the forest was his first difficulty, but Pallas lent him a brazen clapper, which made them take to their wings. Then he shot them with his poisoned arrows, killed many, and drove the rest away. King Minos of Crete had once vowed to sacrifice to the gods whatever should appear from the sea. A beautiful white bull came, so fine that it tempted him not to keep his word. And he was punished by the bull going mad, and doing all sorts of damage in Crete, so that Eurystheus thought it would serve as a labor for Hercules to bring the animal to Mycenae. In due time back came the hero, with the bull, quite subdued, upon his shoulders, and having shown it, he let it loose again to run about Greece. He had a harder task in getting the mares of the Thracian king Diomedes, which were fed on man's flesh. He overcame their grooms, and drove the beasts away, but he was overtaken by Diomedes, and while fighting with him and his people, put the mares under the charge of a friend. But when the battle was over, and Diomedes killed, he found that they had eaten up their keeper. However, when he had fed them on the dead body of their late master, they grew mild and manageable, and he brought them home. The next expedition was against the Amazons, a nation of women warriors who lived somewhere on the banks of the Euxine, or Black Sea, kept their husbands in subjection, and seldom brought up a son. The bravest of all the Amazons was the queen Hippolyta, to whom Mars had given a belt as a reward for her valor. Eurystheus's daughter wanted this belt, and Hercules was sent to fetch it. He was so hearty, honest, and good-natured that he talked over Hippolyta, and she promised him her girdle. But Juno, to make mischief, took the form of an Amazon and persuaded the ladies that their queen was being deluded and stolen away by a strange man, so they mounted their horses and came down to rescue her. He thought she had been treacherous, and there was a great fight in which he killed her and carried off her girdle. Far out in the west, near the ocean flowing found the world, were herds of purple oxen, guarded by a two-headed dog, and belonging to a giant with 3 bodies called Geryon, who lived in the isle of Eretria, in the outmost ocean. Passing Libya, Hercules came to the end of the Mediterranean Sea, Neptune's domain, and there set up 2 pillars, namely Mounts Calpe and Abila, on each side of the Straits of Gibraltar. The rays of the sun scorched him, and in wrath he shot at it with his arrows, when Helios, instead of being angry, admired his boldness, and gave him his golden cup, wherewith to cross the outer ocean, which he did safely. Although old Oceanus, who was king there, put up his hoary head and tried to frighten him by shaking the bowl. It was large enough to hold all the herd of oxen, when Hercules had killed dog, herdsman, and giant, and he returned it safely to Helios when he had crossed the ocean. Again Eurystheus sent Hercules to the utmost parts of the earth. This time it was to bring home the golden apples which grew in the gardens of the Hesperides, the daughters of old Atlas, who dwelt in the land of Hesperus. The evening star, and together with a dragon, guarded the golden tree in a beautiful garden. Hercules made a long journey, apparently round by the north, and on his way had to wrestle with a dreadful giant named Aeneas. Though thrown down over and over again, Aeneas rose up twice as strong every time, till Hercules found out that he grew in force whenever he touched his mother earth. And therefore, lifting him up in those mightiest of arms, the hero squeezed the breath out of him. By and by he came to Mount Caucasus, where he found the chained Prometheus, and aiming an arrow at the eagle, killed the tormentor and set the Titan free. Atlas undertook to go to his daughters and get the apples, if Hercules would hold up the skies for him in the meantime. Hercules agreed, and Atlas shifted the heavens to his shoulders, went and presently returned with 3 apples of gold, but said he would take them to Eurystheus, and Hercules must continue to bear the load of the skies. Prometheus bade Hercules say he could not hold them without a pad for them to rest upon his head. Atlas took them again to hold while the pad was put on, and thereupon Hercules picked up the apples and left the old giant to his load. One more labor remained, namely, to bring up the 3-headed watchdog Cerberus from the doors of Tartarus. Mercury and Pallas both came to attend him, and led him alive among the shades, who all fled from him, except Medusa and one brave youth. He gave them the blood of an ox to drink, and made his way to Pluto's throne, where he asked leave to take Cerberus to the upper world with him. Pluto said he might, if he could overcome Cerberus without weapons, and this he did, struggling with the dog with no protection but the lion's skin, and dragging him up to the light, where the foam that fell from the jaws of one of the 3 mouths produced the plant called aconite, or hellebore, which is dark and poisonous. After showing the beast to Eurystheus, Hercules safely returned him to the underworld, and thus completed his 12 great labors. Hercules was subject to fits of madness, in one of which he slew a friend, and as a penalty he allowed himself to be sold as a slave. He was purchased by the queen of Lydia, Omphale, and remained in her service 3 years. She used to make him do a woman's work, and even dressed him at times in female garments, while she herself wore his famous lion's skin and laughed at him. But strong as he was, Hercules had in time to meet death himself. He had married a nymph named Deianira, and was taking her home when he came to a river where a centaur named Nessus lived, and gained his bread by carrying travelers over on his back. Hercules paid him the price for carrying Deianira over, while he himself crossed on foot. But as soon as the river was between them, the faithless centaur began to gallop away with the lady. Hercules sent an arrow after him, which brought him to the ground, and as he was dying he prepared his revenge by telling Deianira that his blood was enchanted with love for her, and that if she ever found her husband's affection failing her, she had only to make him put on a garment anointed with it, and his heart would return to her. He knew full well that his blood was full of the poison of the Hydra, but poor Deianira believed him, and had saved some of the blood before Hercules came up. Several years later, Hercules made prisoner a maiden named Iola in Lydia after gaining a great victory. Landing in the island of Euboea, he was going to make a great sacrifice to Jupiter and sent home to Deianira for a festal garment to wear at it. She was afraid he was falling in love with Iola, and steeped the garment in the preparation she had made from Nessus's blood. No sooner did Hercules put it on than his veins were filled with agony, which nothing could assuage. He tried to tear off the robe, but the skin and flesh came with it, and his blood was poisoned beyond relief. Unable to bear the pain any longer, and knowing that by his 12 tasks he had earned the prize of endless life, he went to Mount Oeta, crying aloud with the pain so that the rocks rang again with the sound. He gave his quiver of arrows to his friend Philoctetes, charging him to collect his ashes and bury them, but never to make known the spot. And then he tore up with his mighty strength trees by the roots, enough to form a funeral pile, lay down on it, and called on his friend to set fire to it. But no one could bear to do so, till a shepherd consented to thrust in a torch. Then thunder was heard, a cloud came down, and he was borne away to Olympus, while Philoctetes collected and buried the ashes. End of section 1. Section 2 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Glen Wiebel. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Theseus. Theseus, the great national hero of Athens, is said to have been born at Treason, where his father Aegeus, king of Athens, slept one night with Aethra, the daughter of Pythias, king of the place. Aegeus, on his departure, hid his sword and his shoes under a large stone, and charged Aethra, if she brought forth a son, to send him to Athens with these tokens, as soon as he was able to roll away the stone. She brought forth a son, to whom she gave the name of Theseus, and when he was grown up informed him of his origin, and told him to take up the tokens and sail to Athens, for the roads were infested by robbers and monsters. But Theseus, who was desirous of emulating the glory of Hercules, refused to go by sea, and after destroying various monsters who had been the terror of the country, arrived in safety at Athens. Here he was joyfully recognized by Aegeus, but with difficulty escaped destruction from Media and the Pallantids, the sons and grandsons of Pallas, the brother of Aegeus. These dangers, however, he finally surmounted and slew the Pallantids in battle. His next exploit was the destruction of the great Marathonian bull, which ravaged the neighboring country, and shortly after he resolved to deliver the Athenians from the tribute that they were obliged to pay to Minos, king of Crete. Every 9th year the Athenians had to send 7 young men and as many virgins to Crete to be devoured by the Minotaur in the labyrinth. Theseus volunteered to go as one of the victims, and through the assistance of Ariadne, the daughter of Minos, who became enamored of him, he slew the Minotaur and escaped from the labyrinth. He then sailed away with Ariadne, whom he deserted in the island of Dia, or Naxos, an event which frequently forms the subject of ancient works of art. The sails of the ship Theseus left Athens in were black, but he promised his father, if he returned in safety, to hoist white sails. This, however, he neglected to do, and Aegeus, seeing the ship draw near with black sails, supposed that his son had perished, and threw himself from a rock. Theseus now ascended the throne of Athens, but his adventures were by no means concluded. He marched into the country of the Amazons, who dwelt on the Thermodon, according to some accounts, in the company of Hercules, and carried away their queen, Antiope. The Amazons, in revenge, invaded Attica, and were with difficulty defeated by the Athenians. This battle was one of the favorite subjects of the ancient artists, and is still commemorated in several works of art that are still extant. Theseus also took part in the Argonautic expedition and the Caledonian hunt. He assisted his friend Pirithous and the Lapithae in their contest with the Centaurs, and also accompanied the former in his descent to the lower world to carry off Proserpine, the wife of Pluto. When Theseus was 50 years old, according to tradition, he carried off Helen, the daughter of Leda, who was then only 9 years of age. But his territory was invaded in consequence by Castor and Pollux, the brothers of Leda. His own people rose against him, and at last, finding his affairs desperate, he withdrew to the island of Scyros, and there perished, either by a fall from the cliffs or through the treachery of Lycomedes, the king of the island. For a long time his memory was forgotten by the Athenians, but he was subsequently honored by them as the greatest of their heroes. At the Battle of Marathon they thought they saw him armed and bearing down upon the barbarians, and after the conclusion of the Persian War, his bones were discovered at Scyros by Cimon, who conveyed them to Athens, where they were received with great pomp and deposited in a temple built to his honor. A festival also was instituted, which was celebrated on the 8th day of every month, but more especially on the 8th of Paeonipsian. The above is a brief account of the legends prevailing respecting Theseus, but he is, moreover, represented by ancient writers as the founder of the Attic Commonwealth, and even of its democratic institutions. It would be waste of time to inquire whether there was an historical personage of this name who actually introduced the political changes ascribed to him. It will be convenient to adhere to the ancient account in describing them as the work of Theseus. Before this time, Attica contained many independent townships, which were only nominally united. Theseus incorporated the people into one state, removed the principal courts for the administration of justice to Athens, and greatly enlarged the city, which had hitherto covered little more than the rock which afterward formed the citadel. To cement their union, he instituted several festivals, and especially changed the Athenia into the Panathenia, or the festivals of all the Atticans. He encouraged the nobles to reside at Athens, and surrendered a part of his kingly prerogatives to them, for which reason he is perhaps represented as the founder of the Athenian democracy, although the government which he established was, and continued to be long after him, strictly aristocratic. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Ulysses, by Charles F. Horne. While courage and strength seemed to the ancient Greeks the noblest of virtues, they ranked wisdom and ready wit almost as high. Achilles was the strongest of the Grecian warriors at the siege of Troy, but there was another almost as strong, equally brave, and far shrewder of wit. This was Ulysses. It was he who ultimately brought about the capture of the city. Homer speaks often of him in his Iliad, and the bard's second great work, the Odyssey, is devoted entirely to the wanderings of Odysseus, or, as we have learned from the Romans to call him, Ulysses. Whether he was a real person or only a creation of the poet's fancy, it is impossible to say. But as it is now generally agreed that there was a siege of Troy, it follows that there was probably a Ulysses, and his adventures, while in the main mythical, are of value as having perhaps some foundation in truth, and giving, at all events, a picture of what the old Greeks thought a hero should be and do. Ulysses was king of Ithaca when he was summoned to join the rest of the Grecian princes for the war with Troy. He had no wish to go, for he had lately married a beautiful girl, Penelope, and was as happy as a man might be. So, when the heralds came, he pretended to be insane, and hitching a yoke of oxen to a plough, he drove them along the sands of the seashore. He sang and shouted, and ploughed up the sand, and scattered salt as if he were sowing it, and cried out that he would soon have a beautiful crop of salt waves. The heralds watched him for a moment, and then returning to the princes, told them that there was no use delivering the summons to Ulysses, for he had lost his wits. Then Palamedes, who after Ulysses was accounted shrewdest of the Greeks, went, and standing there on the beach, watched the plough. And he took Ulysses' baby son and threw him in front of the team to see if the father was indeed mad. Ulysses turned the plough aside to avoid the child, and then the princes knew it was all a pretence, and he had to go with them. But he never forgave Palamedes, and long after brought about his death. He was in many ways the ablest of the Greeks. Next to Achilles, Ajax was accounted the strongest, but Ulysses threw him in wrestling. Oilemenus was regarded as the swiftest of men, but Ulysses in a race outran him. When Achilles was slain, Ulysses alone held back all the Trojans, while his comrades bore the body to their ships. Many other great exploits he performed, and his counsels were of much value to the Greeks through all the long siege. A great pile of spoils was heaped up to be given to the man who had been of most use to the assailants, and the Trojan prisoners themselves being called on to decide, gave it to Ulysses. At the last, when Achilles was dead, and the Greeks were all worn out and despairing, it was his fertile brain which originated the snare into which the Trojans fell. Now, with all the other Greeks, Ulysses set out to return to his home. Yet first he stopped with his Ithacans to attack the Trojan city of Cæconia. The assault was unexpected and successful. Great treasure fell into the hands of the conquerors, but, in spite of their leaders' entreaties, they persisted in stopping in the captured city for a night's carouse. The dispersed Cæconians rallied, gathered together their allies, and attacking the revellers, defeated them with great slaughter, so that less than half of them escaped in their ships. Yet this was only the first of the many mishaps which befell the ill-starred Ulysses. So persistently did misfortune pursue him, that the superstitious Greeks declared that he must have incurred the hatred of the sea-god Neptune, who would not let him cross his domains. No sooner had his flying ships escaped from Cæconia than they were struck by a terrific tempest which drove them far out of their course. For 3 days the storm continued. Then, as it abated, they saw before them an unknown shore on which they landed to rest and recover their strength. It was the land of the Lotus Eaters, and when Ulysses sent messengers to find out where he was, they too ate of the lotus fruit. It caused them to forget everything, their struggles and exhaustion, their homes, their leader, the great battles they had fought, all were obliterated. They only cared to lie there as the other lotus eaters did, doing no work, but just dreaming all their lives, nibbling at the fruit which was both food and drink, until they grew old and died. Ulysses knew that any life, no matter how wretched, was far better than this death in life. He forbade any other of his men to touch the fruit, and binding those who had already eaten it, he bore them away, despite their pleading and weeping, back to his ships, which he had once led away from that clime of subtle danger. They next sighted a fertile island, where, leaving most of his comrades for the rest they needed, Ulysses sailed in his own ship, exploring. He soon found himself in a beautiful country, where were seen vast herds of sheep and goats, but no people. Landing with his men, they explored it, and found great caves full of milk and cheese, but still no people, only a huge giant in the distance. So, sitting down in one of the caves, they feasted merrily and awaited the return of the inhabitants. Now these inhabitants were giants, such as the one they had seen. They were called Cyclops, and had only one great eye in the middle of the forehead. The Cyclops who owned the cave in which the adventurers were was a particularly large and savage one named Polyphemus. When he returned at night and saw the men within, he immediately seized 2 of them, cracked their heads together, and ate them for supper. Then he went to bed. Ulysses and his terrified men would have slain the huge creature as he slept, but he had rolled a great stone in front of the door, and they could not possibly move it to escape. In the morning, the monster ate 2 more of the unfortunates, and then went off with his flocks, fastening the door as before. In the evening, he ate 2 more. By this time, the crafty Ulysses, as Homer delights to call him, had perfected his plans. He offered Polyphemus some wine, which so delighted him that he asked the giver his name, and said he had it in mind to do him a kindness. The crafty one told him his name was No Man. Then said the ogre, "This shall be your reward. I will eat no man, the last of you all." Then, heavy with the wine, he fell into a deep sleep. The tiny weapons of the wanderers would have been of little effect against this man-mountain, so taking a great pole, they heated it red hot in the fire, and all together plunged it into his one great eye, blinding him. Up he jumped, roaring and howling horribly, and groping in the dark to find his prisoners, but they easily avoided him. Then came other Cyclops running at the noise from their distant caves, and called to him, "Who has hurt thee, Polyphemus?" He answered them, "No man has hurt me, no man has blinded me." Then they said, "If no man has hurt thee, thy trouble is from the gods, and we may not interfere. Bear it patiently, and pray to them." In the morning Polyphemus opened the door, and sitting in it, let his sheep pass out, feeling each one, so that the Greeks might not escape. But the crafty one fastened himself and his remaining comrades under the breasts of the largest sheep, and so, hidden by the wool, escaped unnoticed. They hurried to their ship and put out to sea. And now, feeling safe, Ulysses shouted to the blind monster and taunted him, whereon, rushing to the shore, Polyphemus lifted up a vast rock and hurled it toward the sound he heard. It almost struck the vessel, and its waves swept the little craft back to the land. In great haste they shoved off again, and when they felt safe, shouted at him once more. He followed them, hurling rocks, but now they were beyond his reach, and returned safely to their companions. Next the wanderers reached the island of Aeolus, who controls the winds. He received them with royal hospitality, pointed out to them their proper course to Ithaca, and when they left him, gave to Ulysses a bag in which he had tied up all the contrary winds, that they might have a fair one to waft them home. For 9 days they sailed, and at last were actually in sight of their destination. But the seamen, fancying there was treasure in Aeolus's bag, opened it while their leader slept. At once leaped out all the wild winds, and there was a terrible tempest, which swept the vessels back to their starting point. Aeolus, however, refused to help them again, for he said they were plainly accursed of the gods. And so they journeyed on as best they might, and came to the land of the Laestrygonians. These people were of enormous strength and were cannibals. But Ulysses and his men, knowing nothing of this, sailed into the narrow harbour. As they landed, the cannibals rushed upon them and slew them, and hurling rocks from the top of the narrow entrance, sank those ships which would have escaped. Ulysses in his own ship managed to force his way out, but all the other ships were taken, and their crews slain. Then, in deep mourning, Ulysses sailed on till he came to the home of Circe, a beautiful but wicked enchantress. Here he divided his crew into 2 parties, and while one half rested, the others went to find what place this was. Circe welcomed them in her palace, feasted them, and gave them a magic drink. When they had drunk this, she touched them with her wand, and they were turned into swine, all except one, who had feared to enter the palace, and now returning, told Ulysses that the others had disappeared. Then the hero arose and went alone to the palace. But on the way he sought out a little herb which might render the drink harmless. This he ate, and when Circe, having given him the deadly cup, would have turned him also into a brute, he drew his sword as if to slay her. Terribly frightened, she besought mercy, and at his request restored his men to their own forms. Directed by her, Ulysses is said to have entered the abode of the dead, and conversed with the ghosts of all the great warriors who had been slain in the Trojan War, or who had died since. At last, when Circe had no more wonders to show him, the wanderer left her, once more directed on the road to Ithaca, and to some extent warned of the dangers which beset the path. First he had to pass the Sirens, beautiful but baleful maidens, who sat on a rocky shore and sang a magic song so alluring that men hearing it let their ships drift on the rocks while listening, or threw themselves into the sea to swim to the maidens, and were drowned. No man had ever heard them and lived. Here the crafty one filled his companions' ears with wax, so that they could not hear the siren's song, and he bade them bind him to the mast, so that he might hear it, but could not go to them. This was done, and they passed in safety. Ulysses heard the sweet song, and raved and struggled to break his bonds, but they held fast. So he was the first to hear the siren's song and live. And some say he was the last as well, for in despair, thinking their music had lost its power, the maidens threw themselves into the sea. Next the wanderers came to a narrow strait, on one side of which was Charybdis, a dread whirlpool from which no ship could escape, and on the other was the cave of Scylla, a monster having 6 snake-like heads, with each of which she seized a man from every passing ship. Choosing the lesser evil, the bold Ulysses sailed through the strait close to Scylla, and 6 poor wretches were snatched by the monster from the deck and devoured, but the rest escaped. Then they came to an uninhabited island filled with herds of cattle. These were held sacred to the sun, and no man might slay or eat them without being punished by the gods. This Ulysses knew well, and warned his men against touching them. But great tempests now swelled up, and for a whole month the sailors could not leave the island. Their provisions gave out, and they were starving. Then their leader wandered away looking for help, and while he was gone they slew some of the oxen and ate their fill. The storm died, and, Ulysses returning, they again set sail. But at once came a terrific hurricane, upset the ship and drowned all of the guilty ones. Ulysses had not eaten the flesh of the oxen, and he alone was saved, clinging to a spar, and was tossed on the island of the nymph Calypso. After a long sojourn, he escaped from here on a raft. But his old enemy Neptune again raised a storm, which broke his raft, and, naked and almost dead, he was thrown upon another shore, from which at last the pitying people sent him home. He had been away 20 years. His fair wife Penelope had been for 4 years past pestered with suitors, who declared that Ulysses must be dead. She put them all off by saying that first she must finish a wonderful cloth she was weaving, and on this she undid each night what she had done in the day. Meanwhile they stayed in the palace, haughty and insolent, terrifying everybody, in defiance of the protests of Ulysses' infant son, now grown to be almost a man. The wanderer, coming alone and finding how things were, feared they would slay him. So, disguised as an old beggar man, he went to the palace. The suitors mocked him, and then in sport it was proposed to see who could bend the great Ulysses' bow. It was brought out, but none could bend it. The beggar asked leave to try, and they hesitated, but gave him leave. Right easily he bent it, and sent then a broad arrow through the leader of the suitors. Ulysses' son ranged himself by his side. Some old servants, recognizing him, did the same, and soon all those parasites were slain. Then was there a royal welcome from wife and son, and afterward from kinsmen and friends and servants for the royal wanderer, whom the gods had spared, and who at last was returned home. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5 by Charles F. Horne. Aeneas by Charlotte M. Yonge. Among the Trojans at the fall of Troy, there was a prince called Aeneas, whose father was Anchises, a cousin of Priam, and whose mother was said to be the goddess Venus. When he saw that the city was lost, he rushed back to his house and took his old father Anchises on his back, giving him his penates, or little images of household gods, to take care of, and led by the hand his little son Iülus, or Ascanius. while his wife Creusa followed close behind, and all the Trojans who could get their arms together joined him, so that they escaped in a body to Mount Ida. But just as they were outside the city, he missed poor Creusa, and though he rushed back and searched for her everywhere, he never could find her. Because of his care for his gods and for his old father, he is always known as the pious Aeneas. In the forests of Mount Ida, he built ships enough to set forth with all his followers in quest of the new home, which his mother, the goddess Venus, gave him hopes of. He had adventures rather like those of Ulysses as he sailed about the Mediterranean. Once in the Strophides, some clusters belonging to the Ionian Islands, where he and his troops had landed to get food, and were eating the flesh of the numerous goats which they found climbing about the rocks, down on them came the harpies, horrible birds with women's faces and hooked hands, with which they snatched away the food and spoiled what they could not eat. The Trojans shot at them, but the arrows glanced off their feathers and did not hurt them. However, they all flew off except one, who sat on a high rock and croaked out that the Trojans would be punished for thus molesting the harpies, by being tossed about till they should reach Italy, but there they should not build their city till they should have been so hungry as to eat their very trenches. They sailed away from this dismal prophetess and touched on the coast of Epirus, where Aeneas found his cousin Helenus, son to old Priam, reigning over a little new Troy, and married to Andromache, Hector's wife, whom he had gained after Pyrrhus had been killed. Helenus was a prophet, and he gave Aeneas much advice. In especial, he said that when the Trojans should come to Italy, they would find, under the holly trees by the riverside, a large white old sow lying on the ground, with a litter of 30 little pigs round her, and this should be a sign to them where they were to build their city. By his advice, the Trojans coasted round the south of Sicily, instead of trying to pass the strait between the dreadful Scylla and Charybdis, and just below Mount Etna an unfortunate man came running down to the beach begging to be taken in. He was a Greek who had been left behind when Ulysses escaped from Polyphemus's cave, and had made his way to the forests where he had lived ever since. They had just taken him in when they saw the Cyclop coming down with a pine tree for a staff to wash the burning hollow of his lost eye in the sea, and they rode off in great terror. Poor old Anchises died shortly after, and while his son was still sorrowing for him, Juno, who hated every Trojan, stirred up a terrible tempest which drove the ships to the south, until, just as the sea began to calm down, they came into a beautiful bay, enclosed by tall cliffs with woods overhanging them. Here the tired wanderers landed, and lighting a fire, Aeneas went in quest of food. Coming out of the forest, they looked down from a hill, and beheld a multitude of people building a city, raising walls, houses, towers, and temples. Into one of these temples Aeneas entered, and to his amazement he found the walls sculptured with all the story of the siege of Troy, and all his friends so perfectly represented that he burst into tears at the sight. Just then a beautiful queen, attended by a whole troop of nymphs, came into the temple. This lady was Dido. Her husband, Sychaeus, had been king of Tyre till he was murdered by his brother Pygmalion, who meant to have married her, but she fled from him with a band of faithful Tyrians and all her husband's treasure, and had landed on the north coast of Africa. There she begged of the chief of the country as much land as could be enclosed by a bullock's hide. He granted this readily, and Dido, cutting the hide into the finest possible strips, managed to measure off ground enough to build the splendid city which she had named Carthage. She received Aeneas most kindly, and took all his men into her city, hoping to keep them there forever and make him her husband. Aeneas himself was so happy there that he forgot all his plans and the prophecies he had heard, until Jupiter sent Mercury to rouse him to fulfill his destiny. He obeyed the call, and Dido was so wretched at his departure that she caused a great funeral pile to be built, laid herself on the top, and stabbed herself with Aeneas's sword, The pile was burnt, and the Trojans saw the flame from their ships without knowing the cause. By and by, Aeneas landed at a place in Italy named Cumae. There dwelt one of the Sibyls. These were wondrous virgins whom Apollo had endowed with deep wisdom, and when Aeneas went to consult the Cumaean Sibyl, she told him that he must visit the underworld of Pluto to learn his fate. First, however, he had to go into a forest and find there and gather a golden bough, which he was to bear in his hand to keep him safe. Long he sought it, until 2 doves, his mother's birds, came flying before him to show him the tree where gold gleamed through the boughs, and he found the branch growing on the tree as mistletoe grows on the thorn. Guarded with this and guided by the Sibyl, after a great sacrifice, Aeneas passed into a gloomy cave, where he came to the river Styx, round which flitted all the shades who had never received funeral rites, and whom the ferryman Charon would not carry over. The Sibyl, however, made him take Aeneas across, his boat groaning under the weight of a human body. On the other side stood Cerberus, but the Sibyl threw him a cake of honey and of some opiate, and he lay asleep, while Aeneas passed on and found in myrtle groves all who had died for love. Among them, to his surprise, poor forsaken Dido. A little farther on, he found the home of the warriors, and held converse with his old Trojan friends. He passed by the place of doom for the wicked, Tartarus, and in the Elysian fields, full of laurel groves and meads of asphodel, he found the spirit of his father Anchises, and with him was allowed to see the souls of all their descendants as yet unborn, who should raise the glory of their name. They are described on to the very time when the poet wrote to whom we owe all the tale of the wanderings of Aeneas, namely Virgil, who wrote the Aeneid, whence all these stories are taken. He further tells us that Aeneas landed in Italy just as his old nurse Caieta died, at the place which still is called Gaeta. After they had buried her, they found a grove where they sat down on the grass to eat, using large round cakes or biscuits to put their meat on. Presently they came to eating up the cakes. Little Ascanius cried out, "We are eating our very tables," and Aeneas, remembering the harpy's words, knew that his wanderings were over. Virgil goes on to tell at much length how the king of the country, Latinus, at first made friends with Aeneas and promised him his daughter Lavinia in marriage. But Turnus, an Italian chief who had before been a suitor to Lavinia, stirred up a great war and was only conquered and killed after much hard fighting. However, the white sow was found in the right place with all her little pigs, and on the spot was founded the city of Alba Longa, where Aeneas and Lavinia reigned until he died, and his descendants, through his 2 sons, Ascanius or Iulus, and Aeneas Silvius, reigned after him for 15 generations. End of section 4. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 27th of May, 2024.
Section 5 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Xenophon, by Professor J. Pentland Mahaffy. 445 to 354 BC. There is no figure in Greek history more familiar to us than this famous Athenian. There are passages in his life known to every schoolboy. We possess all the books he ever wrote. We know, therefore, his opinions upon all the important questions of life, religion, ethics, politics, manners, education, as well as upon finance and military tactics, not to speak of social intercourse and sport. And yet his early youth and late age are hidden from us, like the models of Greek eloquence, which begin with tame obviousness, rise into dignity, fire, pathos, and then close softly, without sounding peroration, So Xenophon comes upon us, an educated young man, looking out for something to do. We lose him in the autumn of his life, when he was driven from the fair retreat which the old man had hoped would be his final resting place. During 7 years of his early manhood, we find him in the middle of all the most stirring events in the Greek world. For 30 years later, 394 to 62 BC, we hear him from his retired country seat recording contemporary history, telling the adventures of his youth, from the fascinations of the ragged Socrates to the fascinations of the magnificent Cyrus, preaching the lessons of his varied life. Then came the bitter loss of his brave son, killed in the van at Mantinea. According to good authority, he only survived this blow a couple of years, but even then he appears to have found distraction from his grief by a dry tract upon the Attic revenue. Such is the general outline which we shall fill up in color from allusions throughout his varied and manifold writings. He was a pure Athenian, evidently of aristocratic birth, and attracted, probably by his personal beauty, the attention of Socrates, who is said to have stopped him in the way and asked him did he know where men of honor were to be found. Upon his replying no, the sage said, "Follow me and learn." This apocryphal anecdote, at all events, records the fact that Xenophon attached himself to Socrates' teaching, and so afforded us perhaps the most remarkable instance of the great and various influence of that great teacher. We do not wonder at disciples like Plato, but here is a young man of fashion, of a practical turn and loving adventure, who records in after years the teaching after his own fashion and in a perfectly independent way, as the noblest of training. His youth, however, was spent in the distressful later years of the Peloponnesian War, which ended in fearful gloom and disaster for his native city. Intimate, apparently, with the great historian Thucydides, whose unfinished work he seems to have edited, and subsequently to have continued in his own Hellenica, he must have long foreseen the collapse of the Athenian Empire, and then he and many other adventurous spirits found themselves in a society fated in prosperity, with no scope for energy or enterprise. Such was the somewhat tame and vulgar Athens which succeeded to that of Pericles and Aristophanes, and which could not tolerate the spiritual boldness of Socrates. He tells us himself in the 3rd book of his Anabasis how he was tempted to leave Athens for the East by his friend Proxenus, who had made the acquaintance of the chivalrous and ambitious Cyrus, brother of the Persian king and governor of southern Asia Minor. This prince was preparing secretly to invade Persia and dethrone his brother, and for that purpose was gathering troops and courting the favor of the Greeks. His splendid gifts were on a scale sufficient to dazzle men of small means and smaller prospects, like the youth of conquered Athens. Xenophon thought it right to consult his spiritual guide Socrates on the propriety of abandoning his country for hireling service. The philosopher advised him to consult the oracle at Delphi, but the young man only asked what gods he might best conciliate before his departure, and Socrates, though noting the evasion of his advice, acquiesced. When Xenophon arrived at Sardis, Proxenus presented him to Cyrus, who invited him to accompany him on his pretended campaign to Pisidia, and then coaxed him on, with the rest, into his enterprise against the king Artaxerxes. On this expedition, or anabasis, up the country, Xenophon was only a volunteer, with no command, and under no man's orders, but accompanying the army on horseback and enjoying the trip as a bright young man, well appointed by the prince, and full of intelligent curiosity, was sure to enjoy it. But then came the decisive day of Cunaxa, where Xenophon offered his services as an extra aide-de-camp to Cyrus, and where he witnessed the victory of his countrymen and the defeat of their cause by the rashness and death of Cyrus. In the crisis which followed, he took no leading part, till the generals of the 10,000 Greeks were entrapped and murdered by Tissaphernes. Then, in the midst of the panic and despair which supervened, he tells us in graphic words how he came to be a leader of men. He, too, with the rest, was in sore distress, and could not sleep. But anon, getting a snatch of rest, he had a dream. It seemed to him that there was a storm, and a thunderbolt fell on his father's house and set it all in a blaze. He sprang up in terror, and pondering the matter, decided that in part the dream was good, in that when in great danger he had seen a light from Zeus, but partly too he feared it, for it came from the King of Heaven. But as soon as he was fully awake, the first clear thought that came into his head was, "Why am I lying here? The night advances, and with the coming day the enemy will be upon us. If we fall into the king's hand, we must face torture, slavery, and death. And yet here we lie, as if it were a time for rest. What am I waiting for? Is it a general to lead me? And where is he? Or till I am myself of riper age to command? Older I shall never be, if today I surrender to mine enemies." And so he rouses the officers of his murdered friend Proxenus, and appeals to them all to be up and stirring, to organize their defense, and appoint new leaders to direct them. Before dawn he has some kind of confidence restored, and the new organization in progress. Presently the Persians send to demand the surrender of the army whose generals they had seized, and find to their astonishment that their task of subduing the Greeks must begin afresh. Meanwhile, the policy of the Greek army becomes defined. They threaten to settle in Mesopotamia and build a fortified city which shall be a great danger and a torment to the king. They really desire to escape to the coast if they can but find the way. It was the king's policy to let them depart, but so harass them by the way as to produce disorder and rout, which meant absolute destruction. It was in conducting this retreat as a joint general with the Spartan Chrysophus that Xenophon showed all his resource. There were no great pitched battles, no room for strategy or large combinations, but ample scope for resource in the details of tactics for meeting new and sudden difficulties, for maintaining order among an army of men that only acknowledged leaders for their ability. At first, in the plains, as they journeyed northward, the danger was from the Persian cavalry, for their own contingent had deserted to the enemy. This difficulty, which well nigh ruined the 10,000, as it ruined Crassus in his retreat at Carrhae, he met by organizing a corps of Rhodian slingers and archers, whose range was longer than that of the Persians, and who thus kept the cavalry in check. When the plains were passed and the mountains reached, there arose the new difficulties of forcing passes, of repelling wild mountaineers from positions commanding the road, of providing food, and avoiding false routes. The narrative of the surmounting of all these obstacles with tact and temper is the main subject of the famous Anabasis. Still graver dangers awaited Xenophon when the retreating army had at last hailed the welcome sea, the Black Sea, and with returning safety returned jealousies, insubordinations, and the great problem what to do with this great army when it arrived at Greek cities. Xenophon had always dreamt of forming on the border of Hellenodom a new city-state which should honor him as its founder. The wilder spirits thought it simpler to loot some rich city like Byzantium, which was saved with difficulty from their lawlessness. The Spartan governors, who now ruled throughout the Greek world, saw the danger and were determined to delay and worry the dangerous horde until it dissipated, and they succeeded so well that presently the 6,000 that remained were glad to be led by Xenophon to take service under the Spartan commander Thebron in Asia Minor, 399 B.C. But Xenophon was not given any independent command. He appears to have acted on the staff of the successive Spartan commanders till with King Agesilaus he attained personal influence and probably planned the new expedition of that king to conquer Persia, which was only balked by a diversion wrought by Persian gold in Greece. With Agesilaus, Xenophon returned therefore to Greece and was present at the great shock of the rival infantries, the Theban and the Spartan, at Coronea, 394 B.C. But either his presence in the Spartan army or his former action against the king of Persia, whom shifting politics were now bringing over to the Athenian side, caused him to be sentenced to banishment at Athens, and so made his return to his native city impossible. He went, therefore, with his royal patron to Sparta, and sojourned there for some time, even sending for his sons, now growing boys, from Miletus, and submitting them, at Agesilaus' advice, to the famous Spartan education. They grew up fine and warlike young men, so that the death of one of them, Grillus, in a cavalry skirmish just before the great battle of Mantinea, 362 B.C., caused universal regret. But long before this catastrophe, the Spartans gave Xenophon possession of an estate at Scylla, near the famous Olympia, which combined the pleasures of seclusion and of field sports with those of varied society when the stream of visitors assembled for the Olympic Games every 4 years. He himself tells us that he and his family, in company with their neighbors, had excellent sport of all kinds. He was not only a careful farmer, but so keen at hunting hares that he declares a man at this delightful pursuit will forget that he ever cared for anything else. He had also built a shrine to his patroness, the goddess Artemis, and the solemn sacrifices at her shrine were the occasions of feasts, whose solemnity only enhanced their enjoyments. As Mr. Dakins writes, the lovely scenery of the place, to this day lovely, the delicious atmosphere, the rare combination of mountain, wood, and stream, the opportunity for sport, the horses and the dogs, the household, the farmstead, and their varying occupations, the neighboring country gentlemen, and the local politics, the recurring festival at Olympia, with its stream of visitors, the pleasures of hospitable entertainment, the constant sacrifices before the cedar image of Artemis in her temple. These things, and above all the serene satisfaction of successful literary labors, combined to form an enviable sum total of sober happiness during many years. There can be no doubt that this was the first great period of his literary activity, though he may have edited in early youth his predecessor Thucydides, and composed the first 2 books of his historical continuation, entitled Hellenica. In his retreat at Scylla, he composed a series of dialogues in what is termed the Socratic vein, memorials of his great master, a tract on household economy, another on a symposium or feast, one called Hero, or on the Greek tyrant, and an account of the Laconian polity, which he had so long admired and known. The tract on hunting also speaks the experience at Scylla. The tract on the Athenian state, preserved among his writings, is not from his hand, but the work of an earlier writer. With the sudden rise of the Theban power and consequent depression of Sparta, he and other settlers around Scylla were driven out by the Eleans, and he lost his country seat with all its agreeable diversions. But probably the aging man did not feel the transference of his home to Corinth so keenly as an English gentleman would. He was a thorough Greek, and therefore intensely attached to city life, Elis, his adopted country, being the only state which consisted of a country gentry. In the next place, a daily thoroughfare such as the Isthmus must have been far more suitable for the collecting of historical evidence than Scylla, where the crowd came by only once in 4 years. And then his grown-up sons could find something more serious to do than hunting deer, boars, and hares in the glades of Elis. He may have known, too, that his chances of restoration to Athens were improving, and that he would do well to be within easy reach of friends in that city. Indeed, we find that the rescinding of exile soon followed, and so he was able to send his 2 sons to do cavalry duty for Athens and Sparta against the Thebans. It is indeed likely that the young men were enrolled as Spartan volunteers. He himself must have kept very close to his literary work, for in these closing years of his life he brought out or re-edited the Anabasis. He discussed cavalry tactics. He kept writing up contemporary history to the year 362 B.C., when the star of Thebes set with the death of Epaminondas. He completed his long and perhaps tedious historical novel, The Education of Cyrus the Elder, and lastly composed a curious and fanciful tract on the revenues of Athens. There is no evidence that he ever changed his residence back to his native city, but that he often went there when no obstacle remained from the neighboring Corinth is most probable. An open sailing boat could carry him with a fair wind in a few hours. Though a very old man, he was, however, still active with his pen when we lose him. His promising remaining son disappears with him from the scene. We hear of no descendants. The only offspring he has left us are his immortal words. The names of these have already been given, with the exception of the speech put into Socrates' mouth as his defense, the tract on the horse appendant to his cavalry tactics, and his panegyric on Agesilaus. It remains to estimate their general features. Without controversy, he excelled all his great contemporaries in breadth of culture and experience, and in the variety of his interests. Philosophy, politics, war, husbandry, sport, travel are all represented in his works, and upon all he has written with a clearness and a grace which earned for him the title of the Attic bee. But this breadth implies, as usual, a certain lack of depth, as is particularly obvious in his case, owing to the almost necessary comparison with his two mighty rivals, Thucydides in history, Plato in philosophy. It may indeed be considered hard luck for him that he stood between two such men, for they have necessarily damaged his reputation by comparison. Xenophon's portrait of Socrates is quite independent and probably historically truer than that of Plato, but the sage lives for us in Plato, not in Xenophon. The retreat of the 10,000 and the wars of Epaminondas were far more brilliant than the operations of the Peloponnesian War. Yet to the scholar, a raid in Thucydides is more than a campaign in Xenophon, for neither is his style so pure as that of either of his rivals, nor is his enthusiasm the same. We feel him always a polished man of the world, never the rugged patriot, never the rapt seer. He seems, too, to lack impartiality. He lavishes praise upon Agesilaus, a second-rate man, while he is curt and ill-tempered concerning Epaminondas, the real genius of the age. It is more than likely that he has colored his own part in the famous retreat in glowing colors. His hereditary instincts lead him to approve of autocrats as against republics, Spartan discipline as against Attic freedom. Yet in himself he has shown a striking example how the latter could appreciate and embrace the former. As the simplest specimen of pure Attic prose, he will ever be paramount in schools, neglected in universities, the recreation rather than the occupation of mature scholars. He is a great worthy, a man of renown. Nevertheless, he did not attain unto the first three, the two masters of his own day, and the colossal Demosthenes. End of section 5. Section 6 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. The Gracchi, by James Anthony Froude. Tiberius Gracchus was born about the year 164 B.C. He was one of 12 children, 9 of whom died in infancy, himself, his brother Caius, and his sister Cornelia being the only survivors. His family was plebeian, but of high antiquity, his ancestors for several generations having held the highest offices in the Republic. On the mother's side, he was the grandson of Scipio Africanus. His father, after a distinguished career as a soldier in Spain and Sardinia, had attempted reforms at Rome. He had been censor, and in this capacity he had ejected disreputable senators from the Curia. He had degraded offending equities. He had rearranged and tried to purify the comitia. But his connections were aristocratic. His wife was the daughter of the most famous of them, Scipio Africanus the Younger. He had been himself in antagonism with the tribunes and had taken no part at any time in popular agitations. The father died when Tiberius was still a boy. and the two brothers grew up under the care of their mother, a noble and gifted lady. They early displayed remarkable talents. Tiberius, when old enough, went into the army and served under his brother-in-law in the last Carthaginian campaign. He was first on the walls of the city in the final storm. 10 years later, he went to Spain as quaestor, when he carried on his father's popularity, and by taking the people's side in some questions, fell into disagreement with his brother-in-law. His political views had perhaps already inclined to change. He was still of an age when indignation at oppression calls out a practical desire to resist it. On his journey home from Spain, he witnessed scenes which confirmed his conviction and determined him to throw all his energies into the popular cause. His road lay through Tuscany, where he saw the large estate system in full operation, the fields cultivated by the slave gangs, the free citizens of the Republic thrust away into the towns, aliens and outcasts in their own country, without a foot of soil which they could call their own. In Tuscany, too, the vast domains of the landlords had not even been fairly purchased. They were parcels of the ager publicus, land belonging to the state, which, in spite of a law forbidding it, the great lords and commoners had appropriated and divided among themselves. 500 acres of state land was the most which by statute any one lessee might be allowed to occupy. But the law was obsolete or sleeping, and avarice and vanity were awake and active. Young Gracchus, in indignant pity, resolved to rescue the people's patrimony. He was chosen tribune in the year 133. His brave mother and a few patricians of the old type encouraged him, and the battle of the Revolution began. The Senate, as has been said, though without direct legislative authority, had been allowed the right of reviewing any new schemes which were to be submitted to the Assembly. The constitutional means of preventing tribunes from carrying unwise or unwelcome measures lay in a consul's veto, or in the help of the College of Augurs, who could declare the auspices unfavorable and so close all public business. These resources were so awkward that it had been found convenient to secure beforehand the Senate's approbation, and the encroachment, being long submitted to, was passing by custom into a rule. But the Senate, eager as it was, had not yet succeeded in engrafting the practice into the Constitution. On the land question, the leaders of the aristocracy were the principal offenders. Disregarding usage, and conscious that the best men of all ranks were with him, Tiberius Gracchus appealed directly to the people to revive the agrarian law. His proposals were not extravagant. That they should have been deemed extravagant was a proof of how much some measure of the kind was needed. Where lands had been enclosed and money laid out on them, he was willing that the occupants should have compensation. But they had no right to the lands themselves. Gracchus persisted that the ager publicus belonged to the people, and that the race of yeomen, for whose protection the law had been originally passed, must be reestablished on their farms. No form of property gives to its owners so much consequence as land, and there is no point on which in every country an aristocracy is more sensitive. The large owners protested that they had purchased their interests on the faith that the law was obsolete. They had planted and built and watered with the sanction of the government, and to call their titles in question was to shake the foundations of society. The popular party pointed to the statute. The monopolists were entitled in justice to less than was offered them. They had no right to a compensation at all. Political passion awoke again after the sleep of a century. The oligarchy had doubtless connived at the accumulations. The suppression of the small holdings favored their supremacy and placed the elections more completely in their control. Their military successes had given them so long a tenure of power that they had believed it to be theirs in perpetuity, and the new sedition, as they called it, threatened at once their privileges and their fortunes. The quarrel assumed the familiar form of a struggle between the rich and the poor, and at such times the mob of voters becomes less easy to corrupt. They go with their order, as the prospect of larger gain makes them indifferent to immediate bribes. It became clear that the majority of the citizens would support Tiberius Gracchus, but the constitutional forms of opposition might still be resorted to. Octavius Caecina, another of the tribunes, had himself large interests in the land question. He was the people's magistrate, one of the body appointed especially to defend their rights, but he went over to the Senate, and using a power which undoubtedly belonged to him, he forbade the vote to be taken. There was no precedent for the removal of either consul, praetor, or tribune, except under circumstances very different from any which could as yet be said to have arisen. The magistrates held office for a year only, and the power of veto had been allowed them expressly to secure time for deliberation and to prevent passionate legislation. But Gracchus was young and enthusiastic. Precedent or no precedent, the citizens were omnipotent. He invited them to declare his colleague deposed. They had warmed to the fight and complied. A more experienced statesman would have known that established constitutional bulwarks cannot be swept away by a momentary vote. He obtained his agrarian law. 3 commissioners were appointed, himself, his younger brother, and his father-in-law, Appius Claudius, to carry it into effect. But the very names showed that he had alienated his few supporters in the higher circles, and that his single family was now contending against the united wealth and distinction of Rome. The issue was only too certain. Popular enthusiasm is but a fire of straw. In a year, Tiberius Gracchus would be out of office. Other tribunes would be chosen more amenable to influence, and his work could then be undone. He evidently knew that those who would succeed him could not be relied on to carry on his policy. He had taken one revolutionary step already. He was driven on to another, and he offered himself illegally to the comitia for re-election. It was to invite them to abolish the Constitution and to make him virtual sovereign, and that a young man of 30 should have contemplated such a position for himself as possible is of itself a proof of his unfitness for it. The election day came. The noble lords and gentlemen appeared in the Campus Martius with their retinues of armed servants and clients, hot-blooded aristocrats, full of disdain for demagogues, and meaning to read a lesson to sedition which it would not easily forget. Votes were given for Gracchus. Had the hustings been left to decide the matter, he would have been chosen, but as it began to appear how the polling would go, sticks were used and swords. A riot rose. The unarmed citizens were driven off. Tiberius Gracchus himself and 300 of his friends were killed, and their bodies were flung into the Tiber. Thus the first sparks of the coming revolution were trampled out. But though quenched and to be again quenched with fiercer struggles, it was to smolder and smoke and burst out time after time, till its work was done. Revolution could not restore the ancient character of the Roman nation, but it could check the progress of decay by burning away the more corrupted parts of it. It could destroy the aristocracy and the constitution which they had depraved, and under other forms preserve for a few more centuries the Roman dominion. Scipio Africanus, when he heard in Spain of the end of his brother-in-law, exclaimed, "May all who act as he did perish like him." There were to be victims enough and to spare before the bloody drama was played out. Quiet lasted for 10 years, and then, precisely when he had reached his brother's age, Caius Gracchus came forward to avenge him and carry the movement through another stage. Young Caius had been left one of the commissioners of the land law, and it is particularly noticeable that, though the author of it had been killed, the law had survived him, being too clearly right and politic in itself to be openly set aside. For 2 years the commissioners had continued to work, and in that time 40,000 families were settled on various parts of the Ager Publicus, which the patricians had been compelled to resign. This was all which they could do. The displacement of one set of inhabitants and the introduction of another could not be accomplished without quarrels, complaints, and perhaps some injustice. Those who entered on possession were not always satisfied. The commissioners became unpopular. When the cries against them became loud enough, they were suspended, and the law was then quietly repealed. The Senate had regained its hold over the assembly, and had a further opportunity of showing its recovered ascendancy when, 2 years after the murder of Tiberius Gracchus, one of his friends introduced a bill to make the tribunes legally re-eligible. Caius Gracchus actively supported the change, but it had no success, and waiting till times had altered and till he had arrived at an age when he could carry weight, the young brother retired from politics and spent the next few years with the army in Africa and Sardinia. He served with distinction. He made a name for himself, both as a soldier and an administrator. Had the Senate left him alone, he might have been satisfied with a regular career and have risen by the ordinary steps to the consulship. But the Senate saw in him the possibilities of a second Tiberius. The higher his reputation, the more formidable he became to them. They vexed him with petty prosecutions, charged him with crimes which had no existence, and at length, by suspicion and injustice, drove him into open war with them. Caius Gracchus had a broader intellect than his brother, and a character considerably less noble. The land question, he perceived, was but one of many questions. The true source of the disorders of the Commonwealth was the Senate itself. The administration of the empire was in the hands of men totally unfit to be trusted with it, and there he thought the reform must commence. He threw himself on the people. He was chosen tribune in 123, 10 years exactly after Tiberius. He had studied the disposition of parties. He had seen his brother fall because the equites and the senators, the great commoners and the nobles, were combined against him. He revived the agrarian law as a matter of course, but he disarmed the opposition to it by throwing an apple of discord between the two superior orders. The high judicial functions in the Commonwealth had been hitherto a senatorial monopoly. All cases of importance, civil or criminal, came before courts of 60 or 70 jurymen, who, as the law stood, must be necessarily senators. The privilege had been extremely lucrative. The corruption of justice was already notorious, though it had not yet reached the level of infamy which it attained in another generation. It was no secret that in ordinary causes jurymen had sold their verdicts, and, far short of taking bribes in the direct sense of the word, there were many ways in which they could let themselves be approached and their favor purchased. A monopoly of privileges is always invidious. A monopoly in the sale of justice is alike hateful to those who abhor iniquity on principle and to those who would like to share the profits of it. But this was not the worst. The governors of the provinces, being chosen from those who had been consuls or praetors, were necessarily members of the Senate. Peculation and extortion in these high functions were offenses in theory of the gravest kind. But the offender could only be tried before a limited number of his peers, and a governor who had plundered a subject state, sold justice, pillaged temples, and stolen all that he could lay hands on, was safe from punishment if he returned to Rome a millionaire and would admit others to a share in his spoils. The provincials might send deputations to complain, but these complaints came before men who had themselves governed provinces, or else aspired to govern them. It had been proved in too many instances that the law which professed to protect them was a mere mockery. Caius Gracchus secured the affections of the knights to himself, and some slightly increased chance of an improvement in the provincial administration by carrying a law in the assembly disabling the senators from sitting on juries of any kind from that day forward, and transferring the judicial functions to the equites. How bitterly must such a measure have been resented by the Senate, which at once robbed them of their protective and profitable privileges, handed them over to be tried by their rivals for their pleasant irregularities, and stamped them at the same time with a brand of dishonesty. How certainly must such a measure have been deserved, when neither consul nor tribune could be found to interpose his vote. Supported by the grateful knights, Caius Gracchus was for the moment all-powerful. It was not enough to restore the agrarian law. He passed another aimed at his brother's murderers, which was to bear fruit in later years. that no Roman citizen might be put to death by any person, however high in authority, without legal trial and without appeal, if he chose to make it to the sovereign people. A blow was thus struck against another right claimed by the Senate of declaring the Republic in danger and the temporary suspension of the Constitution. These measures might be excused and perhaps commended, but the younger Gracchus connected his name with another change less commendable, which was destined also to survive and bear fruit. He brought forward and carried through, with enthusiastic clapping of every pair of hands in Rome that were hardened with labor, a proposal that there should be public granaries in the city, maintained and filled at the cost of the state, and that corn should be sold at a rate artificially cheap to the poor free citizens. Such a law was purely socialistic. The privilege was confined to Rome, because in Rome the elections were held, and the Roman constituency was the one depositary of power. The effect was to gather into the city a mob of needy, unemployed voters, living on the charity of the state, to crowd the circus and to clamor at the elections, available no doubt immediately to strengthen the hands of the popular tribune, but certain in the long run to sell themselves to those who could bid highest for their voices. Excuses could be found, no doubt, for this miserable expedient in the state of parties, in the unscrupulous violence of the aristocracy, in the general impoverishment of the peasantry through the land monopoly, and in the intrusion upon Italy of a gigantic system of slave labor. But nonetheless, it was the deadliest blow which had yet been dealt to the Constitution. Party government turns on the majorities at the polling places, and it was difficult afterward to recall a privilege which, once conceded, appeared to be a right. The utmost that could be ventured in later times, with any prospect of success, was to limit an intolerable evil, and if one side was ever strong enough to make the attempt, their rivals had a bribe ready in their hands to buy back the popular support. Caius Gracchus, however, had his way and carried all before him. He escaped the rock on which his brother had been wrecked. He was elected tribune a second time. He might have had a third term if he had been contented to be a mere demagogue. But he, too, like Tiberius, had honorable aims. The powers which he had played into the hands of the mob to obtain, he desired to use for high purposes of statesmanship, and his instrument broke in his hands. He was too wise to suppose that a Roman mob, fed by bounties from the treasury, could permanently govern the world. He had schemes for scattering Roman colonies with a Roman franchise at various points of the empire. Carthage was to be one of them. He thought of abolishing the distinction between Romans and Italians and enfranchising the entire peninsula. These measures were good in themselves, essential indeed if the Roman conquests were to form a compact and permanent dominion. But the object was not attainable on the road on which Gracchus had entered. The vagabond part of the constituency was well contented with what it had obtained, a life in the city, supported at the public expense, with politics and games for its amusements. It had not the least inclination to be drafted off into settlements in Spain or Africa, where there would be work instead of pleasant idleness. Carthage was still a name of terror. To restore Carthage was no better than treason. Still less had the Roman citizens an inclination to share their privileges with Samnites and Etruscans, and see the value of their votes watered down. Political storms are always cyclones. The gale from the east today is a gale from the west tomorrow. Who and what were the Gracchi then? The sweet voices began to ask. Ambitious intriguers, aiming at dictatorship or perhaps the crown? The aristocracy were right, after all. A few things had gone wrong, but these had been amended. The Scipios and Metelli had conquered the world. The Scipios and Metelli were alone fit to govern it. Thus, when the election time came round, the party of reform was reduced to a minority of irreconcilable radicals who were easily disposed of. Again, as 10 years before, the noble lords armed their followers. Riots broke out and extended day after day. Caius Gracchus was at last killed, as his brother had been, and under cover of the disturbance, 3,000 of his friends were killed along with him. The power being again securely in their hands, the Senate proceeded at their leisure, and the surviving patriots who were in any way notorious or dangerous were hunted down in legal manner and put to death or banished. End of section 6. Section 7 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Linehart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, by Anna Jameson. Of the government and manners of the Arabians before the time of Mahomet, we have few and imperfect accounts, but from the remotest ages they led the same unsettled and predatory life which they do at this day, dispersed in hordes and dwelling under tents. It was not to those wild and wandering tribes that the superb Palmyra owed its rise and grandeur, though situated in the midst of their deserts, where it is now beheld in its melancholy beauty and ruined splendor, like an enchanted island in the midst of an ocean of sands. The merchants who trafficked between India and Europe, by the only route then known, first colonized this singular spot, which afforded them a convenient resting place, and even in the days of Solomon, it was the emporium for the gems and gold, the ivory, gums, spices, and silks of the far eastern countries, which thus found their way to the remotest parts of Europe. The Palmyrines were therefore a mixed race. Their origin and many of their customs were Egyptian. Their love of luxury and their manners were derived from Persia. Their language, literature, and architecture were Greek. Thus, like Venice and Genoa in more modern times, Palmyra owed its splendor to the opulence and public spirit of its merchants, but its chief fame and historical interest it owes to the genius and heroism of a woman. Septimia Zenobia, for such is her classical appellation, was the daughter of an Arab chief, Amru, the son of Darb, the son of Hassan. Of her first husband we have no account. She was left a widow at a very early age and married, secondly, Odenathus, chief of several tribes of the desert near Palmyra, and a prince of extraordinary valor and boundless ambition. Odenathus was the ally of the Romans in their wars against Sapor, or more properly, Shapur, king of Persia. He gained several splendid victories over that powerful monarch, and twice pursued his armies even to the gates of Ctesiphon, or Ispahan, his capital. Odenathus was as fond of the chase as of war, and in all his military and hunting expeditions he was accompanied by his wife Zenobia, a circumstance which the Roman historians record with astonishment and admiration, as contrary to their manners, but which was the general custom of the Arab women of that time. Zenobia not only excelled her countrywomen in the qualities for which they were all remarkable, in courage, prudence, and fortitude, in patience of fatigue, and activity of mind and body, she also possessed a more enlarged understanding. Her views were more enlightened, her habits more intellectual. The successes of Odenathus were partly attributed to her, and they were always considered as reigning jointly. She was also eminently beautiful, with the oriental eyes and complexion, teeth like pearls, and a voice of uncommon power and sweetness. Odenathus obtained from the Romans the title of Augustus and General of the East. He revenged the fate of Valerian, who had been taken captive and put to death by Shapur, the Eastern king, with a luxurious barbarity truly oriental, is said to have used the unfortunate emperor as his footstool to mount his horse. But in the midst of his victories and conquests, Odenathus became the victim of a domestic conspiracy, at the head of which was his nephew Maeonius. He was assassinated at Emesa during a hunting expedition, and with him his son by his first marriage. Zenobia avenged the death of her husband on his murderers, and as her sons were yet in their infancy, she first exercised the supreme power in their name, but afterward, apparently with the consent of the people, assumed the diadem with the titles of Augusta and Queen of the East. The Romans and their effeminate emperor Gallienus refused to acknowledge Zenobia's claim to the sovereignty of her husband's dominions, and Hercules was sent with a large army to reduce her to obedience. But Zenobia took the field against him, engaged and totally defeated him in a pitched battle. Not satisfied with this triumph over the haughty masters of the world, she sent her general Zabdas to attack them in Egypt, which she subdued and added to her territories, together with a part of Armenia and Asia Minor. Thus her dominions extended from the Euphrates to the Mediterranean, and over all those vast and fertile countries formerly governed by Ptolemy and Seleucus. Jerusalem, Antioch, Damascus, and other cities famed in history were included in her empire, but she fixed her residence at Palmyra, and in an interval of peace she turned her attention to the further adornment of her magnificent capital. It is related by historians that many of those stupendous fabrics of which the mighty ruins are still existing were either erected or at least restored and embellished by this extraordinary woman. But that which we have most difficulty in reconciling with the manners of her age and country was Zenobia's passion for study and her taste for the Greek and Latin literature. She is said to have drawn up an epitome of history for her own use. The Greek historians, poets, and philosophers were familiar to her. She invited Longinus, one of the most elegant writers of antiquity, to her splendid court, and appointed him her secretary and minister. For her, he composed his famous Treatise on the Sublime, a work which is not only admirable for its intrinsic excellence, but most valuable as having preserved to our times many beautiful fragments of ancient poets whose works are now lost, particularly those of Sappho. The classical studies of Zenobia seem to have inspired her with some contempt for her Arab ancestry. She was fond of deriving her origin from the Macedonian kings of Egypt and of reckoning Cleopatra among her progenitors. In imitation of the famous Egyptian queen, she affected great splendor in her style of living and in her attire, and drank her wine out of cups of gold richly carved and adorned with gems. It is, however, admitted that in female dignity and discretion, as well as in beauty, she far surpassed Cleopatra. She administered the government of her empire with such admirable prudence and policy, and in particular with such strict justice toward all classes of her subjects, that she was beloved by her own people, and respected and feared by the neighboring nations. She paid great attention to the education of her 3 sons, habited them in the Roman purple, and brought them up in the Roman fashion. But this predilection for the Greek and Roman manners appears to have displeased and alienated the Arab tribes, for it is remarked that after this time their fleet cavalry, inured to the deserts and unequaled as horsemen, no longer formed the strength of her army. While Gallienus and Claudius governed the Roman Empire, Zenobia was allowed to pursue her conquests, rule her dominions, and enjoy her triumphs, almost without opposition. But at length the fierce and active Aurelian was raised to the purple, and he was indignant that a woman should thus brave with impunity the offended majesty of Rome. Having subdued all his competitors in the West, he turned his arms against the Queen of the East. Zenobia, undismayed by the terrors of the Roman name, levied troops, placed herself at their head, and gave the second command to Zabdas, a brave and hitherto successful general. The first great battle took place near Antioch. Zenobia was totally defeated after an obstinate conflict, but, not disheartened by this reverse, she retired upon Emesa, rallied her armies, and once more defied the Roman emperor. Being again defeated with great loss, and her army nearly dispersed, the high-spirited queen withdrew to Palmyra, collected her friends around her, strengthened her fortifications, and declared her resolution to defend her capital and her freedom to the last moment of her existence. Zenobia was conscious of the great difficulties which would attend the siege of a great city, well stored with provisions and naturally defended by surrounding deserts. These deserts were infested by clouds of Arabs, who, appearing and disappearing with the swiftness and suddenness of a whirlwind, continually harassed her enemies. Thus defended without, and supported by a strong garrison within, Zenobia braved her antagonist from the towers of Palmyra as boldly as she had defied him in the field of battle. The expectation of succors from the east added to her courage and determined her to persevere to the last. "Those," said Aurelian in one of his letters, "who speak with contempt of the war I am waging against a woman are ignorant both of the character and power of Zenobia. It is impossible to enumerate her warlike preparations of stones, of arrows, and of every species of missile weapons and military engines." Aurelian, in fact, became doubtful of the event of the siege, and he offered the queen the most honorable terms of capitulation if she would surrender to his arms. But Zenobia, who was aware that famine raged in the Roman camp and daily looked for the expected relief, rejected his proposals in a famous Greek epistle written with equal arrogance and eloquence. She defied the utmost of his power, and alluding to the fate of Cleopatra, expressed her resolution to die like her rather than yield to the Roman arms. Aurelian was incensed by this haughty letter, even more than by dangers and delays attending the siege. He redoubled his efforts. He cut off the succors she expected. He found means to subsist his troops, even in the midst of the desert. Every day added to the number and strength of his army. Every day increased the difficulties of Zenobia and the despair of the Palmyrines. The city could not hold out much longer, and the queen resolved to fly, not to ensure her own safety, but to bring relief to her capital. Such, at least, is the excuse made for a part of her conduct which certainly requires apology. Mounted on a fleet dromedary, she contrived to elude the vigilance of the besiegers and took the road to the Euphrates, but she was pursued by a party of the Roman light cavalry, overtaken, and brought as a captive into the presence of Aurelian. He sternly demanded how she had dared to oppose the power of Rome, to which she replied, with a mixture of firmness and gentleness, "Because I disdain to acknowledge as my masters such men as Aureolus and Gallienus. To Aurelian I submit as my conqueror and my sovereign." Aurelian was not displeased at the artful compliment implied in this answer, but he had not forgotten the insulting arrogance of her former reply. While this conference was going forward in the tent of the Roman emperor, the troops, who were enraged by her long and obstinate resistance and all they had suffered during the siege, assembled in tumultuous bands, calling out for vengeance, and with loud and fierce cries demanding her instant death. The unhappy queen, surrounded by the ferocious and insolent soldiery, forgot all her former vaunts and intrepidity. Her feminine terrors had perhaps been excusable if they had not rendered her base, but in her first panic she threw herself on the mercy of the emperor, accused her ministers as the cause of her determined resistance, and confessed that Longinus had written in her name that eloquent letter of defiance which had so incensed the emperor. Longinus, with the rest of her immediate friends and counselors, were instantly sacrificed to the fury of the soldiers, and the philosopher met death with all the fortitude which became a wise and great man, employing his last moments in endeavoring to console Zenobia and reconcile her to her fate. Palmyra surrendered to the conqueror, who seized upon the treasures of the city, but spared the buildings and the lives of the inhabitants. Leaving in the place a garrison of Romans, he returned to Europe, carrying with him Zenobia and her family, who were destined to grace his triumph. But scarcely had Aurelian reached the Hellespont when tidings were brought to him that the inhabitants of Palmyra had again revolted, and had put the Roman governor and garrison to the sword. Without a moment's deliberation, the emperor turned back, reached Palmyra by rapid marches, and took a terrible vengeance on that miserable and devoted city. He commanded the indiscriminate massacre of all the inhabitants, men, women, and children, fired its magnificent edifices, and leveled its walls to the ground. He afterward repented of his fury and devoted a part of the captured treasures to reinstate some of the glories he had destroyed, but it was too late. He could not reanimate the dead, nor raise from its ruins the stupendous temple of the sun. Palmyra became desolate. Its very existence was forgotten, until about a century ago, when some English travelers discovered it by accident. Thus, the blind fury of one man extinguished life, happiness, industry, art, and intelligence through a vast extent of country, and severed a link which had long connected the eastern and western continents of the Old World. When Aurelian returned to Rome after the termination of this war, he celebrated his triumph with extraordinary pomp. A vast number of elephants and tigers and strange beasts from the conquered countries, 1,600 gladiators, an innumerable train of captives, and a gorgeous display of treasures, gold, silver, gems, plate, glittering raiment, and oriental luxuries and rarities, the rich plunder of Palmyra, were exhibited to the populace. But every eye was fixed on the beautiful and majestic figure of the Syrian queen, who walked in the procession before her own sumptuous chariot, attired in her diadem and royal robes, blazing with jewels, her eyes fixed on the ground, and her delicate form drooping under the weight of her golden fetters, which were so heavy that 2 slaves were obliged to assist in supporting them on either side, while the Roman populace, at that time the most brutal and degraded in the whole world, gaped and stared upon her misery and shouted in exultation over her fall. Perhaps Zenobia may in that moment have thought about Cleopatra, whose example she had once proposed to follow, and according to the pagan ideas of greatness and fortitude, envied her destiny, and felt her own ignominy with all the bitterness of a vain repentance. The captivity of Zenobia took place in the year 273, and in the 5th year of her reign. There are 2 accounts of her subsequent fate, differing widely from each other. One author asserts that she starved herself to death, refusing to survive her own disgrace and the ruin of her country, but others inform us that the Emperor Aurelian bestowed on her a superb villa at Tivoli, where she resided in great honor, and that she was afterward united to a Roman senator with whom she lived many years and died at a good old age. Her daughters married into Roman families, and it is said that some of her descendants remained so late as the 5th century. End of section 7. Section 8 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Siegfried, by Karl Blind. About 450. Siegfried is the name of the mythic national hero of the Germans, whose tragic fate is most powerfully described in the Nibelungenlied and in a series of lays of the Icelandic Edda. A matchless warrior, a dragon killer, and overthrower of giants, who possesses a magic sword, he conquers the northern Nibelungs and acquires their famed gold hoard. In the great German epic, he is the son of Sigmund and Sigelind, who rule in the Netherlands. Going Rhine upward to Worms, to Gunther, the king of the Burgundians, he woos and wins Kriemhild, the beautiful sister of that king, after having first helped Gunther to gain the hand of Brunhild, a queen beyond sea, in Iceland. No one could obtain that valiant virgin's consent to wedlock unless he proved a victor over her in athletic feats and in trials of battle. By means of his own colossal strength and his hiding hood, Siegfried, standing invisibly at the side of Gunther, overcomes Brunhild. Even after the marriage has been celebrated at Worms, Siegfried has once more to help the Burgundian king in the same hidden way, in order to vanquish Brunhild's resistance to the accomplishment of the marriage. When in later times Kriemhild and Brunhild fall out in a quarrel about their husband's respective worth, the secret of such stealthy aid having been given, is let out by the former in a manner affecting the honor of the Burgundian queen as a wife. Thereupon Hagen promises her to effect a revenge. Having deftly ascertained from Kriemhild the single vulnerable part of the hero, whose skin had otherwise been made impenetrable by being dipped into the dragon's blood, Hagen treacherously murders Siegfried at a chase. The gold hoard is then sunk in the Rhine by Hagen, lest Kriemhild should use it as a means of bribing men for wreaking her own revenge. She afterward becomes the consort of Etzel, the heathen king of the Huns, in Hungary, who resides at Vienna. Thither she allures the Burgundians, Hagen alone mistrusting the invitation. In Etzel's eastern land, all the Burgundian knights, upon whom the Nibelung name had been conferred, suffer a terrible death through Kriemhild's wrath. Hagen, who refuses to the end to reveal to her the whereabouts of the sunken gold hoard, has his head cut off with Siegfried's sword by the infuriated queen herself. At last she too is hewn down by the indignant, doughty warrior Hildebrand, and so the lofty hall, into which fire had been thrown, is all strewn over with the dead. Here, says the poem, has the tale an end. These were the sorrows of the Nibelungs. In this Iliad of the Germans, which dates from the end of the 12th century, the Siegfried story is given as a finished epic, but its originally heathen Teutonic character is overlaid there with admixtures of Christian chivalry. In the Edda and other Scandinavian sources, the tale appears in fragmentary and lyrical shape, but in a purer version, without additions from the New Faith or from medieval chivalry. It is in the Sigurd, Fafnir, Brynhild, Gudrun, Odrun, Atli, and Hamdir lays of the Norse scripture that the original nature of the older German songs, which must have preceded the epic, can best be guessed. Rhapsodic lays, referring to Siegfried, were in all probability part of the collection which Karl the Great, the Frankish Kaiser, ordered to be made. Monkish fanaticism afterward destroyed the valuable relics. Fortunately, Northmen traveling in Germany had gathered some of those tale treasures, which then were treated by Scandinavian and Icelandic bards in the form of heroic lyrics. Hence the Eddic lays in question form now a link between our lost Siegfried leader and our national epic. Even as in the Nibelungenlied, so also in the Edda, Sigurd, abbreviation for Siegfried, is not a Scandinavian, but a southern, a Rhenish, a German hero. The whole scene of the tragic events is laid in the Rhinelands, where the killing of the Worm also takes place. On a hill in Frankland, Sigurd frees Brynhild from the magic slumber into which Odin had thrown her on a rock of punishment, because she, as a Valkyr, or shield maiden of his, had brought about the death of a Gothic king to whom the god of battle had promised victory. In the south, on the Rhine, Sigurd is murdered. In the Rhine, Högni, Hagen, hides the Nibelung treasure. Many German tribes, Franks, Saxons, Burgundians, Goths, even a Svava land or Swabian land, are mentioned in the Edda. The drama of revenge after Sigurd's death, though motives of the act somewhat different from those stated in the Nibelungenlied are assigned, is also localized in the lower Rhine, in the hall of Atli, the king of the Huns. In the Nibelungenlied, that name appears as Etzel, Attila, king of the Huns. In the Edda and in the Velkina saga, Germans are referred to as sources for some details of the Sigurd story. So strong was, in Scandinavia, the tradition of the Teutonic origin of the tale, down to the 12th century, that in a geographical work written in Norse by the abbot Nicholas, the Genita Heath, where Sigurd was said to have killed the dragon, was still placed halfway between Paderborn and Mainz. Thus it was from Germany that this grand saga spread all over the north, including the Färöer. In the Hvanek Chronicle and Danish songs, we even find Siegfried as Sigfrid, Kriemhild as Grimhild, and she is married to him at Worms, as in the Nibelungenlied, while in the Edda, Sigurd's wife is called Gudrun, and the remembrance of Worms is lost. The scene of the Norse poems is wholly on Rhenish ground. Now, in that neighborhood, in the northwest of Germany, a Teutonic tribe once dwelt, called Huns, which is also traceable in Scandinavia. Sigurd himself is, in the Edda, described as a Hunnic king. His kith and kin dwell in Hunaland. Hun probably meant a bold and powerful warrior. The word still lingers in Germany in various ways. Gigantic grave monuments of prehistoric times are called Hunnic graves, or Hunenbetten, and a tall, strong man, a Huna. In his church history, the Anglo-Saxon monk Beda, or Bede, when speaking of the various German tribes which had made Britain into an Angleland, or England, mentions the Huns. In the Anglo-Saxon Wanderer's Tale, they also turn up, apparently in connection with the chieftain Etla, that is, Atli. In Friesland, the Hunsing tribe long preserved the Hunnic name. The word occurs in many personal and place names, both in Germany and in England. For instance, Hunolt, a Rhenish hero, Hunford, Hunlaf, Hunbricht, champions among Frisians and Rhinelanders in the Beowulf epic, Hunbolt, bold like a Hun, Ethelhun, noble Hun. Then there are in German geography the Hunsrück mountain, Hunoldstein, Hunenborn, Hunisrück, near Hildesheim, etc. Again in England, Hunden, Hunworth, Hunstanton, Huncote, Hunslet, Hunswick, and many other places from Kent and Suffolk up to Lancashire and Shetland, where certainly no Mongolic Huns ever penetrated. The Hunnic Atli name is also to be found on English soil, in Attlebridge and Attleborough. After the Great Migrations, the various tribes and races became much intermixed. It was by a misunderstanding which arose then between the German Huns and the Huns under Attila's leadership that Kriemhild's revenge after the murder of Siegfried was poetically transferred from the Rhine to the Danube. The name of the Rhenish Atli, which was preserved in the Edda, and which also occurs as a German chieftain's name on the soil of conquered Britain, easily served to facilitate the confusion. Even the composition of Attila's army led itself to this transplantation of the second part of the Siegfried story to Danubian lands. For though Attila was overthrown on the Catalonian fields, mainly by Germanic hosts, to which Roman and Gallic troops were added, he had a great many Teutonic warriors in his own army. From this military intermingling of races so utterly dissimilar in blood and speech as the Huns and the Germans, one of whose tribes were called Huns, it is not difficult to conceive the shifting of the tragic issue of the Nibelung story to the east. Attila the Hun slid into the previous Teutonic hero figure of Atli the Hun. This change will the more easily be understood when the deep impression is remembered which the terrible Mongolic war leader had made on the popular mind in southern Germany, where the Nibelungen epic was cast into its present shape. The hold which the Siegfried story has had on the German people through ages can be gathered from the fact of its having kept its place down to our days in the workman's house and the peasant's hut, first by oral tradition and then by rudely printed and illustrated chapbooks, Die Geschichte vom Herrn und Siegfried. In this Volksbook, there are remarkable details concerning the hero's early life in a smithy and the prophecy of his assassination, which are lost in the Nibelungen Lied, but preserved in the Edda. This circumstance, overlooked even by Simrock, who, like Jacob Grimm, has done much to show the German origin of the Norse Sigurd saga, is another curious bit of evidence of the undeniable Teutonic source of the corresponding Scandinavian and Icelandic stories and poems. Many attempts have been made to get at the historical kernel of the tale. Some would see in it traces of the songs which, according to Tacitus, were sung of old in honor of Armin, usually, though mistakenly, called Hermann, the deliverer of Germany from the Roman yoke. It has been assumed that the contents of these songs were combined with traditions of the deeds of Civilis, the leader of the Batavian Germans against Roman dominion, as well as of the conquest of Britain by Hengest. Recently, the Norse scholar Gudbrand Vigfússon has once more started this Armin interpretation of the tale, under the impression that he was the first to do so, whereas in Germany, Mohn and Giesebrecht had worked out that idea already some 60 years ago. In order to support his theory, Vigfússon boldly proposed to change the Hunnic name of Sigurd in the Eddic text into Cheruscian. He imagined the former name to be absurd because Siegfried was not a Hun, but Vigfússon was unacquainted with the wide historical distribution of the Hunnic name in Germany and England. Others saw in the Siegfried story an echo of the overthrow of the Burgundian king Gundahari, Gunther, by Attila on the Rhine. Gundahari, who first threw himself with an army of 20,000 men against the Hunnic leader, gloriously fell with all his men. In the same way, in the Nibelungenlied, the Burgundian king, Gunther, is killed with all his men in the land of Etzel, the ruler of the Huns. Again, others have pointed to the feats of Theodoric, the king of the Eastern Goths, or to the fate of Sigebert, the king of the Austrasian Franks, who was murdered at the instigation of Fredegunda, or to the powerful Frankish family of the Pippins, from whom Karl the Great hailed, by way of trying to explain some parts of the Siegfried story. With the Pippins of Nivella, we come upon a word in consonance with Nibelung. Then the wars which the Frankish Kaiser Karl waged against the Saxons of Wittukind have been held to be indicated in the war which the Frankish Siegfried in the Nibelungenlied wages against the Saxons. To all appearance, however, the tale is a mixture of mythological and historical traditions. In the Middle Ages, and still much later, Siegfried was looked upon as an undoubtedly historical figure. His praise was sung through all Germany. His very tomb, one of his weapons, as well as his carved image, were shown under the name of Siegfried's grave, Siegfried's spear, and Siegfried's statue. So persistent was this belief that when, in the 15th century, Kaiser Frederick III came to Worms, he had the alleged grave of that second Hector and powerful giant opened to see whether his bones could be found. Only a head and a few bones were dug up, larger than men's heads and bones usually are. At Worms, the Siegfried story was pictured in ancient times in the town hall and on the mint. All round Worms, place names connected with the Nibelung tale occur with remarkable frequency. If the lost rhapsodic songs could be recovered, both mythological and historical allusions would, in all likelihood, be found in them. An eminently Frankish tale, the Nibelungen cycle, has arisen in that martial German tribe which once held sway in the greater part of Europe. In its origin, the tale is considered by many careful investigators, so also by Richard Wagner, who founded his famous music drama on it, to have been a nature myth, upon which real events became engrafted. From this point of view, the earliest meaning of Siegfried's victory over the dragon would signify the triumph of the god of light over the monster of the chaotic aboriginal night. It would be, on German ground, the overthrow of Python by Apollon. In this connection, it is to be pointed out that Sigurd appears in the Edda as the hero with the shining eyes, and that in one of the German Rose Garden tales, 12 swords are attributed to him, a description which might be referred to the zodiac and to sunshine, so that he would be a solar hero. And even as day is, in its turn, vanquished by night, as summer must yield to winter, so also Siegfried falls in the end. The god which he originally was thus becomes human. The sad fate of so noble a champion gives rise to feelings of revenge for what is held to be an evil and criminal deed, and a tragedy is constructed in which generations appear as actors and victims. A special feature of the Frankish myth is the hoard, the fatal treasure which works never-ending mischief. It is said to represent the metal veins of the subterranean region of gloom. There, as is stated in an Eddic record, dark elves, Nibelungs, or nebulous sons of the night, are digging and working, melting and forging the ore in their smithies, producing charmful rings that remind us of the diadems which bind the brows of rulers, golden ornaments and sharp weapons, all of which confer great power upon their owner. When Siegfried slays the dragon, when light overcomes darkness, this hoard is his booty, and he becomes master of the Nibelungs. But the dragon's dark heir ever seeks to regain it from the victor. So night malignantly murders the day. Hagen kills Siegfried. The treasure on which Siegfried's power is founded becomes the cause of his death, and through death he himself, albeit originally a refulgent god of light, is turned into a figure of gloom, that is, a Nibelung. There is much in the Norse skalds which seems to support this mythological aspect of the tale. The name of Siegfried's murderer, Hagen, who is one-eyed, even as Herder, the god of night, who kills Balder, the god of light, is blind, has also been adduced for this interpretation. Hagen is explained as the thorn of death, the hawthorn, German hagedorn, with which men are stung into eternal sleep, or rather into a death-like trance. Odin stings Brynhild into her trance with a sleeping thorn. Hagen, in the sense of death, still lingers in the German expression. Friend Hain, as a euphemism for the figure which announces that one's hour has come. The hawthorn was the special wood used for fire burial in Germany, hence the figurative poetical expression which would make Hagen a synonym for death. In the German and Norse poems, as we possess them now, myth and apparently historical facts are inextricably welded together. A powerful representation of the Siegfried tale is given in the series of large pictures at Munich by the distinguished painter Schnorr von Karlsfeld. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tyler Snyder. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. King Arthur, by Reverend S. Baring-Gould, about 520. Arthur, king of the Siluri, or Dumnoni, British races driven back into the west of England by the Saxons, is represented as having united the British tribes in resisting the pagan invaders, and as having been the champion not only of his people, but also of Christianity. He is said to have lived in the 6th century, and to have maintained a stubborn contest against the Saxon Cerdic, but the Saxon Chronicle is suspiciously silent as to his warfare and as to his existence. Indeed, the Welsh bards of the earliest period do not assert that he was a contemporary, and it is more than doubtful whether he is an historic personage. It is worthy of remark that the fame of Arthur is widely spread. He is claimed alike as a prince in Brittany, Cornwall, Wales, Cumberland, and the lowlands of Scotland. That is to say, his fame is conterminous with the Brythonic race, and does not extend to the Goidels or Gaels. As is now well known, Great Britain was twice invaded by races of Celtic blood and tongue. The first wave was that of the Goidels, and after a lapse of some considerable time, a second Celtic wave, that of the Brythons, or Britons, from the east, overran Britain, and drove the Gaels to west and north. Finn and Ossian belong to the mythic heroic cycle of the Gaels, and Arthur and Merlin to that of the Britons. These several shadowy forms are probably deities, shorn of their divinity, and given historic attributes and position, much as, among the Norsemen, Odin, when he ceased to be regarded as the Allfather, or God, came to be reckoned as an ancestor of the kings. In the lays of the Welsh bards, supposed to be as early as the 6th and 7th centuries, although no manuscript is extant of older date than the 12th century, Arthur and his brave companions are celebrated, but modestly and without marvels. It is possible that there may have existed in the 6th century a prince bearing the already well-known heroic name, and if so, About him the myths belonging to the remote ancestor or god have crystallized. The legendary editions begin to gather in the history of the Britons by Aeneas, a writer supposed to have lived at the beginning of the 7th century. But Mr. Thomas Wright has shown, Biographia Literaria, Saxon period, that his history is a forgery of a much later date, probably of the 10th century. Mr. Skene, however, the 4 ancient books of Wales, makes fight to give Arthur an historic place, and we do not deny that there may have been a prince of that name. Next in order come the so-called Armoric collections of Walter, Archdeacon of Oxford, latter part of 11th century, from which Geoffrey of Monmouth professes to translate, and in which the marvelous and supernatural elements largely prevail. Here for the first time the magician Merlin comes into association with Arthur. According to Geoffrey, Arthur's father, Uther, conceiving a passion for Igerna, wife of Gorlois, Duke of Cornwall, is changed by Merlin into the likeness of Gorlois, and Arthur is the result. After his father's death, Arthur becomes paramount leader of the British, and makes victorious expeditions to Scotland, Ireland, Denmark, Norway, and also to France, where he defeats a great Roman army. During his absence, his nephew, Modred, revolts, and seduces Prince Arthur's wife, Guinevere, Guinevere. Arthur, returning, falls in a battle with his nephew, and is carried to the Isle of Avalon to be cured of his wounds. Geoffrey's work apparently gave birth to a multitude of fictions, which came to be considered as quasi-historical traditions. From these, exaggerated by each succeeding age, and recast by each narrator, sprung the famous metrical romances of the 12th and 13th centuries, first in French and afterward in English, from which modern notions of Arthur are derived. In these his habitual residence is at Caerleon, on the Usk, in Wales, where with his beautiful wife Guinevere he lives in splendid state, surrounded by hundreds of knights and beautiful ladies, who serve as patterns of valor, breeding, and grace to all the world. 12 knights, the bravest of the throng, form the center of this retinue, and sit with the king at a round table, the Knights of the Round Table. From the court of King Arthur, knights go forth to all countries in search of adventure, to protect women, chastise oppressors, liberate the enchanted, enchain giants and malicious dwarfs, is their nightly mission. The earliest legends of Arthur's exploits are to be found in the bardic lays attributed to the 6th and 7th centuries, Myroian Archaeology of Wales, 1801. A Welsh collection of stories, called the Mabinogion, of the 14th and 15th centuries, and translated into English by Lady Charlotte Guest in 1849, gives further Arthurian legends. Some of the stories have the character of chivalric romances, and are therefore probably of French origin, while others bear the impress of a far higher antiquity, both as regards the manner they depict and the style of language in which they are composed. These latter rarely mention Arthur, but the former belong, as Mr. Skene puts it, to the full-blown Arthurian romance. Chrétien de Troyes, the most famous of the old French trouvères in the latter part of the 12th century, made the Arthur legend the subject for his Romans and Contes, as well as for 2 epics on Tristan, the Holy Grail, Perdure, etc., belonging to the same cycle. Early in the same century, the Arthurian metrical romance became known in Germany, and there assumed a more animated and artistic form in the Parzival of Wolfram of Eschenbach, Tristan und Isolde of Gottfried of Strasbourg, Eric and Iwain of Hartmann, and Vigolai of Wernt. The most renowned of the heroes of the Arthurian school are Perdure, Parzival or Percival, Tristan or Tristram, Iwain, Eric, Gawain, Vigaloy, Vigamur, Gariel, and Lancelot. From France the Arthurian romance spread also to Spain, Provence, Italy, and the Netherlands, even into Iceland, and was again transplanted into England. One of the publications that issued from the press of Caxton, 1485, was a collection of stories by Sir Thomas Malory, either compiled by him in English from various of the later French prose romances, or translated directly from an already existing French compendium. Copland reprinted the work in 1557, and in 1634 the last of the black letter editions appeared. A reprint of Caxton's King Arthur, with an introduction and notes by Robert Southey, was issued in 1817, The Birth, Life, and Acts of King Arthur. The most complete edition is that by Thomas Wright, from the text of 1634. The name of King Arthur was given during the Middle Ages to many places and monuments supposed to have been in some way associated with his exploits, such as Arthur's Seat near Edinburgh, Arthur's Oven on the Carron near Falkirk, etc. What was called the sepulchre of his queen was shown at Meagle, in Strathmore, in the 16th century. Near Bowes Castle in Cornwall is Pentargon, a headland called after him Arthur's Head. Other localities take his name in Brittany. In the Middle Ages in Germany, Arthur's courts were buildings in which the patricians assembled. One such still remains at Danzig. There was one anciently at Thorn, about which a ballad and legend exist. Milton was meditating an Arthurian epic in 1639, and in our own day the interest of the legends about King Arthur and his knights has been revived by Tennyson's Idylls of the King and some of Wagner's operas. We must not omit to note the magnificent life-sized ideal bronze figure of Arthur, cast for the monument of Maximilian I, now in the Franciscan Church at Innsbruck, and regarded as the finest among the series of heroes there represented. End of Section 9.
Section 10 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Roland, 740 to 778. Oh, for a blast of that dread horn on Fountabairn echoes borne, that to King Charles did come, when Roland brave, and Olivier, and every paladin and peer on Roncesvalles died. Marmion. When Charlemagne with all his peerage fell by Fontarabia. Paradise Lost. A Roland for an Oliver. Saving the passing reference by Scott and Milton, quoted above, Roland and Olivier are almost unknown to English readers, and yet their once familiar names, knit together for centuries, have passed into a proverb to be remembered as we remember the friendship of David and Jonathan, or to be classed by the scholar with Pylades and Orestes of classic stories, or with Amos and Emilian of romance. The Song of Roland might be called the national epic of France. It corresponds to the Morte d'Arthur of England, the Cid Chronicles of Spain, the Nibelungen Lied of German, and the Longobardian legends of North Italy. Italian medieval literature is rich in the Roland romances, founded on the fabulous chronicles of John Turpin, and the Chansons de Geste, of which the Song of Roland is one. Of the Italian romances, the Morgante Maggiore of Pulci was published as early as 1488, Boiardo's Orlando Innamorata in 1496, and Aristozzo's Orlando Furioso in 1515. English versions of Boiardo and Ariosto have since been translated into the rhyming couplets of Hoole, and as late as 1831 into the ottava rima stanzas of W.S. Rose. It was not, however, till April 1880 that a full English translation of the original Song of Roland from MSS, written in the old Languedoc of northern France, was published by Kegan, Paul & Co. from the pen of Mr. O'Hagan, Q.C. of Dublin. Most probably it was a curtailed version of this romance that is referred to by Wace in his Roman Leroux, which he records how, as the Normans marched to Senlac Hill in 1066, the minstrel Tailleferger sang, "Of Roland and the heroes all, who fell at fatal Roncesvalles." Turning to the historical data on which the romance is based, it will be found that in the year 778 A.D., Charlemagne, accompanied by his nephew, Count Roland of Bretagne, and the flower of Frankish chivalry, made a raid across the Spanish border. Abdel-Rahman, the first of the great Spanish caliphs of Cordova, was engaged in putting down the rebellious chiefs who had refused to own their allegiance to the new caliphate. The frontier was therefore comparatively unprotected. The Spanish Christians, who maintained a precarious independence among the Asturias and Pyrenees, and who found it the wisest policy to be at peace with the Mohammedan rulers, were not strong enough to resist Charlemagne. Accordingly, the Franks advanced nearly to Saragossa. On returning to France, laden with spoil, through the winding defile of Roncesvalles, the Valley of Thorns or Briars, their rearguard was cut off by a band of Basque or Gascons and Spanish Arabians, and their leader Roland slain. To the presence of these Spanish Christians in the Moorish army must be attributed the origin of the many Spanish ballads on the victory, in which all the glory is due to the prowess of the national hero, Bernardo del Carpio, the doughtiest lance in Spain. It is curious also to note, on the other hand, that the Arabians themselves in their chronicles, translated by the Spanish historian Conde, make little of this victory, merely mentioning the fact. The Saracen king Marsil, or Marcellus of Saragossa, so often referred to in this and other Carlovingian romances, is identified by Conde with the Mohammedan Wali, or governor of Saragossa. Abdemelek, the son of Omar, called by the Christians Omarus Filius, hence the corruption Marsilius. With these brief outlines of the history of Roncesvalles before us, it is interesting to observe the grandiloquent strain of the old Norman rhymers, the fearless exaggerations, and the total ignorance of the actual state of affairs in Spain under the enlightened and accomplished Arabians. Carli le res nostre impere magne, setantu plains arestat in Espagne. Our great Emperor Charles the King had been for 7 full years in Spain, so runs the chronicle. Castle and keeper alike had gone down, except Saragossa, the mountain town where King Marcel held his court, surrounded by 20,000 Mohammedan nobles. At their council it was agreed to accept Spain as a fief from the emperor, and 10 knights set out with golden bridles and silver saddles, and they ride with olive boughs in hand to seek the lord of the Frankish land. Near the pass of Roncesvalles, one of the Parian gates of Spain, sits the emperor upon a throne of beaten gold. His form is tall and majestic, and his long white beard flows over his coat of mail. 'Tis whispered, too, that he is already 200 years old, and yet there he is in all his pride. Beside him stands his nephew Roland, the Lord Marquis of the Marches of Bretagne, Sir Olivier, Geoffrey of Anjou, the progenitor of the Plantagenets, and more than 1,000 Franks of France. The Moslem knights are introduced to this council of war. King Marsil's offer is accepted, and Sir Ganelon is sent to Saragossa to represent the emperor. Jealous of Roland's military glory and envious of the stores of pagan gold, the false Ganelon conspires with King Marcel to put the all-powerful Roland to death. King Marcel is assured that on receipt of the golden tribute, Charlemagne will be persuaded to leave Spain, while by the traitor's advice Roland will be appointed to remain behind and guard the rear of the retiring hosts. The scheme succeeded. Ganelon returned to the Frankish camp with the tribute money for the emperor and the traitor's gold for himself. The Franks begin their homeward march. They are now descending the mountains into their own fertile Gascon plains, and their hearts beat lightly, for they think of their homes and their manners there, their gentle spouses and damsels fair. But their great chief is silent and gloomy. Roland, the bravest of the brave, has been left behind with all the paladins, save Ganelon, beyond the gates of Spain. Last night the emperor dreamed he seemed to stand by Sears's Pass in Roncesvalles, when Ganelon appeared before him, wrenched the emperor's spear from out his hand, waved it on high, then dashed it in pieces. What did it mean? He remembered the ominous words of his peers, "Evil will come of this quest, we fear," and Ganelon's strange reply, "Ye shall hear." Meanwhile Sir Roland was far behind in Roncesvalles. He rode his gallant steed, Ventelarf. His white pennon, fringed with gold and set with diamonds, sparkled in the sunshine, and by his side he wore his famous sword, Durindana, with its hilt of gold shaped like a cross, on which was graven the name of Jesus. What a glorious picture of the Christian hero of medieval times! With him were Olivier, the good Archbishop Turpin, and the remaining knights who made up the Order of the Paladins of Charlemagne, together with an army of 20,000 men. The drums beat to arms in Saragossa's town, the tambours roll, the tabors sound, and 400,000 men attend the call of King Marcel. From a neighbouring height, Sir Olivier observes this countless host approaching. He calls to Roland to blow his ivory horn and bring back the emperor. Roland refuses, and the Franks prepare to fight. Not, however, before on bended knee they receive the archbishop's benediction and a promise of paradise to all who die in this holy war against the pagan foe. With the old French battle cry, Montjoie, Montjoie, the Christians dash the rowels into their steeds and close with the enemy. Homer does not relate a bloodier fight than that which follows, and which takes 86 stanzas, or 50 of Mr. O'Hagan's pages, to describe. Again and again the Christians charge the Saracens. What deeds the great sword Durindana did that day! The slain lay in the thousands, the Saracens flee, and in the pursuit all are killed save one, who reaches Saragossa. The triumph, however, is short-lived. Ganelin has decreed that Roland must die, and so a mightier army than before marches forth to exterminate Roland's handful, now reduced to 300. During this battle a terrible storm passes over France. Thunder and whirlwinds, rain and hail there came. The people thought that the end of the world had come, but this was only a foreshadowing of Roland's death. At last all the nobles are killed except Roland, Olivier the archbishop, and 60 men. Then only will Roland deign to blow his horn. Charlemagne hears it 30 leagues away, and orders his army to return to Roncesvalles. Ganelin alone seeks to dissuade him, and is put in chains by the desire of the nobles who suspect him. The army of Charles hurries back, but all too late. They will not arrive in time. Away in the pass of Cirza, Roland looks around on his dead comrades and weeps. He returns to Olivier's side, who is engaged in a hand-to-hand encounter with King Marcel's uncle, the Muslim prince, Algalif, from whom he receives his death wound. Olivier reels in his saddle, his eyes are dimmed with blood, and as he strikes madly about with his spear, he smashes Roland's helmet. The friend of Olivier is astonished, but soft and low he speaks to him thus: "Hast thou done it, my comrade, wittingly? Roland, who loves thee, so dear am I. Thou hast no quarrel with me to seek?" Olivier answered, "I hear thee speak. But I see thee not, God seeth thee. Have I struck thee, brother? Forgive it me. I am not hurt, O Olivier, and in sight of God I forgive thee here." Then to each other his hand hath laid, and in love like this was their parting made. With hands clasped, Sir Olivier cries to God for admittance into paradise, and for a blessing on King Karl and France the Fair, and above all on his brother Roland. Then his hands fall, his head sinks on his breast, and he passes away. Filled with grief, Roland murmurs, "So many days and years gone by we lived together, and thou hast never done me wrong. Since thou art dead, to live is pain." Once more Roland turns to where Count Walter of Hum and the Archbishop alone stand at bay. And the heathen cries, "What a felon 3! Look to it, lords, that they shall not flee." Count Walter falls at last, just as they hear the welcome sound of Charlemagne's trumpets, at which the Saracens flee, leaving Roland and the Archbishop unconquered. But their end is near. Roland swoons, and the good Archbishop, in attempting to bring water and the famous horn for the dying paladin, falls from loss of blood. Roland recovers only in time to see him die. Then, as he feels that death is near him also, he looks once more on his goodly sword, Durindana, and as he looks he cries, "O fair and holy, my peerless sword, what relics lie in thy pommel stored! Tooth of St. Peter, St. Basil's blood, hair of St. Denis beside them strewed, fragment of Holy Mary's vest, 'twere shame that thou with this heathen rest. Thee should the hand of a Christian serve, one who should never in a battle swerve." In despair, lest it fall into pagan hands, he tries to break it in pieces, and the mighty slashes he makes in the rocks are still pointed out as the Brèche de Roland. You may remember Wordsworth's lines: "The Pyrenean breach, which Roland clove with huge two-handed sway, and to the enormous labour left his name, where unremitting frost the rocky crescents bleach." Surely Roland might now rest from his labours amid the flowerets of paradise. But no, he has yet to smash the head of a prowling Saracen who thought him an easy prey. In doing so he spoiled forever the ivory horn, his only weapon. Not till then could he clasp his hands as he went to rest, and not till then did God from on high send down to him one of his angel cherubim. St. Michael it was who with St. Gabriel bore his soul to paradise. It would be too long a story to tell of the vengeance of the Emperor Charles, how the sun stood still till the Franks had killed every one of the Saracens, how Ganelon was accused of treachery, tried by combat, and sentenced to be torn to pieces by wild horses. The story is a true tragedy, terrible as the tragedy of Oedipus. From another source we gather the mournful sequel. Long before the Battle of Roncesvalles, Roland and Olivier had met in a single combat on a quiet island in the Rhone. Toward even a fleecy cloud hovered over them, and from its midst an angel wrapped in rosy light separated the combatants, bidding them be friends, and telling them to turn their swords against the enemies of the faith. The heroes shook hands, the angel vanished, and from that day there were no truer friends than Roland and Olivier. Their union was further cemented by the betrothal of Roland to the Lady Alda, Sir Olivier's sister, a maiden who had already in Roland's presence proved herself as bold in war as she was loving in peace. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Rollo the Ganger, by Hjalmar, Hjorth, Boyesen, 860 to 932. When King Harold the Fair-Haired, in 872 A.D., had united all the scattered earldoms of Norway under his own sway, he issued a stringent order forbidding pillaging within his kingdom under penalty of outlawry. The custom of sailing out into the world as a Viking and plundering foreign lands was held to be a most honorable one in those days, and every chieftain who wished to give his sons the advantages of a liberal education and foreign travel strained his resources in order to equip them for such an expedition. But the Norwegians of the 9th century had as yet no national feeling, and they regarded King Harold's prohibition against plundering their own shores as absurd and arbitrary. Rollo, or Rolf, the son of the king's best friend, Ronvald, Earl of Moor, undertook to disregard the order. Coming home from a cruise in the Baltic and being short of provisions, he landed in the south of Norway and made havoc among the coast dwellers. The king, determined to make an end of the nefarious practice, kept his word and outlawed him. Rollo, being unequal to a struggle with the king, betook himself to the Hebrides, where a number of other Norse chieftains had sought a refuge from similar persecutions. His great strength and sagacity, no less than his distinguished birth, secured him a favorable reception and much influence. He was so tall that no Norwegian horse could carry him, for which reason he was compelled always to walk, and was surnamed Rollo the Ganger, or Walker. Though not formally recognized as chieftain, he seems gradually, by dint of his eminence, to have assumed command over the Norse exiles, and it was probably at his advice that they resolved to abandon the bleak and barren Hebrides and seek a more congenial home in a sunnier clime. At all events, a large expedition was fitted out and set sail for the south early in the 10th century. It landed first in Holland, but finding that all too accessible country already devastated by other Vikings, they proceeded to the coast of France and entered the mouth of the river Seine. Charles the Simple, a feeble, foolish, and good-natured man, was then king of France, but utterly unequal to the task of defending his territory against foreign invaders or domestic pretenders. The empire of Charlemagne had been broken up and divided among his grandsons, and the fraction which was to be France was then confined between the Loire and the Meuse. Here was a golden opportunity for Rollo the Ganger and his Vikings. Meeting with no formidable opposition, they sailed up the Seine and cast anchor at the town of Jumièges, 5 leagues from Rouen. This ancient city, which had suffered much from recent sieges and invasions, was in no condition to defend itself. It was of slight avail that the priests chanted in the churches with a fervor of despair, "Deliver us, O God, from the fury of Norsemen." The Vikings continued to pillage the surrounding territory and were daily expected to sack the city. In this dire dilemma, the Archbishop of Rouen offered himself as an ambassador to the pagans in the hope that perhaps he might become an instrument in the hand of God to avert the impending doom. But if, as seemed more probable, martyrdom was in store for him, he was ready to face death without flinching. Rollo, however, who could honor courage even in an enemy, received him courteously, and after a brief negotiation pledged himself, in case the city surrendered, to take peaceful possession of it and to molest no one. This pledge he kept to the letter. His ships sailed up the river, and the tall chieftain, at the head of his band of yellow-haired warriors, made his entry into Rouen, without a sword being drawn or a torch lighted. He inspected the fortifications, the water supply, and all points of strategic interest, and finding everything tolerably satisfactory, resolved to remain. Making Rouen his headquarters and base of supplies, the Norsemen made expeditions up the Seine and established a great fortified camp near the confluence of the Seine in the Oire. Hither a French army, under the command of Renaud, Duke of France, was sent to drive them out of the country. But before risking a battle, Renaud chose to negotiate. He sent a certain Hasting, Count of Chartres, to Rollo in order to find out what was the aim and object of his invasion. This Hasting was himself a Norseman, and had 20 years before proved himself so formidable a foe that the King of France had been compelled to buy his friendship by a concession of land and a noble title, in return for which favors Hasting had become a Christian and a vassal to the king. It was doubtful, perhaps, if this man, even though he may have acted in good faith, was the best ambassador to his countrymen, for he was himself a living example of what might be gained by audacity and a shrewd use of one's advantages. The following conversation is reported to have taken place between the Count of Chartres and the Norwegian Vikings. "Gallant soldiers," shouted Hasting from afar, "what is your chieftain's name?" "We have no lord over us," they replied. "We are all equal." "For what purpose have you come to France?" "To drive out the people who are here, or make them our subjects, and win for ourselves a new country. But who are you? Who is it that you speak our tongue?" "You know the story of Hasting," the Count made answer. "Hasting, the great Viking, who scoured the seas with his multitude of ships and did so much damage in this kingdom?" "Aye, we have heard of that, but Hasting has made a bad end to so good a beginning." "Will you submit to King Charles?" was the ambassador's next query. "Will you give your faith and service and receive from him gifts and honor?" "No, no," they cried back. "We will not submit to King Charles. Go back and tell him so, you messenger, and say that we claim the rule and dominion of whatever we win by our own strength and our swords." Hasting lost no time in communicating this message to the French and in urging a compromise. But Renaud called him a traitor and would have none of his advice. He promptly attacked Rollo and his Norsemen, but suffered an overwhelming defeat. His army was cut to pieces, and he himself slain by a fisherman of Rouen who had attached himself to the invading force. Rollo followed up his victory by sailing up the river and laying siege to Paris, but the capital of France proved too strong for him, and he had to retire to Rouen, whence he continued to havoc the surrounding country. He conquered the city of Bayeux and slew its ruler, Count Berenger, whose beautiful daughter, Popa, he married. Instead of organizing mere plundering expeditions, Rollo gradually changed his tactics and took permanent possession of the towns that fell into his hands. The peasants, too, who lived in the open country, found that it was their best policy to seek his friendship and pay him tribute, rather than rely upon the uncertain protection of the King of France. They had discovered before this that Rollo was a man whose word could be trusted, a lord of mighty will, who had a ruthless way of enforcing obedience, but was open-handed and generous withal to those who would serve his purposes. It could no longer be said with truth, as the Vikings had said to Hasting, that they had no lord over them. Rollo, whose chieftainship had hitherto been based upon his genius for ruling, was now formally chosen king, a title which he later exchanged for that of Duke of Normandy. In Norway, previous to the conquests of Harold the Fair-haired, each province had had its king, who was not always hereditary, but was often chosen by the peasants themselves because he possessed the qualities required of a leader. It was in accordance with the same custom that they now conferred kingship upon Rollo, whose valor, sagacity, and firmness of purpose had been amply proven. It was the power of the man, the weight and force of his personality, which they respected, no less than his clear-sightedness, his readiness of resource, and his skill in the rude statecraft of his age. Encouraged by his previous successes, Rollo now made larger plans, and with a view to carrying them out, formed an alliance with some Danish Vikings who had managed to effect a lodgment and maintain themselves for some years at the mouth of the Loire. Together they started upon an extensive campaign, the objective point of which was again Paris. But the powerful fortifications baffled the Norsemen, who possessed no machinery of destruction fit to cope with such defenses. The siege had therefore to be abandoned. Dion and Chartres also made a successful resistance, but a long chain of smaller cities surrendered, and the country was ravaged far and wide. The peasants took to the woods and refused to sow their fields, knowing that there was small chance of their reaping them. So desperate became the situation that nobles and peasants alike entreated the king to make peace with the Norsemen on whatever terms he could procure. The king was not unwilling to listen to such prayers. It occurred to him that in making a treaty with Rollo, he would be killing two birds with one stone. He would not only be ridding France of a dangerous foe, but he might secure for himself a powerful friend who might help him keep the unruly nobles in order and secure him in the possession of his shorn and reduced kingdom. With this end in view, he invested Rollo with the sovereignty of his northern province, named after the Norseman, Normandy, and conferred upon him the title of Duke, 912 A.D. Rollo was to recognize Charles as his overlord and defend him against external and internal foes, and he was to become a Christian and marry the king's daughter, Gisela. It is told, however, that when Rollo was required to kneel down and kiss the royal foot in token of fealty, he stoutly refused. "I will never bend my knee before any man," he said, "nor will I kiss anyone's foot." After much persuasion, however, he permitted one of his men to perform the act of homage in his stead. His proxy stalked sullenly forward, and pausing before the king, who was on horseback, seized his foot and raised it to his lips. By this maneuver, the king came to make a somersault, at which there followed a great and disrespectful burst of laughter from the Norsemen. Shortly after the conclusion of this treaty, Rollo was baptized, and his marriage to the Princess Gisela was celebrated with great pomp in the city of Rouen. His previous marriage to Popa does not seem to have caused him any scruple, though, as a matter of fact, he continued to regard the latter as his wife, and when Gisela died, he resumed his marital relations with her, if indeed they had ever been interrupted. The princess had been to him nothing but a hostage from the king and a pledge of his good faith. But Popa, who was the mother of his son William, surnamed Longsword, he loved, and we do not hear that the fact that he had killed her father caused any serious trouble between them. As Duke of Normandy, Rollo exhibited a political insight and a genius for administration, which in those turbulent days was certainly remarkable. He had the true welfare of his people at heart, and with a firm hand he maintained justice, protecting the weak and restraining the strong. The laws which he made he enforced with stern impartiality, and no man could plead birth or privilege before him if he wantonly offended. The farmers were Rollo's special care, for warrior though he was, he well knew that war is destructive, and that the prosperity of a land must be founded upon productive labor. The peasantry of Normandy were not slow to discover that they were better off under their new ruler than they ever had been under the old, and they rewarded Rollo with a sincere loyalty and devotion. Their confidence in his power to right wrong became in the course of time half superstitious, and if any of them was in peril or suffered at the hands of his enemy, it became the fashion to shout, "Ha, Ro!" Ro being a corruption of Raoul, the French form of Rolf or Rollo. Then it was the duty of everyone who heard this cry to hasten to the aid of the sufferer or to pursue his assailant. It has been asserted that our hurrah is derived from this Norman shout, but I hold this to be more than doubtful. That Normandy was prosperous under the reign of Rollo, and that its people were contented, seems, however, to be well established. According to the legend, so great was the public security that property left on the highway could be found untouched after days and weeks. The farmer left his implements in the field without fear of losing them, and theft and robbery became comparatively rare. In a great measure, this was, no doubt, due to the strict organization which Rollo introduced and his insistence upon the personal accountability of each one of his subjects to himself, for he had learned one most important lesson from his enemy, Harold the Fair-Haired. This king was the first to establish in Europe what is called the feudal system of land tenure. He declared all land to be the property of the crown, and merely held in fief by the nominal owners. In recognition of the king's proprietorship, the latter, therefore, pledged themselves to pay a certain tribute, and to support the king in case of war, with a given number of armed men, in accordance with the size and value of their holdings. The same system Rollo is said to have introduced into Normandy, whence it spread over all Europe. Though we have now no more use for it, it proved a great and important element in the progress of civilization. Rollo the Ganger must have been nearly 80 years old when he died in 927. His son, William Longsword, who succeeded him as Duke of Normandy, was a man of gentler disposition and in vigor and sagacity inferior to his father. Rollo's descendant in the 5th generation was William the Conqueror, who inherited in a larger measure the qualities of his great ancestor. End of section 11. Section 12 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Leif Ericson, by Hjalmar, Hjorth, Boyesen. About 1000. The story of the finding of Wineland the Good is contained, in somewhat differing versions, in 2 parchment books, the one belonging to the first and the other to the last quarter of the 14th century. Both agree in attributing the discovery to Leif the Lucky, the son of Eric the Red, though the Flatey book says that he was induced to undertake this voyage by a certain Bjarn Herolfsson, who, having been driven out of his course by storms, had seen strange lands, but had not explored them. Leif's father, Eric the Red, was, like most Norsemen of his day, an unruly and turbulent man, whose sword sat loosely in its sheath. He was born about the middle of the 10th century at Gjerderen in Norway, but was outlawed on account of a manslaughter and set sail for Iceland, where he married a certain Thorhild, the daughter of Jorund and Thorberg the ship-chested. But the same high temper and quarrelsome spirit which had compelled him to leave Norway got him into trouble also in his new home. He was forced by blood feuds and legal acts of banishment to change his abode repeatedly, and finally he was declared an outlaw. Knowing that his life was forfeited, Eric, as a last desperate chance, equipped a ship and sailed in search of that land which Gunnbjorn, the son of Ulf the Crow, had seen when he was driven westward across the main, and promised, in case he found it, to return and apprise his friends of the discovery. Fortune favored him, and he found a great inhospitable continent, which, in order to allure colonists, he called Greenland. For, he said, men would be more easily persuaded thither if the country had a good name. He landed in 3 or 4 places, but, being dissatisfied, broke up and started in search of more favorable localities. At the end of 3 years he returned to Iceland, fought his foes, and was defeated, but finally succeeded, by the backing of friends, in effecting a reconciliation with them. He spent the winter in Iceland and sailed the following spring for Greenland, where he settled at a place called Brattahlid, Steep Lea, in Ericsfirth. 35 shiploads of people followed him, but only 14 arrived safely. The remainder were shipwrecked or driven back to Iceland. The interest now shifts from Eric to his son, Leif the Lucky, who becomes the hero of the saga. 16 years after his father's settlement in Greenland, Leif, as behooved the son of a chieftain, equipped a ship and set out to see the world and gather fortune and experience. He must then have been between 20 and 25 years old. He arrived in Drontheim, Norway, in the autumn and met there King Olaf Tryggvason. The king, who had been baptized in England, was full of zeal for the Christian faith and was employing every means in his power to Christianize the country. But the peasantry, who were worshippers of Odin and Thor, refused to listen to him and even compelled him to eat horseflesh and participate in pagan rites. Under these circumstances, it is not to be wondered at that he took kindly to the handsome young Icelander who displayed such an interest in the new religion, and listened attentively while the king expounded the faith to him. For Leif was a courteous and intelligent man, of fine presence, good address, and indomitable spirit. The king, says the saga, thought him a man of great accomplishments. It was not long before he concluded to accept Christianity, whereupon he was baptized with all his shipmates. King Olaf then charged him to return to Iceland and induce the people to abandon idolatry and accept the true faith. Leif, knowing how deeply attached the Icelanders were to their old gods, was very reluctant to undertake this mission, but finally yielded to the king's persuasions, provided the king would grant him the grace of his protection. He accordingly put to sea, but encountered heavy weather and was driven out of his course. For a long while he was tossed about by the tempest, until he came upon lands of which he had previously no knowledge. There were self-sown wheat fields and vines growing there. There were also those trees which are called masur, maples, and of all these things they took samples. The other version to which I have alluded is much more explicit, and recounts how Leif went to Greenland to visit his father, Eric the Red, and how there he heard the account of Bjarn Herulfsson's voyage and of the unknown lands to the westward which he professed to have seen. The people, we read, blamed Bjarn for his lack of enterprise and failing to explore the territories of which he had caught glimpses, so as to be able to bring some report of them. Leif, being of an adventurous spirit, was fired by this talk, and resolved to accomplish what the incurious Bjarn had left undone. He gathered together a crew of 35 men and invited his father to command the expedition. Eric at first declined, saying that he was well stricken in years and unable to endure the exposure of such a voyage. Leif insisted, however, that he would be most apt to bring good luck, and the old man, yielding to his son's solicitation, mounted his horse and rode forth at the head of the ship crew. But when he was nearing the beach, the horse stumbled, and Eric was thrown and wounded his foot. This was held to be a bad omen, and as he was trying to rise, he exclaimed, "It is not destined that I shall discover any more lands than the one in which we are now living, nor can we now continue longer together." Leif, knowing persuasion to be vain, pursued his way alone, and embarked with his 35 shipmates. When they were ready, they sailed out to sea and found first that land which Bjarn and his shipmates found last. It is not stated how long they had been at sea when this land was found. The account goes on as follows. Quote, "They sailed up to the land and cast anchor, and launched a boat and went ashore, and saw no grass there. Great ice mountains lay inland, back from the sea, and it was as a tableland of flat rocks all the way from the sea to the ice mountains, and the country seemed to them to be entirely devoid of good qualities. Then said Leif, it has not come to pass with us in regard to this land as with Bjarn, that we have not gone upon it. To this country I will now give a name and call it Helluland, i.e., the land of flat rocks." They returned to the ship and put out to sea, and found a second land. They sailed again to the land, came to anchor, launched a boat, and went ashore. This was a level, wooded land, and there were broad stretches of white sand where they went, and the land was level by the sea. Then said Leif, "This land shall have a name according to its nature, and we will call it Markland, i.e., woodland." They returned to the ship forthwith and sailed away upon the main with northeast winds, and were out to Dogger before they sighted land. They sailed toward this land and came to an island which lay to the northward off the land. There they went ashore and looked about them, the weather being fine, and they observed that there was dew upon the grass, and it so happened that they touched the dew with their hands, and touched their hands to their mouths, and it seemed to them that they had never tasted anything so sweet as this. They went aboard their ship again and sailed into a certain sound, which lay between the island and a cape which jutted out from the land on the north, and they stood in westering past the cape. At ebb tide there were broad stretches of shallow water there, and they ran their ship aground, and it was a long distance from the ship to the ocean. Yet were they so anxious to go ashore that they could not wait until the tide should rise under their ship, but hastened to the land, where a certain river flows out from a lake. As soon as the tide rose beneath their ship, however, they took the boat and rowed to the ship, which they towed up the river and then into the lake, where they cast anchor and carried their hammocks ashore and built themselves booths there. They afterward determined to establish themselves there for the winter, and they accordingly built a large house. There was no lack of salmon either in the river or in the lake, and larger salmon than they had ever seen before. The country thereabouts seemed to be possessed of such good qualities that cattle would need no fodder there during the winter. There was no frost there during the winter, and the grass withered but little. The days and the nights were of more nearly equal length than in Greenland or Iceland." End quote. Now follows an account of the exploring parties which Leif sent out, some of which he joined, while at other times he remained behind to guard the house. Here occurs, with curious abruptness, this graphic bit of characterization. Quote, "Leif was a large and powerful man, and of most imposing bearing, a man of sagacity, and a very just man in all things." End quote. A very pretty incident is now related of the German Tyrker, who had been one of the thralls of Eric the Red, and of whom Leif was very fond. It was the custom in the households of Norse chiefs to give children into the special charge of a trusted thrall, who was then styled the child's foster father. Sometimes the thrall was presented to the child as a tooth gift, i.e., in commemoration of its cutting its first tooth. Quote, "It was discovered one evening that one of their company was missing, and this proved to be Tyrker, the German. Leif was sorely troubled by this, for Tyrker had lived with Leif and his father for a long time, and had been very devoted to Leif when he was a child. Leif severely reprimanded his companions and prepared to go in search of him. They had proceeded but a short distance from the house when they were met by Tyrker, whom they received most cordially. Leif observed at once that his foster father was in lively spirits. Leif addressed him and asked, 'Wherefore art thou so belated, foster father mine, and astray from the others?' In the beginning, Tyrker spoke for some time in German, rolling his eyes and grinning, and they could not understand him. But after a time he addressed them in the Norse tongue. 'I did not go much farther than you, yet I have something novel to relate. I have found grapes and vines.' 'Is this indeed true, foster father?' asked Leif. 'Of a certainty it is true,' replied he, 'for I was born where there is no lack of either grapes or vines.' They slept the night through, and on the morning Leif said to his shipmates, 'We will now divide our labors, and each day will either gather grapes or cut vines or fell trees, so as to obtain a cargo of these for my ship.' They acted upon this advice, and it is said that their afterboat was filled with grapes. A cargo sufficient for the ship was cut, and when the spring came they made their ship ready and sailed away. And from its products Leif gave the land a name and called it Wineland. They sailed out to sea and had fair winds until they sighted Greenland and the fells below the glacier. Then one of the men spoke up and said, 'Why do you steer the ship so close to the wind?' Leif answered, I have my mind upon my steering and upon other matters as well. Do you not see anything out of the common? They replied that they saw nothing unusual. I do not know, says Leif, whether it is a ship or a skerry that I see. Now they saw it and said that it must be a skerry. But he was so much more sharp-sighted than they that he was able to discern men upon the skerry. I think it best to tack, says Leif, so that we may draw near to them and be able to render them assistance if they stand in need of it. And if they should not be peaceably disposed, we shall have better command of the situation than they. They approached the skerry, and lowering their sail, cast anchor and launched a second small boat, which they had brought with them. Tyrker inquired who was the leader of the party. He replied that his name was Thayer, and that he was a Norwegian. But what is thy name? Leif gave his name. Art thou a son of Eric the Red, of Brattahlid? Says he. Leif replied that he was. It is now my wish, Leif continued, to take you all into my ship, and likewise as much of your possessions as the ship will hold. This offer was accepted, and, with their ship thus laden, they held their course toward Ericsfirth, and sailed until they arrived at Brattahlid. Having discharged his cargo, Leif invited Thayer, with his wife Gudrid, and 3 others to make their home with him, and procured quarters for the other members of the crew, both for his own and Thayer's men. Leif rescued 15 men from the skerry. He was from that time forth called Leif the Lucky. End quote. The time of Leif's voyage to Wineland has been fixed at 1000 A.D., for we learn that it took place while Olaf Tryggvason, 995 to 1000 A.D., was king in Norway, and scarcely less than 4 or 5 years could have elapsed since Leif's first meeting with a king in Drontheim, shortly after the death of his predecessor, Earl Hakon. The remainder of the saga of Eric the Red is occupied with an account of the successive Wineland voyages of Thorwald Ericson, the brother of Leif, Thorfinn Karlsefn, and of Leif's sister, Freydis, who was as quarrelsome, proud, and pugnacious as her father. The Indians, called by the Norsemen Skrellings, who had failed to disturb Leif, made demonstrations of hostility against Thorfinn Karlsefn, and after the loss of several of his men, compelled him to abandon the attempt at a permanent settlement. The tradition of these Wineland voyages continued, however, to be transmitted from generation to generation in Iceland, and in the early part of the 14th century was committed to writing. It will be seen that the saga to which I have referred was not written primarily with a view to establish Leif's claim to be the discoverer of Wineland. In the first place, the story, in the shape in which we have it, is more than a century and a half older than the Columbian discovery, and there could accordingly be no great glory in having found a country which had since been lost. Secondly, the saga is, like most Icelandic sagas, a family chronicle, purporting to relate all matters of interest pertaining to the race of Eric the Red. The Wineland voyages are treated as remarkable incidents in this chronicle, but they hardly occupy any more space than properly belongs to them in a family history which is concerned with a great many other things besides. The importance of this as corroborating the authenticity of the narrative can scarcely be overestimated. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Harold, King of England, 1022 to 1066. Harold II, the last of the native English kings, was the second son of Earl Godwin by his Danish wife Githa, the sister of Earl Ulf, and was born about 1022. At an early age he was made Earl of the East Angles, and he shared his father's outlawry in 1051, finding a refuge in Ireland. Next year, together with his brother Leofwin, he crossed the Channel with 9 ships, defeated the men of Somerset and Devon at Porlock, and ravaged the country, next joined his father at Portland, and shared the triumph of his return. Harold was at once restored to his earldom, and next year, 1053, succeeded to his father's earldom of the West Saxons. Henceforward he was the right-hand man of King Edward, and still more after the deaths of the old Earls Leofric and Siward, he directed the whole affairs of the kingdom, with an unusual union of gentleness and vigour. His brother Tostig succeeded Siward as Earl of the Northumbrians in 1055, and 2 years later 2 other brothers were raised to earldoms, Gerth to that of the East Anglians, Leofwin to one formed out of Essex, Kent, and the other shires round about London. Meantime, Harold drove back the Welsh marauders of King Griffith out of Herefordshire, and added that post of danger to his earldom. The death in 1057 of the earthling Edward, the son of Edmund Ironside, who had been brought back from Hungary as heir to the throne, opened up the path for Harold's ambition, and from this time men's eyes rested on him as their future king. And nature had equalled fortune in her kindness, for his handsome and stalwart figure and his gentle and conciliatory temper were kingly qualities that sat well upon his sagacity, his military skill, and his personal courage. Harold's policy throughout was thoroughly English, contrary to the predominant French influences that had governed the early part of Edward's reign. He was English in everything, even to his preference for secular priests to monks. He made his pilgrimage to Rome in 1058, and after his return completed his church at Waltham, known later as Waltham Abbey. In 1063, provoked by the fresh incursions of Griffith, he marched against him, and by making his men put off their heavy armour and weapons and adopt the Welshman's own tactics, he was able to traverse the whole country and beat the enemy at every point. Griffith was killed by his own people, whereupon Harold gave the government to the dead king's brothers, Bledin and Rewallan, who swore oaths of fealty both to King Edward and to himself. It is impossible to say exactly at what date occurred that famous visit of Harold to the court of Duke William in Normandy, of the results of which the Norman writers make so much, although with many contradictions, while the English writers, with the most marked and careful unanimity, say nothing at all. It seems most likely that Harold did make some kind of oath to William, most probably under compulsion, when he had fallen into his hands after being shipwrecked on the coast of Ponthieu and imprisoned by its Count Guy. Mr. Freeman thinks the most probable date to be 1064. It is at least certain that Harold helped William in a war with the Bretons, and in the Bayeux tapestry we see his stalwart form lifting up 2 Normans at once when they were in danger of being swept away by the river Quénon, which divides Normandy from Brittany. The Norman writers make Harold formally swear fealty to William, promising to marry one of his daughters, and we are told that additional sanctity was given to this oath by its being made upon a chest full of the most sacred relics. In 1065, the Northumbrians rebelled against the rule of Tostig, and Harold found himself compelled, between policy and a sense of justice, to side with them and to acquiesce in their choice of Morcar and the banishment of Tostig. At the beginning of 1066, King Edward died, his last breath being to recommend that Harold should be chosen king. He was crowned on January the 6th, and at once set himself with steadfast energy to consolidate his kingdom. At York he won over the reluctant men of Northumbria, and he next married Ealdgyth, Griffith's widow, in order to secure the alliance of her brothers, Morcar and Edwin. His short reign of 40 weeks and 1 day was occupied with incessant vigilance against the attacks of 2 formidable enemies at once. Duke William lost no time in beginning his preparations for the invasion of England, and Tostig, after trying the Normans and the Scots, and filibustering along the coasts on his own account, succeeded in drawing to his side the famous Harald Hardrada, King of Norway. In the month of September the two reached the Humber, and Harold marched to meet them, resting neither day nor night. The Icelandic historian Snorro, in his dramatic narrative of the fight, tells how Harold rode out accompanied with 20 of his housecarls to have speech with Earl Tostig and offer him peace, and when asked what amends King Hardrada should have for his trouble in coming, replied, 7 feet of the ground of England, or more perchance, seeing he is taller than other men. At Stamford Bridge Harold overtook his enemy, and after a bloody struggle won a complete victory, September the 25th, 1066, both Tostig and Harald Hardrada being among the slain. But 4 days later Duke William landed at Pevensey. Harold marched southward with the utmost haste, bringing with him the men of Wessex and East Anglia, and the earldoms of his brothers. But the 2 earls, Edwin and Morcar, held aloof and kept back the men of the north, although some of the men of Mercia, in the earldom of Edwin, followed their king to the fatal struggle, which was fought out from 9 in the morning till past nightfall on October the 14th, 1066. The English fought with the most stubborn courage, and the battle was only lost by their allowing the pretended flight of the Normans to draw them from their impregnable position on the crest of the hill, ringed with an unbroken shield wall. On its slope, right in front of the Norman army, waved the golden dragon of Wessex, as well as the king's own standard, a fighting man wrought upon it in gold. Here Harold stood with his mighty 2-handed axe, and hewed down the Normans as they came. Before nightfall he fell, pierced through the eye with an arrow. His housecarls fought where they stood till they fell one by one. His brothers Gurth and Leofwin died beside him. The king's body was found upon the field, recognized only by a former mistress, the fair Edgith Swanshall, Edith of the Swan's Neck. At first William ordered it to be buried on the rocks at Hastings, but seems after to have permitted it to be removed to Harold's own church at Waltham. Than Harold, no braver or more heroic figure ever filled a throne. No king ever fought more heroically for his crown. If he failed, it was because he had to bow his head to fate, and in his death he saved all the honour of his family and his race. His tragic story has given a subject for romance to Lytton, and for a stately drama to Tennyson. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. The Cid, by Henry G. Hewlett, 1026 to 1099. The narratives concerning the life and exploits of the Cid are, to a great extent, merely poetic, yet it has been wisely said that much which must be rejected as not fact may still be accepted as truth. That is, there is often to be found under the husks of legend and myth a sound kernel of historical reality. This may be the case with respect to the Cid, who probably was a warrior so remarkable for genius or bravery above his fellows that he gathered up in a single fame the reputation of many others, with whose deeds he was credited, and whom, as a class, he accordingly represents in history. Spain, long one of the most flourishing provinces of the Roman Empire, was among the first to fall under the sway of the Visigoths, a warlike but enlightened race which soon embraced Christianity. For 3 centuries the country remained under Gothic rule, but fell in 712 by the invasion of the Arabian conquerors of Africa, a remnant of Christians only preserving an independent monarchy in the mountains of Asturia. This little seed of freedom grew and bore fruit. France proved a formidable barrier against further invasion, and in Spain itself, internal jealousies among the Arab families weakened the Moslem and strengthened the Christian power. In the 11th century, there were several states in Spain wholly unfettered by a foreign yoke. The enmity between the two races and creeds was bitter, and war raged perpetually. Yet it often happened that, at the prompting of private revenge or family quarrels, alliances were made between kingdoms thus naturally opposed to each other. A recollection of this fact is essential to a clear understanding of Spanish history at this period. At the commencement of the 11th century, the chief Christian states of Spain became, through diverse marriages, united under one king, Sancho, who died in 1034, dividing his territories among his three sons, of whom Garcia took Navarre, Ferdinand Castile, and Ramirez Aragon. Leon, the remaining Christian monarchy, was ruled by Bermudez III, whose sister Ferdinand of Castile had married. Just as this apparent junction of interest occurred among the warriors of the cross, the greatest confusion prevailed among those of the crescent. The mighty house of the Umayyads, perhaps the most illustrious of the factions into which the successors of the Prophet were divided, no longer commanded the allegiance of the Arabs of Spain. Its last prince fled, and the chief cities fell into the hands of independent lords, who constituted themselves petty emirs in their own dominions. Instead, however, of taking full advantage of this state of anarchy to extend their united power, the Christian kings weakened each other by unnatural and deadly quarrels. Ferdinand, King of Castile, seems to have been the principal aggressor. His great captain in his wars, both with Moslem and Christian states, was Rodrigo Lainez, who was called also by the Spaniards Ruy Diaz de Rivar, from the name of his birthplace, and by the Arabs El Cid, Lord, which has been altered into Cid. He was probably born about the year 1026, or rather later, at the castle of Rivar, near Burgos, in Old Castile, of a noble but not wealthy family. He joined the army of Ferdinand and rose by his talents, strength, and courage to the highest place in that king's service. Among the romantic stories told of his early career is one concerning his marriage, which forms the subject of a popular ballad. The father of Rodrigo, having been injured by a Count Gomez, the young knight defied the latter to a duel and slew him. The count's daughter, Ximena, in a storm of grief and rage, flew to the king and cried for vengeance on Rodrigo, who met her face to face and awaited the result of her entreaties. No one, however, was hardy enough to offer himself as the damsel's champion against so doughty a warrior, and Rodrigo calmly retired. His manly bearing and fame won him a place in the very heart which he had so deeply offended, and with truly Spanish impetuosity, Ximena gave him not only pardon but love. She again repaired to the king and asked leave to bestow her hand upon the knight, urging the curious plea that she foresaw he would one day be the most powerful subject in the realm. Informed of this request, of which the king approved, Rodrigo consented to the marriage as an act of obedience to his sovereign and of justice to the lady. The meeting of this strangely matched pair is thus described in the ballad Lockhart's translation, quote, "But when the fair Ximena came forth to plight her hand, Rodrigo, gazing on her, his face could not command. He stood and blushed before her. Thus at the last said he, I slew thy sire, Ximena, but not in villainy. In no disguise I slew him. Man against man I stood. There was some wrong between us, and I did shed his blood. I slew a man, I owe a man, fair lady by God's grace. An honored husband shalt thou have in thy dead father's place." End quote. It is unfortunate that this charming story is supposed to have but little foundation in fact. Many of Rodrigo's legendary exploits are still less authentic, but history and fable unite in declaring him a warrior of no common stamp. His master, King Ferdinand, as we have said, invaded the territories of his brothers and friends, besides those of his enemies. Garcia, Ramirez, and Bermudez successively fell before his attacks, which Rodrigo, in the true spirit of knightly obedience to his lord, did not hesitate to lead. Sancho, the king's eldest son, was Rodrigo's most intimate friend, and on the accession of the prince to his father's throne on the death of Ferdinand in 1065, Rodrigo became Campeador, or, as the Arabs call him, El Combatur, that is, head of the army. The new king followed in his father's courses of injustice and drove his brother, Alfonso, king of Leon, into exile. In 1072, Sancho besieged Zamora, which one of his sisters, whom he had likewise despoiled, held out against him. The king was killed during the siege, and as it was suspected, by the agency of his exiled brother Alfonso, who succeeded to the throne. Rodrigo felt his friend's death deeply, and did not scruple to avow his suspicions of Alfonso. Before promising allegiance, the Campeador insisted that the king should cleanse himself by an oath of the accusation which popular rumor had brought against him. To this Alfonso, whether innocent or guilty, not unnaturally demurred, but the powerful warrior was firm, and the king at last yielded. When the appointed day arrived, Alfonso made his appearance, surrounded by his courtiers, all obsequiously vying in praise of his glory and virtue, and contemptuous denunciations of his daring accuser. Rodrigo stood alone and gazed on the king sternly. Some of the nobles endeavored to dissuade him from holding this attitude of opposition, and to induce him to forego the demand which he had made, but he put them aside and repeated his challenge. Alfonso dared not refuse to accept, and accordingly recited aloud the form of oath prescribed on such occasions, affirming, in the presence of his Maker and the saints of heaven, that he was guiltless of the death of his brother. He had no sooner concluded than all eyes were turned upon the Cid, who in deep, solemn tones, and with the most impressive earnestness of manner, imprecated on the head of his king every curse that heaven or hell could inflict if, in taking that oath, he had committed perjury. The awed assembly then broke up. Rodrigo, from that hour, was hated by the king and shunned by the court. Yet, aware of the Cid's value, Alfonso seems to have concealed his resentment for some time, and even endeavored to win the affection of his great subject by allying him in marriage with one of the royal family. Rodrigo's wife was now dead, and he consented to marry the princess proposed to him, whose name was also Ximena. The marriage took place in 1074. It had not the effect, however, of uniting the king and the Cid. After having achieved a brilliant success over the Arabs of Granada, who were at war with two other Moslem states in alliance with Castile, and having signalized his humanity by releasing all his prisoners, the great Campeador was disgraced and banished by his ungrateful master. At the court of the Emir of Saragossa, the exile found a ready welcome, and was appointed to a high post in the government of the kingdom. He did not bear arms against his own sovereign, but headed the Arabs in several battles with the Christians of Aragon and other states. The invasion of a Moorish host in Spain, under the eminent Caliph Yusuf ben Taxfin, chief of the Almoravides and conqueror of Morocco, the rapid subjugation of the independent emirs, and the defeat of Alfonso's army at the Battle of Zalaca in 1087, recalled the Castilians to a sense of Rodrigo's worth. He was invited to return by Alfonso, and with great generosity consented, bringing with him a large body of men raised by his own exertion and cost. For 2 years he made his name terrible to the Moors as the great Christian champion. But even this fame was not sufficient to secure his influence at court, and about the year 1090 he was once more banished, and his estates were seized. He appears from this time to have commenced a life of adventurous and independent warfare with the Moors. He besieged Alcocer, a strong Moorish fortress on the borders of Aragon, and finally took it. With a band of determined warriors of his own stamp, he ravaged, consumed, and spoiled all the Moslem territories which he invaded, making a castle on a rock in Turnell his chief stronghold, and thence sallying out in forays. The place has been ever since called the Rock of the Cid. The last and greatest achievement of this hero was the taking of Valencia. This city was in the hands of a Moslem prince, Al-Qadir by name, who had refused to acknowledge the authority of Yusuf and the Almoravides over Spain, which they were attempting to subdue. The Cid, either as an ally of Al-Qadir or from motives of policy, assisted him in the defense of the city, but it was taken through the treachery of its Qadi, Ahmed. For this service, the traitor was made governor in the room of Al-Qadir, who fell fighting bravely. A kinsman of the betrayed king determined to avenge his death and asked the Cid's aid, which was promptly given. The Arabian historians relate that Ahmed yielded after a brief siege on conditions of safety for himself and family. It is further related that this promise was faithlessly broken, and the guilty Ahmed sentenced by Rodrigo to be burned alive for his crimes. The Christian historians happily acquit the Cid's memory of this barbarity, but all unite in recording the successful siege of the city, which he took in 1094. While he lived, the Moors vainly tried to retake it, but on his death, which is supposed to have occurred in 1099, Valencia again fell. Romance has colored with glowing tints this scanty historic outline of the Cid's life. Spanish literature, for 200 or 300 years after his death, is almost confined to epic or ballad poetry, of which he is the hero. To acquire such a fame demanded a force of character, which, if not accurately painted by these loving and fanciful narrators, cannot have fallen far short of the glory with which the world will forever associate the name of the Cid Campeador. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Great Men and Famous Women of Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Wilson. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. St. Bernard, by Henry G. Hewlett, 1091 to 1153. In 1091, when the career of the Cid was drawing to a close in Spain, a yet greater Christian champion was born in France. Greater, if only in this, that the weapons of his warfare were not carnal. That the work was good in itself, we think will be clear from a perusal of the life of the warrior monk St. Bernard. His birthplace was Fontaines, near Dijon, in Burgundy. His father, Tesselin, a knight of honorable reputation, and so absorbed in his profession that he was compelled to leave the care of his 7 sons, of whom Bernard was the third, to his wife Aleph. She was a pious and gentle woman, strictly attached to the duties of religion, and anxious for the spiritual rather than the temporal welfare of her children, whom she therefore devoted to the cloister. A dream, it is said, had indicated to her the future fame of her 3rd son, before his birth. He rapidly displayed signs of possessing no ordinary character. His education was undertaken by the then celebrated school of Chantillon and the University of Paris, where he remained some years, actively pursuing his studies. His mother died soon after his return home, and he then proceeded to fulfill her wish, which accorded with his own, of becoming a monk. His father and friends endeavored to dissuade him from this step, but instead he persuaded 5 of his brothers and 25 other friends to join him in the career which he had chosen. His father and remaining brothers subsequently followed him, and the whole family took monastic vows. Bernard did not select for his abode one of those monasteries whose wealth and splendor had corrupted the intention of their founders, and softened the severity of the original discipline. His motive was truly religious, and took the superstitious form then almost inseparable from earnest piety. He and his comrades entered the poor convent of Citeaux, near Dijon, where the rules of life enjoined by St. Benedict in the 6th century were observed with great rigor. frequent watchings, fasts, bleedings, and scourgings for the purpose of mortifying the body, abstinence from conversation or laughter, habits of perpetual devotion, laborious exertion, and humble obedience to the abbot, were the main features of the system. Bernard undertook the duties of his office with such incessant zeal, and displayed such amazing control over his appetites, that he seriously weakened his health, but at the same time enlarged his reputation to such an extent that the convent became overcrowded with the number of those whom he had attracted thither. He was therefore appointed, after 3 years' residence at Citeaux, to head a colony of monks which was to be fixed in the valley of Clairvaux, a desolate though beautiful spot in the bishopric of Langres. The tears of their brethren accompanied the departure of Bernard and the 12 others who composed the band. It was the year 1115, and at the age of 26 he was made Abbot of Clairvaux. His appearance at the consecration is described as that of a corpse rather than a man, so emaciated with the rigours of devotion had he become. He had frequent visions, perhaps from his weakness, in one of which he imagined that the Virgin Mary herself appeared to him. The privations of the members of this little colony were most severe. The season for sowing had been spent in building the convent, and when the winter came they were reduced to little better than starvation. Coarse bread and beech leaves, steeped in salt, were their only food. This scanty sustenance, together with the strict adherence to the Benedictine rule, in which Bernard still persisted, so shattered his health that the bishop of the diocese, who was his personal friend, at last interfered and released him from the active duties of abbot. But as soon as a brief respite had restored his strength, Bernard renewed his self-mortifying practices. A fresh attack of illness followed, and he was obliged permanently to relax his habits. In after years he lamented the error into which his early enthusiasm and mistaken zeal had led him, the effects of which greatly marred his future influence for good. Though debarred from labouring in his own sphere, Bernard's energetic mind would not let him rest, and he began from this time to exercise the power which his reputation for sanctity had brought him, in political life. He well knew the nature of the position which he was thus enabled to take, and did not shrink from its perils. "Bernard, wherefore art thou here on earth?" is said to have been his constant self-appeal. Poor and unarmed, a priest or monk in those days had nothing wherewith to oppose the tyranny of the powerful nobility, save the weapons of religion and intellect. How righteously they could be used we shall see in the case of Bernard. In repeated instances he interposed the weight of his authority between the anger of a king or noble and the weakness of a subject or tenant, and scarcely ever failed in his object. One of the most remarkable examples of this kind was his conduct towards the Count of Aquitaine. This nobleman, a man of immense strength of will no less than body, and violent and despotic beyond his fellows, having espoused the cause of one rival pope against another, dismissed from their sees several excellent bishops in his territory who were adverse to his views, and supplied their places without regard to fitness of character. Bernard, having twice remonstrated in vain, after the last interview, held a solemn mass in the church near the Count's castle, at which the nobleman, as excommunicated, could not be present, but stood outside. The consecration of the wafer was duly performed, and the blessing bestowed upon the people, when Bernard suddenly made his way through the crowd, bearing in his hand the host on his paten, or plate, and confronted the astonished Count as he stood at the church door amid his soldiery. With pale, stern face and flashing eyes, the daring monk thus addressed the haughty chief: "Twice have the Lord's servants entreated you, and you have despised them. Lo, now the blessed Son of the Virgin, the head and Lord of that church which you persecute, appears to you. Behold your judge, to whom your soul must be rendered. Will you reject him like his servants?" A hush of awe and expectation among the bystanders followed these words, broken by a groan from the conscience-stricken Count, whose imagination was filled with such lively terror of divine wrath that he fell fainting to the ground. Though raised up by his men, he again fell speechless. Bernard, seizing the opportunity, called to his side one of the deposed bishops, and on the Count's recovery ordered that the kiss of reconciliation should be bestowed, and the exile restored. The effect of this scene was not transient, for the proud spirit had been subdued in the Count's heart, and he performed penance for his offences by going on pilgrimage. Various other instances of Bernard's boldness in rebuking kings, nobles, and even popes, might be adduced. His most remarkable appearance as a political peacemaker was in a dispute which took place after the death of Pope Honorius II, as to the succession of the popedom. Two rival factions at Rome contended for the claims of separate candidates. One, a wealthy and worldly, the other a learned and pious cardinal. Bernard, as we may suppose, supported the cause of the latter, who took the name of Innocent II. At the Council of Étampes, where Louis VI of France and his nobles were assembled, the monk's eloquence prevailed over all the arguments of diplomacy, and the influence of France was pledged to the side of Innocent. Bernard next engaged aid from Henry I of England, and Lothair, the Emperor of Germany. He then proceeded to Milan, where the party of the rival Pope Anacleto and his supporter Conrad, Duke of Swabia, Lothair's antagonist, was strongest. Bernard's fame was so great, and the imaginations of those who beheld him so fascinated by his force of will, that on his way the sick were carried forth to meet him, and numerous miracles were said to be wrought by the touch of his garments. In Milan, through his eloquence, Anacleto's party was completely vanquished, and the Milanese so impressed that they offered to displace their archbishop in Bernard's favour. But on this and other occasions he steadily refused any such rank, content to live and die in a sphere where he could be more useful, if less exalted. He returned to France after a lengthened absence in 1135, meeting on his way with a royal reception. He was once more absorbed in the duties of his office as Abbot of Clairvaux, when again summoned to Italy by Innocent II, to oppose the power of Roger, the Norman king of Sicily, whose aid Anacleto had obtained. Bernard first passed into Germany, and successfully mediated between the emperor and the Swabian princes, inducing the latter to relinquish their rebellion. Lothair was then prevailed upon to aid Innocent by force of arms, while Bernard proceeded to employ force of intellect in the same service. He first won over by his arguments many of Anacleto's chief supporters, and then accepted a challenge which King Roger threw out, to dispute publicly in the court of Salerno as to the claims of the rival popes, with Anacleto's champion, Cardinal Pietro de Pisa. At this public contest Bernard not only confuted but converted the cardinal, and reconciled him to Innocent. With Roger, Bernard was not so successful, and a battle ensued between the armies of the contending popes. Innocent was captured, but contrived to make favourable terms with Roger, and a peace was agreed to, which was finally ratified by the death of Anacleto in 1138. Another anti-pope having been set up, Bernard used his personal influence with the pretender and induced him to yield. Thus the schism in the church was healed, and the good abbot returned to Clairvaux. In 1146 he was mainly instrumental in promoting the Second Crusade. News reached Europe that 2 years before the Christian state of Edessa, which, as we have already seen, was founded by Baldwin, brother of Godfrey de Bouillon, had through the weakness of its government fallen into the hands of the Sultan of Baghdad, and Jerusalem was again in peril. Inflamed with enthusiasm, Bernard stirred up the hearts of his countrymen to zeal in the cause of the cross. Louis VII of France was readily persuaded to undertake the crusade as a penance for his crimes. But the Emperor Conrad of Germany was indisposed to exertion, and to him therefore Bernard hastened, rousing the people of France and Germany as he travelled through. The frozen reluctance of the monarch could not withstand the fiery earnestness of the monk. Conrad is said to have dissolved into tears at the discourse, and eagerly accepted the cross which was offered. While in Germany, Bernard showed his liberality of thought, rare in those days, by sternly rebuking the ignorance of a monk who was denouncing the Jews as the cause of the recent calamities. At the Council of Vézelay, in Burgundy, held in 1146, Bernard's eloquence was as exciting in its influence on his hearers as that of Pope Urban had been on a previous occasion. As the speaker, at the end of his oration, held up the cross which was to be the badge of the enterprise, Louis VII threw himself at the feet of his subject, and the whole assembly thronged round him, shouting the old war cry, "It is God's will." Bernard distributed to thousands of eager hands all the crosses which he had brought with him, and finding these insufficient for the demand, took off the Benedictine robe which he wore, and tore it into cross-shaped pieces. So impressed were the chiefs of the crusading army with his power over the people, that at a subsequent assembly they even offered the command of the expedition to him, an unwarlike monk. He declined the post on the ground of unfitness, but had he accepted it, the issue of the Crusades might have been different from what it was. His authority would at least have kept in check the discords, perfidies, and excesses to which he probably, with justice, afterward attributed the failure of the enterprise. From these causes, together with a fatal incapacity on the part of the French and German generals, the Second Crusade resulted in nothing but the wholesale massacre of the Christian armies by the Turks. Bernard, who had predicted the success of the expedition, was deeply distressed at the unfortunate result, the more as with great injustice the weight of popular indignation fell upon him and seriously damaged his influence. This disappointment, however, did not discourage him, and only served to concentrate his attention for the rest of his life on the more immediate duties of his calling. These he had never neglected, even while immersed in religious politics. By advice and example he greatly reformed the discipline of monastic life. He continually preached in his own convent, and either personally or through agents is said to have founded upward of 60 monasteries in alliance with Clairvaux. Among them the Hospice of Mount St. Bernard in Switzerland has distinguished itself by loving deeds worthy of its founder. Bernard was an eminent theologian, both in theory and practice, and many of his works are extant. They disclose very forcibly his strong intellect and warm heart. Many of his opinions were most liberal for his age, and he rejected several tenets on which the Roman Catholic Church has since insisted with a decision which would have ranked him among heretics had he lived a few centuries later. He manifested, nevertheless, a want of freedom in his conduct toward the great Abelard, who in that age represented the true Protestant spirit of inquiry into the received doctrine of the Church. Against this daring thinker Bernard unjustifiably employed the weight of authority which he possessed to silence what he deemed a dangerous boldness of opinion. Toward Abelard personally, however, he displayed nothing but generous and respectful courtesy, even in the heat of controversy, and it is satisfactory to know that a cordial interchange of kindly feeling passed between these two eminent men long before their deaths. Many of Bernard's wise and good deeds are recorded, which cannot be noticed here. We may refer to but one, which greatly influenced the world for centuries after his death, namely the sanction and aid which he gave to the establishment of the Knight Templars, a body of soldier priests who devoted their lives to the preservation of the holy places and the protection of pilgrims. Had they faithfully adhered to the statutes which he drew up for their conduct, the exhibition of zeal which they were designed to make might have been as blessed to Christendom as their arrogance was cursed. A few years before his death, Bernard had the gratification of seeing one of his own disciples raised to the papal chair as Pope Eugenius III. The new pontiff recognized his master's authority no less than before his accession, and Bernard's counsel and influence were repeatedly used in his behalf. But the overactivity of the good abbot too soon decayed the slender strength which his firm will had wrested, as it were from death, in a hand-to-hand struggle that lasted for more than 40 years. Always sickly, frequently reduced to the brink of the grave, yet perpetually at work, his constitution gave way in 1155, at the age of 63. His last act was worthy of his life. He was on a dying bed, when a discord broke out between the nobles and the burghers of the town of Mentz. Bernard rose, and once more entered the arena of strife with the olive branch of peace in his hand. The proud barons and the angry citizens listened humbly to his gentle words, and shrank from the mild glances of those which his biographers scarcely ever mention without calling dove-like. The turbulence of passion was hushed, and Bernard returned to die. The filial tears of his disciples at Clairvaux and the regrets of all the nation followed him to the grave. About 20 years after his death, a decree of canonization awarded him the title of saint, which, considering how it has been disgraced by unholy bearers, will not seem so fitly to recognize his merit as that name which the reverence of the Church has further bestowed on him, the last of the Fathers. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Frederick Barbarossa, by Lady Lamb, 1121 to 1190. It seems almost incredible that no history should exist of the childhood and early life of an emperor of such note as Barbarossa. Yet, in spite of most diligent search, we have been compelled almost to renounce one of the most pleasing tasks of a biographer, which consists in making acquaintance with a hero in his infancy and through childhood and youth following his career to fame and glory. So far as we have been able to discover, no trace, except a few dry data, exists of Frederick of the Red Beard until we find him setting out with his uncle, Conrad III, in the spring of 1147 to join the Second Crusade against the Saracens. The date of his birth is given as 1121, his father being Duke Frederick of Hohenstaufen, surnamed Le Borgne, and his mother Judith, daughter of Henry the Black, Duke of Bavaria. Opinions are divided on the subject of his birthplace, some writers mentioning the castle of Weitzberg near Ravensburg, others the town of Weiblingen in Nuremberg, but since the main interest of his history does not begin until his succession to the paternal duchy of Swabia and his departure for the Holy Land in 1147, his marriage with Adelaide, daughter of Theobald, Margrave of Vohburg, in 1149, and finally his accession to the imperial throne in 1152, we must resign ourselves to silence on the subject of his earlier years and take up his history from the death of Conrad III and that monarch's choice of him as a successor to the exclusion of his own son. From every possible point of view, Frederick of Hohenstaufen justified his uncle's choice. Endowed with the most brilliant qualities of heart and mind, he had already earned the suffrages of a great portion of his new subjects by the manner in which he had distinguished himself during the above-mentioned campaign in the Holy Land. Moreover, as the son of Frederick of Hohenstaufen and Judith, daughter of Henry the Black, Duke of Bavaria, Ghibelline by his father and Guelph on his mother's side, there seemed good ground for the hope that in him might terminate the differences of the two contending factions. The election diet was accordingly assembled at Frankfurt, and it being there decided to confirm Conrad's choice and to invest Frederick with the imperial insignia. He was proclaimed King of the Romans and of Germany, and anointed at Aix-la-Chapelle on March 5, 1152, the ceremony being performed by Arnold de Gelder, Archbishop of Cologne. Not lightly or eagerly did the new emperor accept these dignities, but after mature and careful consideration of his capacity to undertake the responsibility of guiding Germany through shoals and quicksands, which had little by little enveloped the fair countries won 300 years before by the valiant Charlemagne. Tidings of ever-recurring disturbances determined Frederick to make an expedition into Italy as soon as affairs in Germany would admit of his absence. But there was much to be done first, many princes to be dealt with, who, from different motives viewing his election with dissatisfaction, would take immediate advantage of his departure to bring all the horrors of civil war into his dominions. Bavaria, for example, had been wrested from Henry the Lion, Duke of Saxony, during his minority by Conrad III, and now he conjured Frederick with tears and threats to restore it to him. This, by dint of much diplomacy, Frederick effected, and the result was that for some years he gained a staunch ally instead of a designing enemy. Having decided this quarrel and several others, into which we need not enter, Frederick prepared for that first expedition into Italy which, as we have seen, he had resolved on from the commencement of his reign. At the head of a numerous army, he passed into Switzerland and encamped near the Lake of Constance, when under the banner of Count von Lenzburg, the inhabitants of the three cents, or cantons of Schweitz, Uri, and Unterwalden, came to do homage and offer their feudal service in the field. At the same time, and while still engaged in assembling the forces with which to march into Italy, deputies from the city of Lodi arrived, and throwing themselves at his feet, besought his interference against the oppressions of the Milanese, who had declared for Adrian IV, and whose town was indeed the very hotbed of the papal faction. The emperor instantly sent letters commanding the Milanese to make full reparation to their unfortunate neighbors, but on perusal of his behests they tore the missives in 1,000 pieces and flung them in the faces of the messengers, sending back by them as their sole answer an open defiance of his authority. Enraged at this insolence, Frederick crossed the Alps, but, too prudent to risk an immediate attack on Milan, strongly fortified and well garrisoned as it was, he sought rather to weaken it through the other towns with which it was in league, and accordingly besieged in turn Rosati, Cairo, and Asti, which all fell into his hands, and ended with the total demolition of the city of Tortona, which he reduced to ashes, afterward even leveling the ground upon which it had stood. This last victory proved the accuracy of Barbarossa's judgment as regarded the remainder of the 15 towns of the so-called Lombard League, most of which, intimidated by his energetic measures, sent ambassadors to do homage on their account. He now seized the Iron Crown of Lombardy, was crowned at Pavia and again at Monza, after which he entered into negotiations with Adrian IV for the performance of the coronation ceremony at Rome. We now come to the second marriage of our hero, when Beatrix, the only child and heiress of Reinald of Burgundy, became his bride, and an echo of the old romantic halo which surrounds that incident in Barbarossa's life reaches us, even in this prosaic age, as we picture to ourselves the gallant, handsome Frederick riding off with his trusty knights to deliver the fair heiress of Count Reinald from the gloomy prison in which her uncle Count William had confined her in order to appropriate the rich domains of Franche-Comté. Over hill and dale sped the chivalrous band till the grim castle was reached. A halt was ordered, and an envoy sent to summon Count William to yield both his fortress and the fair prisoner. At first the Count meditated resistance, but on looking out and investigating the number of Frederick's followers, he decided to submit, and congratulated himself on his determination when Frederick's messengers said, on behalf of his master, that if the castle were not given freely it would be taken by force, the fair Beatrix released, and her gloomy prison walls be prevented from hiding any other like iniquity by being razed to the ground. Prudence, we hear, is the better part of valor, and evidently Count William shared in the opinion, for we learned that he promptly let down the drawbridge over which Frederick and his followers passed, and whence they presently issued, bearing in their midst the quondam prisoner, the lovely Beatrix, whose eyes, moist with tears of gratitude, looked trustingly in the handsome face of her deliverer. So now, away, away to the old church at Würzburg. Deck the streets, ring the bells, bid priests don their vestments and burghers their best, and fall in merrily with the gay procession that comes to do honor to Barbarossa and his fair bride. Thus far the little romance of our emperor and Beatrix. Now to return to the sober and solemn statement of facts. During 1157 and the next year, Frederick busied himself with a campaign against Poland and compelled Boleslaw, the king, to acknowledge the supremacy of the head of the German Empire and to take the oath of fealty, barefoot and with his naked sword hung round his neck, after which he bestowed the kingdom upon Vladislav of Bohemia, whom he had appointed regent of the German states during his absence, and whom he now took this opportunity to reward. New disputes began to arise between Pope Adrian and Frederick, and when at Besancon some indiscreet remarks of His Holiness as to having conferred the imperial crown on and accorded it by favor to Frederick were mentioned, that monarch waited no longer, but collected a fresh army, and marched into Italy to chastise the pontiff, who, on hearing of his approach, and scared at the prospect of such a calamity, hastened to explain away his words as best he might. The emperor accepted his excuses, but as he was so far on the road, determined to attack Milan, whose inhabitants had increased the anger he already felt for them by rebuilding Tortona, which, as we know, he had totally destroyed, and expelling the inhabitants of Lodi from their dwellings for having called him to mediate on the subject of their wrongs. With 100,000 men, for almost all of the Lombard cities had, either willingly or by force, contributed their militia, and 15,000 cavalry, he advanced toward Milan and laid siege to it. The inhabitants made a most obstinate resistance, and were at length only vanquished by the impossibility of finding food for the vast population within the walls. A capitulation was effected, by which the emperor contented himself with very moderate conditions, the most severe being that which condemned the city to the loss of her privileges. But when the chief nobles came to deliver the keys, barefooted and with every token of humility, he forgot their former insolence, and only required, in return for his clemency, a renewal of the oath of fealty and their promise to rebuild the town of Lodi. To put an end to these ever-recurring disputes, Frederick called together a diet at Roncaglia, to which each of the Italian towns was commanded to send its representative, the 4 most learned jurists from the University of Bologna being also requested to attend for the purpose of drawing up a document which should conclusively define the relations between himself, as head of the empire, and the vassals and imperial cities of Italy. But when the learned quartet had heard all the points of dispute and were in possession of the facts, their decision gave such almost limitless power to Frederick that several of the towns, and more especially Milan, refused to abide by it and prepared for further resistance. Frederick had not been idle all the time these schisms were raging. On the contrary, he had made a 3rd expedition to Italy, from which he had been compelled to return, leaving the flower of his army lying dead, stricken down with pestilence. The next 6 years were spent in settling various disputes and complications which had arisen in Germany during his absence, and causing his son Henry, a child of only 5 years of age, to be crowned at Aix-la-Chapelle, and in keeping some sort of check on his vassal, Henry the Lion, who, now that he had increased his power by a marriage with Matilda, daughter of Henry II of England, was no unimportant person in the empire, and moreover one extremely liable to become sulky and unmanageable if he had a chance, or the smallest grievance, to complain of. The news now spread through Europe of the reconquest of Jerusalem by Saladin. These tidings effaced every other thought. The new Pope Urban forgot the thunders of the church which he had been keeping, like a second sword of Damocles, suspended over Frederick's head. The emperor buried his resentment. A general peace was concluded, and Barbarossa, then in his 70th year, gave the regency of his dominions to his son Henry, and joyfully taking up the cross, accompanied by his son Frederick, the flower of German chivalry, and an army of 100,000 men, marched by way of Vienna to Pressburg, and thence through Hungary, Servia, and Rumelia. Isaac Angelus, the Greek emperor, who had promised to furnish the German troops with provisions and assist Frederick in all ways, with the proverbial duplicity of his nation, broke his word, harassed him on his march, and threw Count von Diaz, his ambassador, into prison, which treachery greatly incensed the emperor, and caused him to give permission to his soldiers to plunder, the results being that the country soon bore sad traces of their passage, and that the 2 important towns of Maniwava and Philippopolis were completely destroyed. This reduced Isaac, professedly, to a state of contrition, and when Barbarossa advanced toward Constantinople, the Greek emperor, anxious to conciliate him, placed his entire fleet at his disposal for the transport of the German army. Scarcely had they entered Asia Minor before Isaac's good resolutions abandoned him, and leaguing himself with another faithless ally of Frederick, the Sultan of Iconium, they beset the German troops and did everything they possibly could to make the march more difficult. However, though they tried both fair means and foul, their evil practices resulted in their own defeat, and the Oriental Christians soon found they had every reason to congratulate themselves upon the arrival of such a champion. The fanaticism of a Turkish prisoner, who, acting as guide, willfully sacrificed his life in order to mislead Frederick's army, involved the Germans in almost endless troubles by taking them amidst pathless mountains, where the horrors of starvation and the entire lack of water added yet more miseries to their condition. Brave where all were despairing, encouraging his men with cheering words and hopeful looks, their gallant old leader rode on, and footsore, half-starved, thirsty, and wretched as they were, the men tried, though tears of agony filled their eyes, to raise the notes of their Swabian war song to please him. Frederick, Duke of Swabia, hastened forward with half the remaining army, and gaining a victory over a body of Turks, pushed on till he came to the town of Iconium, when, scattering the enemy before him, he put the inhabitants to the sword, gained a great booty, and more than all, food, drink, and rest for his weary men. A body of Turks had meanwhile crept round the town, and surrounded the columns which were advancing under Barbarossa. Worn out with sorrow, hunger, and thirst, even his courage gave way for one moment, as he thought that this band of Turks had only, in all probability, reached him by passing over the dead bodies of his brave son and the gallant Swabians. The aged monarch bowed his head, and the scorching tears of rage ran down his cheeks. Then, dashing his hand across his eyes, he cried, "Christ still lives, Christ conquers," and shouting to his followers, they fell on the Turks like lions, Barbarossa with his own hand sending many a one to his last sleep. Then they marched forward to Iconium, where rest and plenty awaited them, and where the old emperor doubtless found much cause for thankfulness when he threw himself into the arms of his brave son. At Iconium the army stayed for some time, the soldiers being in sad need of repose, and then starting afresh, continued as far as the little river Salif, when, the road being encumbered with cattle, and the emperor impatient of delay, he commanded his men to cross the stream and plunged into the water. Here this hero of many combats, this brave and wise king, was destined to end his long life in an obscure river, of which he had probably never heard. The current was too strong for his horse, and nobly as the animal battled against it, both rider and steed were drowned. The Germans, almost frantic with grief and dismay, made frenzied efforts to regain the body of their leader, and when at last they succeeded, they conveyed it with much loving care to Antioch, where it was buried in St. Peter's Church. With the history of the crusade after the death of our hero, we have nothing to do further than to say that his son, Frederick, took the chief command and led the brave followers of his gallant father until a pestilence occasioned his death at Acre in the following year, when the remnant of the once formidable army returned to Germany. How Barbarossa still lingers in the hearts of his people even now, when all these hundreds of years divide his time from theirs, is shown by a dozen legends. Most of these profess in utter disbelief in the death of their loved emperor. One of them tells how, in a rocky cleft of the Cliffhäuser Mountains, Barbarossa still sleeps calmly and peacefully. He sits before a marble table into which and through which his red beard has grown. His head is bowed on his folded hands, and though he from time to time lifts it and opens his eyes, it is but to shut them again quickly, for the right time of his awakening is not come. He has seen the ravens flying round the mountain, and his long sleep will only end when their black forms are no longer visible, when he will step forth and avenge the wrongs of the oppressed. Another story says that he is lying in the Untersberg near Salzburg, and that when the dead pear tree, which, thrice cut down, plants itself afresh, shall bud forth and blossom, the gallant Rothbart will come out into the bright daylight, hang his shield on the pink-flowered bough, throw down his gauntlet as a gage to all evildoers, and, aided by the good and chivalrous few who will still be inhabitants of this bad world, will vanquish cruelty and wickedness, and realize the dream of a golden age they have for so long anticipated. End of section 16. Section 17 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Richard Coeur de Lion, 1157 to 1199. Richard I, King of England, surnamed Coeur de Lion, was the third son of Henry II and his queen, Eleanor, and was born at Oxford in the King's Manor House there, afterward the Monastery of the White Friars, in September 1157. By the Treaty of Montmirail, concluded on January 6, 1169, between Henry and Louis VII of France, it was stipulated that the Duchy of Aquitaine should be made over to Richard, who should do homage and fealty for it to Louis, and should espouse Adelais, or Alice, that king's youngest daughter. And in 1170, King Henry, being taken ill at Domfront in Maine, made a will by which he confirmed this arrangement. In 1173, Richard, with his younger brother Geoffrey and their mother, joined their eldest brother, Henry, in his first rebellion against their father. On the submission of the rebels in September 1174, Richard received 2 castles in Poitou, with half the revenue of that earldom, and along with Geoffrey, did homage and swore fealty to their father. Nevertheless, Richard continued from this time to hold the government of the whole of Aquitaine, and to be usually styled, as before, Duke of Aquitaine, or Duke of Poitou, which were considered as the same title, although it appears that King Henry now looked upon the arrangements made at the Treaty of Montmirail as annulled, and that dukedom to have actually reverted to himself. In 1183, Richard refused, when commanded by his father, to do homage for Aquitaine to his elder brother Henry, on which his brothers Henry and Geoffrey invaded the duchy, and a new war ensued between them and their father, who was assisted by Richard, which, however, was terminated by the death of the eldest of the 3 brothers in June of that same year, when Richard became his father's heir apparent. But at an interview between King Henry and Philip Augustus, now King of France, in November 1188, Richard, apparently impelled by a suspicion that his father intended to leave his crown to his younger brother John, and also professing to resent his father's conduct in withholding from him his affianced bride, the French king's sister, suddenly declared himself the liegeman of Philip for all his father's dominions in France, whence arose a new war, in which Philip and Richard speedily compelled King Henry to yield to all their demands, and a treaty to that effect was about to be signed when King Henry died on July 6, 1189. Richard was present at the burial of his father in the choir of the convent of Fontevraud. Notwithstanding his apprehensions, real or affected, of his brother John, Richard made no particular haste to come over to England, but contenting himself with ordering his mother, Queen Eleanor, to be liberated from confinement and to be invested with the regency of that kingdom, he first proceeded to Rouen, where he was formally acknowledged as Duke of Normandy on July 20th, and it was August 13th before he arrived at Portsmouth, or, as others say, at Southampton. His coronation, from which the commencement of his reign is dated, took place in Westminster Abbey on September 3rd. It was on occasion of that ceremony that a furious riot broke out among the Jews in London, which was in the course of the next 6 months renewed in most of the great towns throughout the kingdom. At York, in March 1190, a body of 500 Jews, with their wives and children, having taken refuge in the castle, found no other way of saving themselves from their assailants than by first cutting the throats of the women and children and then stabbing one another. A short time before his father's death, Richard and his then friend Philip Augustus had, as it was expressed, taken the cross, that is to say, had publicly vowed to proceed to the Holy Land to assist in recovering from the infidels the city and kingdom of Jerusalem, which had recently, 1187, fallen into the hands of the great Saladin. The mighty expedition, in which all the principal nations of Western Christendom now joined for the accomplishment of this object, is known by the name of the Third Crusade. Leaving the government of his kingdom during his absence in the hands of William Longchamp, Bishop of Ely and Chancellor, and Hugh Pudsey, Bishop of Durham and Justiciary, Richard took his departure from England on December 11th of this same year, 1189, and proceeding to Normandy, united his forces with those of Philip Augustus in the plain of Vézelay on July 1st, 1190. The two friends proceeded together at the head of an army of more than 100,000 men as far as Lyon, where they separated on the 31st, Philip taking the road to Genoa, Richard that to Marseille, where he was to meet his fleet. The fleet, however, not arriving so soon as was expected, Richard, in his impatience, hired 30 small vessels for the conveyance of himself and his suite, and, sailing for Naples, arrived there on August 28th. On September 8th, he proceeded by sea to Salerno, where he remained till the 23rd, and then sailed for Messina, which port his fleet had reached about a week before, with the army, which it had taken on board at Marseille. The French king had also arrived at Messina a few days before his brother of England. The two kings remained together at Messina till the end of March 1191. During their stay, Richard compelled Tancred, who had usurped the crown of Sicily, to relinquish the dower of his sister Joan, the widow of William, the late sovereign, and to pay him besides 40,000 ounces of gold. In return, he betrothed his nephew, Arthur, the son of his next brother, Geoffrey, to Tancred's infant daughter, and formed a league offensive and defensive with the Sicilian king, a connection which afterward cost him dear, for it was the source of the enmity of the Emperor Henry VI, who had married Constantia, the aunt of William, and claimed the throne of Sicily in right of his wife. After the dispute with Tancred had been settled, the latent rivalry of Richard and Philip broke out in a quarrel about the Princess Adelaide, whom her brother Philip insisted that Richard should espouse, in conformity with their betrothment, now that his father no longer lived to oppose their union. But if Richard had ever cared anything for the French princess, that attachment had now been obliterated by another, which he had some years before formed for Berengaria, the beautiful daughter of Sancho VI, styled the Wise, King of Navarre. In fact, he had by this time sent his mother Eleanor to her father's court to solicit that lady in marriage, and his proposals having been accepted, the two were now actually on their way to join him. In these circumstances, Philip found himself obliged to recede from his demand, and the matter was arranged by an agreement that Richard should pay a sum of 10,000 marks in 5 yearly installments, and restore Adelaide, who had previously been conducted into England, and the places of strength that had been given along with her as her marriage portion when he should have returned from Palestine. Richard, having sent his mother home to England, sailed from Messina on April 7th at the head of a fleet of about 200 ships, of which 53 were large vessels of the sort styled galleys. His sister, the Queen Dowager of Sicily, and the Princess Berengaria accompanying him. The King of France had set sail about a week before. Several months, however, elapsed before Richard reached the Holy Land, having been detained by an attack which he made upon the island of Cyprus. Isaac, the king, or emperor, of which had ill-used the crews of some of the English ships that had been driven upon his coasts in a storm. Richard took Limassol, the capital, by assault, and that blow was soon followed by the complete submission of Isaac and the surrender of the whole island. Isaac was put into confinement and remained a captive till his death in 1195. Meanwhile, the island of Cyprus was made over by Richard in 1192 to Guy of Lusignan upon his resignation of the now merely titular royalty of Jerusalem to his rival Henry of Champagne, and Guy's posterity reigned in that island till the year 1458. Having married Berengaria at Limassol, Richard set sail from Cyprus on June 4, 1191, with a fleet now described as consisting of 13 large ships called busses, 50 galleys, and 100 transports, and on the 10th he reached the camp of the Crusaders assembled before the fortress of Acre, the siege of which had already occupied them not much less than 2 years, and had cost the lives, it is said, of nearly 200,000 of the assailants. But the presence of the English king, although he was suffering from severe illness and had to be carried to the trenches on a litter, immediately inspired so much new vigor into the operations of the Christian army that, on July 12th, the place surrendered, and Saladin, who had been harassing the besiegers from the neighboring mountains, withdrew in conformity with the terms of capitulation. This great event, however, was immediately followed by an open rupture between Richard and King Philip, whose rivalry had already exhibited itself in a variety of ways, and more particularly in the support given by Richard to the claim of Guy of Lusignan, and by Philip to that of Conrad of Montferrat, to the vacant crown of Jerusalem. Philip, in fact, took his departure from Palestine on the last day of July, leaving only 10,000 men under the command of the Duke of Burgundy. Richard performed prodigies of valor in the Holy Land, but although a signal defeat of Saladin on September 7th at Arsur was followed by the capture of Jaffa and some other places of less importance, Jerusalem, which was the main object of the crusade, so far from being taken, was not even attacked. Jaffa, however, after it had again fallen into the hands of Saladin, was recovered by the impetuous valor of the English king. At last, on October 9th, 1192, Richard set sail from Acre in a single vessel, his fleet having on board his wife, his sister, and the daughter of the captive king of Cyprus, having put to sea a few days before. The 3 ladies got safe to Sicily, but the first land the king made was the island of Corfu, which he took about a month to reach. He left Corfu about the middle of November with 3 coasting vessels which he hired there, but after being a few days at sea, he was compelled by a storm to land on the coast of Istria, at a spot between the towns of Aquileia and Venice. After narrowly escaping first from falling at Goritz into the hands of Maynard, a nephew of Conrad of Montferrat, to whose murder in Palestine Richard, upon very insufficient evidence, was suspected to be an accessory, and then at Friesach from Maynard's brother Frederick of Botzau, he was taken on December 21st at Erperg near Vienna by Leopold, Duke of Austria, a brother-in-law of Isaac of Cyprus, and was by him consigned to close confinement in the castle of Tierensteigen under the care of his vassal, Baron Hjalmar. In the course of a few days, however, by an arrangement between Leopold and the Emperor Henry VI, the captive king was transferred to the custody of the latter, who shut him up in a castle in the Tyrol, where he was bound with chains and guarded by a band of men who surrounded him day and night with drawn swords. In this state he remained about 3 months. Meanwhile, intelligence of his having fallen into the hands of the emperor had reached England, and excited the strongest sensation among all ranks of the people. It is sufficient to mention that during his absence a struggle for supremacy had for some time been carried on with varying success between the king's brother John and Longchamp, the chancellor, who had acquired the entire regency, and had also been appointed papal legate for England and Scotland, and that this had resulted in October 1191 in the deposition of Longchamp by a council of the nobility held in St. Paul's Churchyard, London, after which he left the country, and although he soon ventured to return, ultimately deemed it most prudent to retire to Normandy. The supreme authority was thus left for a time in the hands of John, who, as soon as he learned the news of his brother's captivity, openly repaired to Paris and did homage to the French king for the English dominions on the continent. On returning to England, John raised an army to support his pretensions, while his confederate Philip took up arms in his behalf in France, and entering Normandy, overran a great part of that duchy, although Rouen, the capital, was preserved principally by the exertions of the Earl of Essex, lately one of Richard's companions in the Holy Land. In England, also, John met with a general opposition to his usurpation of the regal authority, which soon compelled him to conclude an armistice with a council of regency that had been appointed by the prelates and barons. This was the position of affairs when Longchamp, having discovered Richard's place of confinement, after much solicitation prevailed upon the emperor to allow the royal prisoner to be brought before the Diet at Hagenau, where, accordingly, he made his appearance on April 13, 1193, and defended himself with so much eloquence against the several charges made against him in regard to Tancred and the kingdom of Sicily, to his conquest of Cyprus, and to the murder of Conrad of Montferrat, that Henry found himself compelled by the general sentiment of the Diet to order his chains to be immediately struck off, and to agree to enter upon negotiations for his ransom. Longchamp was immediately dispatched to England with a letter to the Council of Regency, and the result was that, notwithstanding the insidious efforts both of John and his friend Philip of France to prevent the conclusion of the treaty, Richard was at last liberated on February 4, 1194, after 70,000 marks had been actually paid to the emperor and hostages given for the payment of 30,000 more. The English king had also engaged to release both Isaac of Cyprus and his daughter, and he had, besides, at the persuasion, it is said, of his mother, Eleanor, the more effectually to conciliate Henry, formally resigned his crown into the hands of the emperor, who immediately restored it to him to be held as a fief of the empire and burdened with a yearly feudal payment to his superior lord of 5,000 pounds. This strange transaction rests on the authority of the contemporary annalist Hoveden. Richard, descending the Rhine as far as Cologne, proceeded thence across the country to Antwerp, and, embarking there on board his own fleet, landed at Sandwich on March 13th. Most of John's strongholds had been wrested from his hands before his brother's return, and now the rest immediately surrendered, and he himself fled the country, and with his principal adviser, Hugh, Bishop of Coventry, having been charged with high treason, and not appearing to plead after 40 days, was outlawed and divested of all his possessions. Meanwhile, it was thought necessary that Richard should be crowned again, and that ceremony was accordingly performed at Winchester by Hubert, Archbishop of Canterbury, on April 17th. Then, leaving Hubert guardian of England and grand justiciary on May 2nd, following, having with his characteristic activity employed almost every moment since his arrival in raising an army and procuring funds for its maintenance by all sorts of exactions and the most unscrupulous use of every means in his power, he again set sail from Portsmouth, his whole soul bent on chastising the King of France. Owing to adverse winds, he was a fortnight in reaching Barfleur in Normandy, where, as soon as he landed, he was met by his brother John, who professed contrition and implored his pardon, which, on the intercession of his mother Eleanor, was granted. Richard now marched against Philip, and several engagements took place between them, in most of which the English king was successful. But the war, though it lasted for some years, was distinguished by few remarkable events. A truce for 1 year was agreed to on July 23rd, and although hostilities were resumed some time before the expiration of that term, a peace was again concluded in the end of the following year, which lasted till the beginning of 1197. All this time Hubert, assisted by Longchamp, who had been restored to his office of chancellor, is said to have presided over the government at home with great ability. Hubert had been educated under the famous Glanville, and he seems, in the spirit of his master, to have exerted himself in reestablishing and maintaining the authority of the law, by which alone, even if he did no more, he must have materially contributed to the revival of industry. The large sums, however, which he was obliged to raise by taxation to meet the expenses of the war, in the exhausted state to which the country had been reduced, provoked much popular dissatisfaction, and the third year of the king's absence in particular was distinguished by the remarkable commotion excited by William Fitz-Osbert, styled Longbeard, a citizen of London, who is admitted to have possessed both eloquence and learning, and whose whole character and proceedings might not improbably, if he had had his own historian, have assumed a very different complexion from what has been given to him. Longbeard, who acquired the names of the Advocate and King of the Poor, is affirmed to have had above 50,000 of the lower orders associated with him by oaths which bound them to follow whithersoever he led. When an attempt was made to apprehend him by two of the wealthier citizens, he drew his knife and stabbed one of them, named Geoffrey, to the heart, and then took refuge in the church of St. Mary le Bow in Cheapside, the tower of which he and his followers fortified and held for 3 days, when they were at last, April 7, 1196, dislodged by fire being set to the building. Fitz-Osbert was first dragged at a horse's tail to the tower, and then to the Elms in West Smithfield, where he was hanged with 9 of his followers. The people, however, long continued to regard him as a martyr. The war between Richard and Philip broke out again in 1197, and in the course of this campaign Richard had the gratification of capturing the Bishop of Beauvais, a personage whom he had reason to regard as a main instigator of the severities and indignities which he had sustained at the hands of the emperor. The bishop was taken armed cap a pie and fighting, and when Pope Celestine recommended him to the clemency of Richard as his son, the English king sent his holiness the bishop's coat of mail, with the following verse of scripture attached to it. Quote, "This have we found. Know now whether it be thy son's coat or no." End quote. This same year, too, finished the career of the Emperor Henry, who, in his last moments, is said to have expressed the extremest remorse for the manner in which he had treated the great champion of the cross. Richard's other enemy, Leopold, Duke of Austria, had been killed by a fall from his horse 2 years before. A truce, as usual, at the end of the year, again suspended hostilities for a space. The war was renewed on its termination, and in this campaign of the year 1198, Richard gained one of his greatest victories near Gisors, when Philip in his flight fell into the river Epte and was nearly drowned. After this, by the intercession of the Pope's legate, a truce was concluded by the two kings for 5 years, and they never met again in fight, although they probably would, notwithstanding the truce, if both had lived. But on March 26th in the following year, 1199, as Richard was engaged in reducing the castle of Chaluz, the stronghold of one of his Aquitanian vassals, Vidomar, Viscount of Limoges, who it seems had refused to surrender a treasure found on his estate, to which the king laid claim in right of his feudal superiority, Coeur de Lion was struck in the left shoulder by an arrow, aimed from the rampart of the castle by a youth named Bertrand de Gourdon. The wound would not have been dangerous but for the mismanagement of the surgeon in his attempts to extract the arrowhead, which had broken off in the flesh. As it was, Richard lived only till Tuesday, April 16th. The shot was a fatal one in every way. In the fury into which the wound of the king threw the besieging army, the castle was taken by storm, and all the persons found in it were immediately hanged, as some authorities say, by the king's orders, with the exception only of Gourdon. He was brought into the presence of his dying victim, when Richard, under the impulse of generosity or compunction, gave him his liberty, with 100 shillings to take him home. But after the king's death he was flayed alive, and then hanged by order of Marchedy, the leader of the Brabantine mercenaries serving in Richard's army. The character of Richard is, of course, not to be judged without reference to the general manners of the age in which he lived. It is probable enough that there was hardly an excess, either of violence or licentiousness, into which his impetuous temperament did not occasionally precipitate him, but he seems to have had nothing base or malignant in his composition, and that he was as capable of acts of extraordinary generosity and disinterestedness as of excesses of brutal fury or profligacy. Of the courage and strength of will proper to his race, he had his full share, with more than his share of their strength of thew and sinew, and his intellectual powers, both natural and acquired, were also of a high order. He was renowned in his own day not only as beyond all dispute the stoutest and most gallant of living heroes, but as likewise occupying a place in the foremost rank of those who excelled in wit, in eloquence, and in song. End of section 17. Section 18 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. St. Francis of Assisi, by George Parsons Lathrop. 1182 to 1226. One reason why those beings who are known to us as saints are so little understood is that their lives are usually written in one of two ways, both equally unsuited to popular appreciation. Either they are presented in a dry, bare, matter-of-fact manner, which requires all the knowledge and sympathy of the initiated to give it vital meaning, or else they are surrounded with an appanage of portents, visions, miracles, legends, spread before the reader without discrimination or explanation, which confuse the mind and soul and absolutely repel all who do not share the faith of the subject and the biographer. As a matter of fact, no Catholic is obliged to accept these legends and traditions literally, except in those cases where the authorities of the Church, after a scrutiny, which is always deliberate and searching, declare that a miracle was wrought. But every Catholic, by the very nature of his belief in the actual presence of the divinity among men, must acknowledge and maintain that miracles have been wrought by that supernatural power constantly, ever since apostolic times, that they may and do occur through the same power at any moment today, and always will occur. In the ordinary gossip of the world, men hold to the maxim that if reports are current, all pointing to one particular fact, there must be truth in them. Where there is so much smoke, there is sure to be some fire. We should at least accord the same, if not a greater, degree of probability and of credence to stories of the saints which have been carefully, competently examined. The love of the marvelous, says Chavin de Malin in his book on St. Francis, is but a remnant of our original greatness. Man was created to contemplate the wonders of the divinity, and until he clearly beholds them, he is borne onward by an interior desire to love and admire everything which bears the slightest resemblance to them. A person utterly ignorant of the practices of a spiritual life can no more do justice to the life of a saint than a blind man could adjudicate on the merits or demerits of a painting. He adds that, with regard to the religious occupations of the Middle Ages, quote, the positive bounds of history could not be kept, digressions were made on all sides, and thus around the true history of saints, like a poetic wreath, wonder and amazement were both entwined. Christianity has had its denominated legendary tales, which invariably are based on truth, and should not be rejected by the historian without serious reflection and profound study. End quote. There is still another way of regarding the saints, the purely material view, which denies the immediate action of supernatural power upon the details of natural daily life, mental or physical. This view, or rather this abstention from seeing, is futile, because without a particle of actual proof to sustain its negative, it refuses to admit possibilities of truth to which the really comprehensive and perceptive mind must always hold itself open. St. Francis was born at Assisi in Umbria in 1182, near the close of the 12th century, which has been called a century of mud and blood, when darkness prevailed over light, evil over good, the flesh over the spirit. Umbria was then, as it is now, a beautiful and fertile valley, rich in citron, almond, aloe, with forest trees of oak and pine and fir, to which long cultivation has added grapevines engarlanding the elms, and orchards of the pale-leaved olive tree that give the landscape a somewhat transparent aerial effect. The province is encircled on one hand by the yellow Tiber, on the other by the bluish foothills of the Apennines, and it is full of ancient little towns, nestled in the vales or perched upon the airy hill crests, with crenellated towers and terraces which command far-reaching and inspiring views. Old Perugia guards the northern entrance to this exquisite region, and 5 leagues to the northeast of that town is the saint's birthplace, Assisi. His father was Peter Bernard of Moriconi, better known as Bernardone, a rich merchant who carried on extensive business with France. In those days, Italian merchants maintained a lavish mode of life, resembling that of the nobles, and as the disorders of the period and the perils attending travel compelled them to send armed escorts with their convoys of merchandise, there was something of military daring and display mingled with their business and their surroundings. The wife of Bernardone, however, whose name was Pica, of the noble Bourlemont family of Provence, was remarkable for her piety, the son in this, as in so many historic instances of genius or distinction, inheriting his rare quality from the mother's side. She had but one other child, a younger son, Angelo, who, notwithstanding his heavenly name, seems to have been a boy after Bernardone's own pattern, since he, later on, reviled Francis and called him a fool for his piety and self-renunciation. Angelo's descendants were still living in Assisi in the latter half of the 16th century. Whether they shared their ancestors' contemptuous opinion of the saint has not been recorded, but it seems probable that the homage of the world, rendered to the poor ascetic for several centuries, may have made some impression on their minds, if not their souls. Just before the birth of Francis, his mother suffered greatly. A pilgrim, coming to the house for alms, told the servants, "The mother will be delivered only in a stable, and the child see the light upon straw." This appeared strange and unreasonable enough. Nevertheless, his advice was followed. Pica was carried to the stable, and there she gave birth to her first son, whom she caused to be baptized John, after the beloved apostle of Jesus. Her husband, Bernardone, was absent at the time on a business tour in France. Upon his return, he was delighted at finding that he had a boy, and he insisted on giving him the surname Francis, in commemoration of that country with which he drove such a flourishing trade. Possibly he was also moved by the thought, albeit the chroniclers do not say so, that his wife's family came from southern France. At all events, Francis was the name by which the son came to be known throughout his life and in history. Under priestly teachers, he received an education which, for that time, was a fairly good one, in Latin, French, and literature. At the age of 14, his father took him into partnership, and for 10 years the young man bought and sold with him, or traveled for him. But while Bernardone was a hard, avaricious man, the son differed from him greatly in disposition, being fond of dress, of song and feasting, gaiety and gaming. He was generous even to prodigality, full of wit and imagination, very sympathetic withal, and compassionate. Thomas of Celano thus describes him: "His figure was above the medium height and well set. He was thin and of a very delicate constitution. He had an oval face, broad brow, white, close-set teeth, dark complexion, black hair, regular features, expressive countenance, rosy lips, and a charming smile. With all his roistering, dissipation, and extravagance, however, he was a foe to immorality, always rebuked impurity in severe terms, and kept his own purity intact. This lavish and somewhat reckless pursuit of other pleasures gave his parents much anxiety, although his mother, Pica, said in his defense, "I see in him, even in his amusements, a nobility of character which gives me the highest hopes of his future." But up to his 24th year, nothing seemed more unlikely than that he should have any vocation to a holy life. He was called the flower of the youth of Assisi, rejoiced in his gay leadership of the rich young man of the place, and dreamed of winning military glory. In this capacity of taking the lead, and in the confident belief he often expressed that he would one day receive honor from the world, we see one natural germ of his later spiritual eminence. Another and more potent germ was the love of the poor, and his pity for them, which he manifested from childhood. In 1201, taking part as a soldier in a brief war between Assisi and Perugia, he was captured with several of his companions and imprisoned for a year. This experience, his first touch of adversity, sobered him a little, opening his eyes to the contrast between prosperity with idle amusement and flattery on the one hand, and on the other, suffering. Soon after his return home, also, he was stricken down by a long and painful illness. When he rose from it, and as a convalescent took his first walk into the country, he was astonished to find that the beautiful Umbrian landscape, which he had always so enjoyed, seemed to him cold, discolored, and somber. A natural effect of illness, one may say. Yet it more often happens that when a convalescent returns to fresh air and the beauty of the earth, his pleasure in them is heightened. At all events, Francis was vividly impressed with the nothingness of nature, as compared with the eternal splendor of God. But presently the passion for warlike renown took possession of him again. In 1206 he volunteered to join the Count of Brienne, a Guelph champion of Italian national independence, who was defending the two Sicilies against the attacks of the German Emperor Frederick II. Announcing to his friends that he was about to become a great captain, Francis set out for the field of war, richly apparelled and with a brilliant retinue. In truth, he was shortly to become a great captain, though not as he expected in war, but in peace. On the way to Spoleto, southward, a voice that seemed to come from heaven sounded in his ears, just as Saul was appealed to while on his way to Damascus, and was converted by it into St. Paul. To the young Umbrian, half asleep, the voice said, "Francis, which can do thee most good, the master or the servant, the rich one or the pauper?" He replied, "The master and the rich one." And the voice resumed, "Why then leavest thou God, who is both rich and the master, to run after man, who is only the servant and the pauper?" Then Francis cried, "Ah, Lord, what willest thou I should do?" "Go," said the voice, "return to thy native city, for the vision thou hast had has a spiritual meaning. It is from God, not men, thou shalt receive its accomplishment." Heedless of whatever taunts might be flung at him, he turned back. But the youth of Assisi, though surprised, were rejoiced to see him, and begged him to preside once more at their revels. He gave them a final magnificent banquet, at which they noticed that he was silent and preoccupied. Immediately afterward he retired to a grotto, where he passed his days alone, entreating God to pardon the misspent years of youth and to direct him in the right way. Here he had a vision of Jesus Christ nailed to the cross. It is probably impossible to prove a vision, but that this one was real to Francis at least, we may judge by its effects. Thenceforth he devoted himself to a pious life of marvelous self-abnegation. Seeing the change that had come upon him, his former friends fell away, but he, undisturbed, went on performing works of charity, making gifts of money, food, and even his own clothes to the poor. Again a voice spoke to him from the crucifix of the dilapidated old church of St. Damian. "Francis, go and repair my house, which you see falling into ruins." The young ascetic obeyed literally, and passing through the streets, begged from all whom he met a stone or two to help rebuild the old church. Bernardone had been absent several months on one of his business trips, but his homecoming this time was not so pleasing to him as when his boy had been born. Foreseeing the young man's complete transformation, all his selfish love of him turned into rage. He imprisoned him for a while in his own house, but Pica, recognizing that it was useless to oppose her son's religious vocation, finally set him free, and Francis took refuge in St. Damian's church. His father pursued him there and brought before the Bishop of Assisi a complaint against him, demanding that he should give up all the money in his hands. Francis not only surrendered his money, but stripped off his clothing and gave it to his father, saying, "Until now I have called Peter Bernardone my father. Henceforth I can boldly say, Our Father, who art in heaven, in whom I have placed all my treasures and my hopes." The bishop covered him with his mantle and held him clasped in his arms, until the bystanders brought Francis the cloak of a poor peasant. "Oh, what a grand bankrupt this merchant becomes today," Boyesen wrote of him long afterward. "O man, worthy of being written in the book of the evangelical poor, and henceforward living on the capital of Providence." From that time, Francis wore mendicant's garb and begged his food in the streets. What did he accomplish by all this? To begin with, he succeeded in rebuilding 3 churches, but his influence was destined to be much more far-reaching than that, and of a very different nature. One day, while he was supplicating in church, his brother Angelo passed near him and said to a friend, scoffingly, "Go, ask him to sell you some drops of his sweat." "No," said Francis, "I shall not sell my sweat to men. I shall sell it at a higher price to God." He gave his sweat, his toil, his sufferings, and his renunciation to God in exchange for the regeneration of men in a corrupt age. All Europe at that time, the whole civilized world, was suffering. The mass of the people were the poor, who were in deep distress, ground down by the pride and oppressions of the barons and the rich. The country was devastated by wars, large and small. The emperors of Germany were trying to establish their dominion over Italy and to control the Pope. The Church itself, after emerging from an heroic struggle with centuries of barbarism, had been obliged to accept and use the feudal system as a means of self-defense. And now the wrongs, the injustices, the selfishness of feudal society were beginning to exercise a corrupting influence on the exterior of the Church itself. Unselfish and holy men in ecclesiastical places, both high and humble, preserved the spirit and sanctity of Christian faith, but were not able wholly to counteract the evils of pride, wealth, and luxury that invaded the Church from the worldly side and infected its unworthy servants. Francis perceived that the only hope or relief possible to that age lay in a decisive spiritual revolution, to be effected without violence, which would recall people to the primitive simplicity, unselfishness, and absolute devotion of the time of Christ and the apostolic period. This revolution could be accomplished, he saw, only by a personal example so strong, so undeviating, so entirely free from self-seeking, that all men would be compelled to pause and consider it, and then to act upon it. He therefore sacrificed his whole life for the good of the race. In the end, he achieved his aim single-handed, single-souled. No one who believes in God and in Christianity throughout can maintain that Francis of Assisi brought about these results by mere unaided human power. The human element relies upon will, coercion, maneuver, and even intrigue. Francis gave up all these means. He first served the lepers for a month, living with them and taking care of them. This should especially interest us today, since Father Damian's self-immolating life among the lepers of the Hawaiian Islands in recent years is so well known to us, and since the first refuge of St. Francis from the world was St. Damian's Church in Assisi. Portiuncula, the little portion, was one of the churches which he had rebuilt and was his favorite. While he was listening to the gospel there, one day in February 1209, these words were read from the altar. Do not possess gold nor silver, nor money in your purses, nor scrip for your journey, nor 2 coats, nor shoes, nor a staff. That precept decided him. He saw his vocation as a devotee of holy poverty. Straightway he began preaching everywhere the duty of poverty and love of the poor, and gradually he drew to himself disciples until they numbered 12, sometimes accosting his old friends, sometimes strangers, who immediately joined him and consented to give up all worldly things for the love of God. Most of them were men of rank and wealth who had never known privation, yet they gave up social positions where they had been accustomed to command, accepted dire penury with him in a hut at River Torto, and submitted themselves to him in entire obedience. Bread begged from door to door is the bread of angels, said Francis. They went barefoot, wore a coarse gray tunic with a cincture of cord, prayed much, helped the sick and needy, discoursed to and exhorted the people, and lived on bread and water chiefly. Amid all these austerities, they thanked God that they had been chosen to give an example of perfect happiness. Their leader insisted upon incessant industry and unfailing cheerfulness. Think of your errors in your cells, he commanded. Weep, kneeling before God, but before others be gay, and maintain an air of ease. At first they called themselves simply penitents from Assisi, and for a time they were treated with ridicule, scorn, and even violence. But their mission was to suffer everything, to rejoice at insults and injuries, and by patience compel recognition of the dignity of every human creature under whatsoever guise he might present himself. In this they succeeded. To a novice he said one day, Brother, let us go out and preach. Taking him along, he went up into Assisi, and they walked through the streets without saying a word, then returned to the convent. And our preaching, Father? Asked the novice. It is done, replied the saint, implying that a modest, thoughtful exterior and the force of example are often the most eloquent kind of preaching. But in 1209 it became clear to him by an inward vision in which the Christ came to him as a shepherd that great numbers would flock to follow him, and though he had not thought of founding an order, he now saw that it would be necessary. He therefore drew up a simple rule in 23 chapters, the gist of which was that they were to possess no money, no property whatever, that they were neither to blame nor to judge anyone, were to hold themselves profoundly respectful toward all members of the clergy, to say not a word against the rich or against luxury, to preach everywhere concord and the love of God and one's neighbor, to bind themselves to obedience and chastity as well as poverty, to do penance and persist in the perfect faith of Christ. Not until 16 years later did the Lateran Council ordain that all religious orders must receive the approval of the Holy Father. But Francis did not wait for decrees. His humility, obedience, and loyalty to the Vicar of Christ led him to repair to Rome with his companions, and there asked the permission of Pope Innocent III, which he quickly obtained. The rule was rewritten in 1619. Some of the brethren suggested that he take the advice of a cardinal in formulating his rules, but the saint declared that God had willed that he should appear as a new sort of madman in the world, arresting the attention of the people and bringing them to reflect without qualification upon the folly of the cross, and that he alone must direct the manner in which this was to be done. His order multiplied rapidly, and convents were established in all parts of Europe, although he was inclined to object to costly buildings, and was prevailed upon to let them stand on the plea that they were needed to shelter travelers and pilgrims. He established also the order of Poor Clares, so called from a noble maiden, Clare, who became its first superior. This was for women what his order of the Friars Minor was for men, though the Clares remained strictly enclosed while the friars went abroad preaching and established missions in various quarters of the globe. Finally, he formed his third order, which included laymen and laywomen living in the world who bound themselves by simple vows of virtue and charity while continuing in their accustomed phase of life. Thousands joined the friars, and probably millions were enrolled in the Third Order. It has been said that Francis first made known to the Middle Ages the power of association among the weak and humble, and that from the pages on which he inscribed his institutes sprang modern democracy in Italy. Certain it is that the Emperor Frederick II received a letter from some of his Italian feudal supporters saying, "The friars minor have raised themselves against us. They have publicly condemned both our mode of life and our principles. They have shattered our rights and have brought us to nothingness." Yet the Franciscan friars and the Third Order had done this only by the contrast of example, of poverty, fasting, prayer, self-denial, and charity of the heart as well as of the hands. The work of St. Francis did much to undermine feudalism, and it almost regenerated the spirit of Christianity in the 13th century. Man of the people, writes R.F. O'Connor, he did more for the people than ever yet had been done by anyone, whose vocation was to revive in the midst of a corrupting opulence the esteem and practice of poverty, which he ennobled, and without setting class against class or violating the least point of the divine or human law, leveled every social barrier and united princes and peasants in a bond of union which neither time nor eternity was to sever. This phase of his influence should interest us today, when the same problems of wealth and poverty and of superficiality in religion confront our arrogant modern civilization. That St. Francis was not a madman is evident from the orderliness of his work, his clear legislative and administrative capacity, his calm, powerful, amiable sway over all sorts of people. Yet he was possessed by an absolute passion, an ecstasy of charity and universal love, which raised him above the apprehension of the gross material mind. It was this supremacy of the spiritual in him which enabled him to accomplish marvels of practical result. Toward the end of his life, this exaltation of the spirit produced upon his body a singular phenomenon. His hands and feet appeared to be transpierced by large nails, and a wound opened in his side from which blood frequently flowed. In a word, he bore the wounds or stigmata of Christ on his own body. The nails were distinct from the wound, but were apparently blackened flesh, being inseparable from the hands and feet. This phenomenon was well attested at the time. Within the present century, several similar cases have occurred under the observation of modern and approved skeptical men of science, who find that they occur when there has been much fasting, loss of sleep, and constant meditation upon the passion of Christ. Their testimony states the conditions and verifies the fact, but does not explain it. He died at his convent of St. Mary of the Angels, Porta Uncula, October 4th, 1226, in perfect lucidity of mind, with patience and simple resignation, while giving good counsel to his brethren. Of death he spoke gently as "our sister death," and when during his illness his physician was obliged to cauterize him with a red-hot iron, he blessed the iron, speaking of it as "our brother fire," and submitted to the cauterization, or moxa, without a murmur or sign of pain. One remarkable thing about him was his extraordinary recognition of all the powers and elements of nature as related to man in one family under God. This was the origin of his famous short Sermon to the Birds, which has been preserved. He taught to them and to all other animals as though he firmly believed that they could understand him and could adore their Creator as well as he, though it is not probable that he supposed they would understand him precisely as men would, or adore in the same way. It is clear that St. Francis had a great influence over animals, even over wolves. Nowadays we have many lion tamers and tiger tamers who rely simply upon human will and craft. Therefore, it is not astonishing that St. Francis, who relied upon divine power, should have been able to tame beasts. What is surprising is that he should have been able to control men, who are so much harder to tame. The poems of St. Francis, his Canticle of the Sun, Canticle of Love, and Canticle of Charity, exemplify the immense and tender scope of his exquisite love and goodwill. His order continues and has given rise to subsidiary organizations such as the Recollects and the Capuchins. Thousands of people in common life belong to his third order now and continue his work unostentatiously. His spirit is alive and operative in the world today, nearly 670 years since he left this earth. End of section 18. Section 19 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. St. Louis, by Henry G. Hewlett. 1215 to 1270. The most striking features of the political history of France during the 10th and 11th centuries are the conflict of the feudal aristocracy on the one hand, with monarchical and democratical power on the other, and the influence exerted by the Crusades on both. The Crusades aided much in the accomplishment of the final result, the destruction of the power of the nobility. In the first place, they glorified the character of feudalism by enforcing the principles of chivalry. To be a true knight, a man must be devout, just, merciful, and pure. Many crusaders, indeed, fell far short of this high ideal, but there can be no doubt that, on the whole, it elevated the standard of morality and checked the rampant tyranny which had previously prevailed. Founded on a principle of sincere, though mistaken piety, the Crusaders recognized all who took the cross as brethren. Hence the meanest serf became, in some measure, free, and the same benign sentiment extended its effect to all classes. The attraction of a common cause in foreign lands further contributed to wean the Crusaders from the class quarrels and domestic feuds which occupied them at home. During their absence, the crown was enabled to acquire a strength which had previously been spent in the repression of constant rebellions, and the need of money for the expedition obliged many feudal lords to contract with the communes for the sale of lands or liberties. Such was the condition of France at the commencement of the 13th century. The balance of power, however, was only sustained by the activity of all the parties concerned. The slightest wavering on the part of the crown would be fatal, the least opportunity seized. A wise, sincere, and humane ruler was needed to confirm and enlarge the vantage ground which law and order had already obtained. And such a ruler rose in the person of Louis IX, who ascended the throne in 1226. His father, Louis VIII, was a man of weak character, whose reign was chiefly signalized by the horrible persecution of the Protestant Albigenses of Provence, which, under the sanction of Innocent III and later popes, had been carried on by Simon de Montfort and other fanatics since 1209. Louis himself had died of fever when about to commence the siege of Toulouse. The Queen Dowager, Blanche of Castile, was a woman of great energy, and during the minority of her son she bravely contested her claims to the regency of the kingdom against those of Philip, her husband's brother, whom Henry III of England supported. She appealed, not in vain, to the gratitude of the metropolis, which the Capetian kings had befriended, and at her call a large force of citizens joined her. With their aid, she defeated Philip and other nobles who opposed her son's coronation, and by two treaties, in 1229 and 1231, she both extended the limits of her kingdom and put an end to civil war. Over Louis, who was but 11 years old when his father died, she exercised a somewhat rigorous but a holy and prudent discipline, to which he was much indebted for strengthening his moral and mental constitution. He was educated at the Abbey of Royaumont by Vincent de Beauvais, and though not remarkable for talents, possessed considerable decision of character and a large share of personal courage. It is, however, by the piety, purity, and benevolence of his soul that he stands forth so prominently in the history of Europe. The year of his coronation, all the jails of the kingdom were thrown open by the royal command. A nature more truly loving and lovable has rarely been bestowed on any member of the human family. Yet with all these paramount excellences, his life presents a tragedy, the fatal consequences of unreasoning fate. All his errors, we cannot justly call them faults, proceeded from this prolific source. Before recording these, it will be gratifying to point out the happier results of those noble and wise qualities which have consecrated his name. After the Treaty of 1231, France remained at peace for some years, during which time Louis married Margaret of Provence, a princess only inferior in worth to himself. Soon after attaining his majority, he was called upon to contend with the Count of Brittany and other nobles who resisted his authority. At the head of his vassals, Louis marched against the rebels, and was so prompt and energetic in his measures that the Count was forced to yield and sue for pardon in the attitude of a criminal, with a rope round his neck. Henry III crossed the Channel with an army to support the rebellion and recover, if possible, the possessions which King John had surrendered to King Philip. The armies met at Saintes in 1242, where the French were victorious, the rebels subsequently submitting and Henry returning home. In 1244, Louis had a severe illness, which was attended with danger to his life. During the progress of it, he vowed to undertake a new crusade should he recover. The fulfillment of this vow was opposed by Blanche of Castile, who still had great influence over her son, and many of his best counselors, but Louis was inflexible where religion and honor demanded a sacrifice. In 1248, he collected a large army and prepared to start by way of Sicily, the nearest route to Palestine, when he remembered that the island belonged to Frederick II of Germany, who was under excommunication by the Pope. All attempts to shake the decision of Innocent IV failed, and yielding to the pious weakness of fearing to rest in an excommunicant's territory, Louis changed his plans and determined to pass by way of Cyprus and Egypt, a route which proved the ruin of the expedition. He committed the regency of France to his mother, assumed the staff of pilgrimage, and accompanied by his wife and brothers, left Paris on June 12, 1248. He stayed for several months in Cyprus until his armament amounted to 50,000 men, and then sailed for Egypt. Arrived at the port of Damietta, he caused the oriflamme, the national standard of France, to be waved above his head, and arrayed in complete armor, he unsheathed his sword and leaped into the sea, followed by the knights. The inhabitants fled, and the French took possession of the city. The inundation of the Nile prevented their further movements for several months. Licentiousness and disease were fostered by this delay, in spite of the king's remonstrances, and their unopposed success made the Crusaders careless as to the tactics of the enemy. On the subsidence of the Nile, Louis fortified Damietta and left his queen and her ladies there, while he, with the main army, advanced on Cairo, the metropolis of Egypt, where the Sultan resided. Near Mansoura, the Crusaders became perplexed by the intricacy of the canals, and a hasty dash across one of these, made by the king's brother, the Count of Artois, with 2,000 men, led to a calamitous result. Mansoura was apparently deserted, and the Count's troops, who preceded their comrades at some distance, commenced pillaging the houses. The inhabitants, who were only concealed, showered down stones from the roofs, and at the same moment a large body of the Sultan's army made an attack in front. Louis reached Mansoura in time to save a few of his men, but found his brother and several others slain. The Moslem camp was captured, but proved a doubtful prize. The plains were barren and scorching, and the harassing assaults of the Egyptians, who poured Greek fire, missiles filled with combustible materials, on their foes, rendered the situation more intolerable still. Pestilence broke out, and the king himself fell dangerously ill. He then ordered a retreat to Damietta, whither the sick were to be conveyed in galleys. These were intercepted and the sick murdered by the Egyptians, while at the same time an attack was made on the Christian camp. Louis was so weak that he could scarcely ride, but nevertheless would not desert his post. He rode between the ranks, encouraging his men, till he fainted and was obliged to withdraw from the field. His quaint and affectionate biographer, the Lord of Joinville, who was with him in this expedition, thus describes the scenes which ensued. Of all his men at arms, there was only one with him, the good knight Sir Geoffrey de Sargines, and who, I heard say, did defend him like as a faithful servant doth guard his master's cup from flies. For every time that the Saracens did approach the king, he defended him with vigorous strokes of the blade and point of his sword, and his strength seemed doubled. At last he brought the king to a house where there was a woman from Paris, and laying him on the ground, placed his head on the woman's lap, expecting every moment that he would breathe his last." End quote. In this half-dying condition, a body of Egyptians found him and bore him to the tent of the Sultan. The defeat of the Christians, who were weakened by the climate, disease, and want of food, was general. Many fell by the sword, and the rest were taken prisoners with their king. In captivity, Louis showed a noble resignation and courage amid the apostasy of many. He won the respect of the Sultan, who treated him with generosity and listened to the terms of ransom which he proposed. The queen remained at Damietta, which was strongly garrisoned. Fearful, nevertheless, of falling into the hands of the Moslems, who would have carried her into the Sultan's harem, she prayed an old knight in her suite to slay her with his sword, should there be any danger of that event. "I had determined on so doing, madam," was the answer. Margaret's heroism was not put to this severe test, for the surrender of Damietta was one of the conditions of her husband's release, and after paying in addition a sum of 400,000 livres, Louis was on the point of being set free. An insurrection, however, suddenly arose among the Mamelukes, or Tartarian troops, in whose hands the real power of the state was placed, and the Sultan was murdered. A party of the assassins, it is said, entered the chamber of Louis with their scimitars drawn, but his calm dignity saved him, and the treaty was carried out by the new Sultan. Many of the French nobles returned home, but the king, faithful to his vow, proceeded to Syria and spent 4 years in strengthening the fortresses of Tyre and other Christian towns, redeeming many crusaders from slavery and reducing to order the disturbed condition of the country. The death of the Queen Dowager Blanche, who had governed France wisely during her regency, recalled him in 1254, after an absence of 6 years. He still wore the cross upon his shoulder as a token that his oath as a crusader was not yet fulfilled, but he never once neglected the more pressing and necessary duties which devolved on him as a monarch. His immediate work was to supersede the arbitrary legislation which the nobles exercised in their manorial courts over their tenants. He accordingly introduced into general use the famous code of Roman laws known as the Pandects of Justinian, and constituted the chief civil lawyers who had studied its contents and were best acquainted with its principles into a parliament, or court of justice. The nobles and the clergy were duly represented in this assembly, but its clerks or lawyers were especially favored by the king, who seconded their own efforts to absorb the business of the court as much as possible. Louis further mediated between the tyranny of the nobles and the weakness of their tenants by encouraging the practice of appealing to the crown in case of injustice. This he even extended to ecclesiastical matters, a bold step for one so devoted to the church. The prohibition of the barbarous custom of dueling to decide personal quarrels was another of his humane laws. These and divers other ordinances, founded in a like spirit of equity, are known in a collected shape as the Institutes of St. Louis. His enactment touching appeals from the church to the crown, and the prohibition which he likewise issued against the levying of money in France for the use of the Pope without the king's license, are known as a pragmatic sanction. a term applied to any especially important national decree. Lewis set the example of enforcing the laws personally, and none was fitter to administer them than he. Under an oak in the forest of Vincennes near Paris, often set the good king to hear appeals and petitions from his poor subjects. His social and foreign relations were as fully attended to as his political reforms. He first placed the French navy on a substantial footing. To him, Paris owed a public library, a hospital for the blind, and the establishment of a body of police. Under his sanction, also, his confessor, Robert de Sorbonne, founded the famous theological college called by his name. So scrupulously just and honorable was Lewis that he appointed a commission to ascertain what restitution of territory should be made to nations which had been mulcted by the conquests of his predecessors, and he thus more than once sacrificed extensive possessions for the sake of a principle. By a treaty in 1255, made with Henry III, Lewis restored to the English crown the provinces of which Philip Augustus had deprived it, and obtained in return the surrender of Henry's rights in Normandy and other fiefs. The reputation which Lewis thus acquired among his fellow monarchs led to his being asked to act as mediator in several quarrels, and gave him many opportunities of exhibiting his peaceful and loving policy. The mental blindness of which we have spoken led him to commit errors, which, if his misled conscience had not sanctioned them, would deserve the name of crimes. Toward Jews and heretics he showed no mercy, issuing severe and unjust laws against them for the good of his soul. The duty of the historian is to record these failings of a noble nature as impartially as its beauties, but the evil must, in all fairness, be credited to the church and system which taught, and not to the believer who practiced. In 1270, the affairs of the East again attracted the attention of Europe, and recalled Lewis to the fulfillment of his vow, which he had only postponed. The Greeks had retaken the city of Constantinople from the French and Venetian crusaders some years previously, yet the reconstitution of the Christian Empire of the East had not availed to check the aggressions of the Moslem in Palestine. Benedar, the Sultan of Egypt, had already taken Caesarea and Jaffa, and news now came that Antioch had fallen, 100,000 Christians having been massacred in the siege. The seventh and last crusade was at once set on foot by outraged Europe, and Lewis led the expedition, in which France was, as usual, foremost. He raised an army of 6,000 horse and 30,000 foot, and was accompanied by his 3 sons, the King of Navarre and several nobles of high rank. His brother, Charles of Anjou, the new King of Naples, and Edward I of England, then Prince, were to join the French in the course of the year. Some romantic intelligence that the Moslem king of Tunis was desirous of being baptized induced the pious Lewis again to try the African instead of the Asiatic route to Palestine. He narrowly escaped with his life in a tempest which overtook the fleet in the Mediterranean, but landed in Sardinia, and after recruiting here again, set sail and anchored off Carthage. He met with opposition instead of welcome from the inhabitants of the coast, and was obliged to besiege Tunis. The excessive heat of the climate and the unhealthiness of the soil proved a second time fatal to the army. Plague at last broke out, and Lewis was himself seized. Finding himself dying, he sent for Philip, his eldest son and successor. Placing in his hand a written paper, the good king prayed his son to follow the directions which it contained, directions for the conduct of his life as king and individual, enforcing those principles of love to God and man which had guided his own career. Then, requesting to be lifted from his bed, Lewis instructed his attendants to strew the floor of his tent with ashes and place him thereon, that he might die as he had lived, in an attitude of humiliation and penitence toward his Creator. This was done, and shortly afterward, as though in vision fulfilling the vow which he was not permitted to realize, he uttered, "I will enter thy house, I will worship in thy sanctuary," and expired. His age was but 54. A few hours elapsed, and the sound of a trumpet echoed through the plague-stricken and half-deserted camp. It was the note of Charles of Naples, whose fleet had just arrived off the coast. Meeting with no response, he rode rapidly toward the tent of the king, and on entering saw his body lying still warm upon the ashes. The rites of burial were not performed with the usual formalities, his remains being distributed among his relatives. The flesh was kept by Charles, who buried it on his return to Sicily in the great abbey of Monreale at Palermo. The bones and other parts were conveyed back to France. Those who have visited Paris will not forget the exquisite Gothic structure known as the Sainte-Chapelle, which is attached to the Palais de Justice, containing the courts of law. It was erected by Louis as a receptacle for certain supposed relics of Christ. The windows of the chapel are entirely composed of stained glass, and as the sunbeams strike upon them, their tints of crimson, blue, and orange blend into a rainbow-like harmony of glowing and lustrous color, which recalls the heart of Louis IX, enshrined within those walls as its fitting human antitype. He was canonized about 30 years afterward under the title of St. Louis. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jennifer Beckett Wood. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Marco Polo, by Noah Brooks, 1256 to 1324. In the month of November, in the year 1295, there appeared in the beautiful city of Venice 3 strangers who were clothed in an outlandish and shabby garb of a Tartar cut. They claimed to be of Venice, but according to one of their biographers, one Ramusio, through the many worries and anxieties they had undergone, they were quite changed in aspect, and had got a certain indescribable smack of the Tartar, both in air and accent, having, indeed, all but forgotten their Venetian tongue. They went to the house of the Polo family, demanding entrance and claiming to be Niccolo Polo, Maffeo his brother, and Marco, son of the elder of the 2 brothers, Niccolo. They were laughed to scorn as pretenders and impostors, for the 3 missing members of the Polo family had been gone away from Venice some 20-odd years. It was in 1271 that the Polos were last heard from, then at Acre, journeying into the Far East. But the 3 somehow gained access to their own house, then in the possession of one of their relations, and the news of their homecoming was presently noised abroad throughout the city of Venice, so much so that the people for days talked of little else save the reappearance in the land of the living of the long-lost travellers. Many, however, doubted if these really were the brothers Polo and young Marco. This last was a mere lad of 17 when he went away, and now was grown to be a portly man of 40-odd years. So incredulous were the townsfolk that the brothers hit upon a scheme to convince the doubting ones. They made a grand feast to which all the gentry were invited, for the Polo family were of noble birth and had held station in the state. The entertainment was served in great splendour with gold and silver dishes, and the 3 travellers, when they sat down, were dressed in robes of the richest crimson satin flowing down to the ground. After some of the courses had been eaten, they retired to their chamber and came forth again dressed in other robes of crimson silk damask, very rich, and the satin garments were cut up and divided among the servants. Again, later on in the repast, they retired, and when they came again to the table, they wore other robes of the richest crimson velvet, and the second garments were cut up and divided as the others had been. When the dinner was over, they took off the velvet robes, and these were disposed of in like manner. These proceedings, says the honest Ramusio, caused much wonder and amazement among the guests, which we can well imagine. Next, dismissing all the servants, the younger one of the three, Marco Polo, went to an inner chamber and brought forth to the table the coarse and shabby dresses in which the three had arrived in Venice. Then, taking sharp knives, the travellers ripped open the seams and welts of the garments, and shook from them a vast profusion of diamonds, rubies, sapphires, carbuncles, emeralds, and other precious stones. The guests were dumbfounded and amazed. And now, says Ramusio, they recognised that in spite of all the former doubts, these were in truth those honoured and worthy gentlemen of the Casa Polo that they claimed to be, and so all paid them the greatest honour and reverence. Furthermore, we are told that when the story got wind in Venice, straightway the whole city, gentle and simple, flocked to the house to embrace the three travellers, and to make much of them with every conceivable demonstration of affection and respect. This was the wonderful homecoming of the three Polos, who for 24 years had been wandering in the East, and who, when they set out on their homeward journey, a journey beset with untold difficulties and dangers, took the precaution to conceal in their garments, as above told, the wealth which they had accumulated while they were at the court of the great Khan of Tartary. It reads like a romance, a story out of the Arabian Nights' entertainments. But it is all true, and the archives of Venice corroborate pretty nearly all the details herein set forth. Indeed, as a prophet is not without honour save in his own country and among his own kindred, it must be said that the later generation of Venetians found less difficulty in believing the tales of the three travellers than did those who first heard them. In telling these tales, they had frequent occasion to use the word millions, a word not then common among the Venetians, as to say that the great Khan had revenues amounting to 10 or 15 millions of gold, and so on. And the people gave Marco, who seems to have been the storyteller of the party, the nickname of Messer Marco Milioni. Curiously enough, this name appears in the public records of old Venice. Of the final exit of the elders of the Polo family, Niccolo and Maffeo, we have no trustworthy account. As they were well stricken in years when they returned from their long sojourn in Cathay, we may suppose that they did not live long after their return to Venice. But the younger Marco had a busy and stirring life. At that time the republics of Venice and Genoa were rivals for the ruling of the seas and the monopoly of maritime trade everywhere. A Venetian galley could not meet one from Genoa without a fight, and the fleets of the two states were continually at war. Marco, being one of the representatives of the noble Venetian families who were required to come to the support of the state with at least one galley, entered the naval service of Venice in command of a war galley, and was engaged in the great battle between Venice and Genoa near Curzola, off the Dalmatian coast, in 1298, 3 years after his return from Cathay. The Venetians were beaten ignominiously, and 7,000 of them were taken prisoners and carried to Genoa. It was a lucky thing for the world that Marco Polo was thus put into enforced idleness, and that he had for a companion in confinement an educated gentleman, one Rusticciano of Pisa. Otherwise, most likely, we never would have heard of the travels of Marco Polo, whom some of the later chroniclers have likened to Columbus, the discoverer of America. To beguile the tedium of their imprisonment, Marco was wont to tell his travellers' tales to his companion, Rusticciano, and this worthy gentleman conceived the notion of writing out the marvellous adventures and observations of his fellow prisoner. We must bear in mind that the Italian gentry of that time did not hold in high esteem the art of writing, and although Marco was not inferior to any man in daring or adventurousness, he was willing to leave to the scriveners the task of writing about such matters. But, in the end, the advice of Rusticiano prevailed, and the Pisan gentleman set down from the dictation of Marco the book of Sir Marco Polo concerning the kingdoms and marvels of the East. This was, up to that time, the most important book of travels and voyages ever written. Indeed, it was the most important book of any kind written during the Middle Ages. The book contributed more new facts toward a knowledge of the earth's surface, says one skilled authority, than any book that had been written before. The writer was the first to describe China, or Cathay, in its vastness of territory, its wonderfully rich and populous cities, and the first to tell of Tartary, Tibet, Burma, Siam, Cochin China, the Indian archipelago, the Andaman Islands, of Java and Sumatra, of the fabled island of Cipangu, or Japan, of Hindustan, and that marvellous region which the world learned to know as Farther India. From far-voyaging sailors he brought home accounts of Zanzibar and Madagascar, and the semi-Christian country of Abyssinia, where some accounts located that mysterious potentate called Prester John. He had traversed Persia and had picked up a vast amount of information concerning the country of Siberia, with its polar snows and bears, its dog sledges, and its almost everlasting winter. He traversed the entire length of Asia. Surely Europe might well be dazed when this account of regions, until then unknown, was unrolled before the scholars and explorers who could read the few precious books then in circulation. For it should be remembered that the art of printing was then unknown, and only in manuscript did any book make its appearance. Rusticiano wrote in a very poor sort of French, for then, as now, that language was commonest in all the cities of Europe. How much of the language of the book of Marco Polo's travels was Marco's, and how much was the worthy Rusticiano's, we are unable to decide. The facts in that famous book were duly vouched for by Marco. The opening chapter or prologue, inflated and wordy, after the fashion of the times, was undoubtedly Rusticiano's. He began thus: "Great princes, emperors, and kings, dukes, and marquises, counts, knights, and burgesses, and people of all degree, who desire to get knowledge of the various races of mankind, and of the diversities of the sundry regions of the world, take this book and cause it to be read to you. For ye shall find therein all kinds of wonderful things, and the divers histories of the great Armenia, and of Persia, and of the land of the Tartars, and of India, and of many another country of which our book doth speak, particularly and in regular succession, according to the description of Messer Marco Polo, a wise and noble citizen of Venice, as he saw them with his own eyes." This portentous prologue ends with these great swelling words: "And I may tell you that in acquiring this knowledge he spent in those various parts of the world good 26 years. Now, being thereafter an inmate of the prison at Genoa, he caused Messer Rusticiano of Pisa, who was in the same prison likewise, to reduce the whole to writing, and this befell in the year 1298 from the birth of Jesus." 1 year later, in the summer of 1299, Marco Polo was set at liberty and returned to Venice, where he died peacefully in 1324. His last will and testament, dated January 9, 1323, is preserved among the archives of Venice, and a marble statue in his honour was set up by the Venetians in the 17th century, and may be seen unto this day in the Palazzo Morosini Gattenberg, in the Campo San Stefano of that city. How came Marco Polo to be drawn so far into the vague and shadowy East? Somewhere about the middle of the 13th century, certain members of the Polo family had established a trading house in Constantinople, then pretty near the end of the world from Europe. These adventurous Venetians in 1260 sent the two brothers, Niccolo and Maffeo, still further to the eastward on a trading journey to the Crimea. Led on by one adventure and another, and lured by the hope of new and greater gains, they ascended the Volga northward and eastward, crossed Bokhara, and finally broke into one of the northwestern provinces of China, or Cathay, then faintly known in Europe by various names, the most classic of which was Ceres. Here they made their way to the capital city of the great Mongol Empire, the seat of government where ruled the great Khan, a very mighty potentate, Kublai Khan, grandson of the famous conqueror Genghis Khan. Kublai Khan resided at the wonderful city of Kambuluk, which we now know as Pekin. North of the Great Wall and some 180 miles from Kambuluk was the great Khan's summer palace, one of the wonders of the world, reading of which in Purchas's account of Marco Polo's travels, it is said that Coleridge fell asleep and dreamed the famous poem beginning, "In Xanadu did Kubla Khan a stately pleasure dome decree, where Alph, the sacred river, ran through caverns measureless to man, down to a sunless sea." These Polo brothers were the first Europeans that the great Khan had ever seen. But before this time, Friar Plano Carpini in 1246 and Friar William Rubruqui in 1253 had penetrated into Mongolia on some errand not now distinctly understood, but far enough to learn that a great and civilized country existed somewhere in the eastern extremity of Asia. They also learned that beyond this extremity of the continent there was a sea. People had until then believed that the eastern end of Asia disappeared in a vast and reedy bog, beyond which was deep and impenetrable darkness. More exact knowledge of that far eastern sea was subsequently acquired by the Venetian travellers. From these wandering friars the great Khan had heard, at second hand doubtless, of European princes, potentates, and powers, and of the Pope of Rome. He was mightily taken with the noble Venetians, and we are told that he treated them with every courtesy and consideration. He was anxious to secure through them the aid of the sovereign pontiff, of whose functions he entertained high respect, in the civilizing of the hordes that had lately been added to the Mongol Empire by wars of conquest. And he entreated the good offices of the polished and cultivated Venetians in securing for him the good offices of the Pope for that end. Accordingly, the two brothers, after satisfying to some degree their curiosity, set out for home, full of tales of their strange adventure, we doubt not, and they reached Venice in 1269, only to find that the Pope Clement IV was dead, and that no successor had been chosen in his place. There was a long interregnum, and the brothers, taking with them the son of Niccolo, the young Marco, then a stout lad, began to retrace their steps to Cathay, despairing of being able to enlist the 100 priests which the great Khan had asked them to borrow for missionary purposes from the Pope. At Acre, then held by European powers that had been engaged in the Crusades for the recovery of the Holy Sepulchre, they took counsel with one Tebaldo Visconti, an eminent prelate, who was Archdeacon of Liège and a person of great consequence in the Eastern Church. At their request, he wrote letters to the great Khan, authenticating the causes of their failure to fulfill the wishes of the Khan in the matter of obtaining the missionaries whom he desired. Then they pushed on toward the farther east, and while waiting for a vessel to sail from the port of Ayas on the Gulf of Skanderun, then the starting point for the Asiatic trade, they were overtaken by the news that their friend the Archdeacon Tebaldo had been chosen Pope under the title of Gregory X. They at once returned to Acre and were able to present to the newly elective pontiff the request of the great Khan and get a reply. But instead of 100 teachers and preachers, they were furnished with only 2 Dominican friars, and these lost heart and drew back before the journey was fairly begun. It may be said here that the great Khan, being disappointed by the Roman Church, subsequently applied to the Grand Lama of Tibet, and from that source secured the teachers whom he so greatly desired. The great Khan appears to have been an enlightened and liberal sovereign, and, according to his lights, was willing to furnish to his people the best form of religion that was to be had. He preferred the religion of the elegant and polished Italians, but, failing to get this, he naturally turned his eyes in the direction of Tibet, then an unknown land to all Europeans, but regarded in Mongolia as a region of some considerable civilization. The 3 members of the Polo family finally set out on their return to Cathay, leaving Acre in November 1271. They proceeded by the way of Ayas and Sivas to Mardin, Mosul, and Baghdad to Hormuz, at the mouth of the Persian Gulf. Here they met with some obstacle and turned from Hormuz, and traversed successively Kerman and Khurasan, Balkh and Badakhshan, by the way of the upper Oxus to the plateau of Pamir. Thence, crossing the steppes of Pamir, the 3 travellers descended upon Kashgar, whence they proceeded by Yarkand and Khotan to the vicinity of Lake Lob, and, crossing the desert of Gobi, they reached the province of Tangut in the extreme northwestern corner of China, or Cathay. Skirting the northern frontier, they finally reached the actual presence of the great Khan, who was then at his summer palace of Kaiping Fu, before spoken of, situated at the base of the Khingan Mountains, 50 miles north of the Great Wall. One may form some idea of the difficulties of Asiatic travel in those days, as well as the leisurely habits of the time, by considering that this journey occupied the 3 Venetians 3 years and a half. They arrived at the palace of the Khan about May 1275. The Polos were very cordially and gladly received by the potentate, then ruling over a territory so vast that it has been well said that in Asia and Eastern Europe scarcely a dog might bark without Mongol leave, from the borders of Poland and the coast of Silesia to the Amur and the Yellow Sea. Kubla Khan regarded the young Marco with especial favour, and soon began to employ him in errands and commissions of importance. The young bachelor, as he is called in his book, took pains to acquire at once an acquaintance with the Chinese alphabet, and to learn the languages and dialects of the countries in which he found profitable and interesting employment. It appears that the Khan had been greatly annoyed by the stupidity of his own officials and agents. They attended only to the errands on which they were sent, and brought back absolutely no knowledge of the distant countries that they visited, except that which they were specially directed to fetch. Very different was the conduct of the young Venetian. He was shrewdly observant, of a lively disposition, and given to inquiring into the strange and wonderful things which he beheld in those remote parts of the world hitherto secluded from the observation of Europeans. He made copious and minute notes of all that he saw and heard, for the benefit of his imperial master. These notes afterwards served him a good purpose, as we shall see, for they were the basis of the book that has made the name of Marco Polo famous throughout the world. When he returned to the imperial court, we can imagine the satisfaction with which the picturesque and intelligent narrations of what he had seen and heard were received by the great Khan. In the records of the Mongol dynasty has been found a minute setting forth the fact that a certain Polo, undoubtedly young Marco, was nominated a second-class commissioner attached to the Privy Council of the Empire in the year 1277. His first mission appears to have taken him on public business to the provinces of Shanxi, Shenxi, Sichuan, and Yunnan, in the southern and southwestern part of China, and east of Tibet. Even now, those regions are comparatively unknown to the rest of the world, and one must needs admire the intrepidity of the young Venetian who penetrated their wild mountain fastnesses, traced their mighty rivers, and carried away for the delight of the great Khan much novel information concerning the peoples that so numerously flourished in that cradle of the human race. In his book, Marco Polo does not greatly magnify himself and his office, and it is only incidentally, as it were, that we know that he was for 3 years governor of the great city of Yangchao. Following the details laid down in his book, the accuracy of which we have no reason to doubt, we find him visiting the old capital of the Khans in Mongolia, employed in southern Cochin China, and on a mission to the Indian seas, when he visited some of the states of India, of which Europeans at that time had only dimly heard the most fabulous and vague accounts. That the Polos were all favourites of the great Khan is sufficiently evident, but it does not appear that any but Marco was in the employment of the Khan. All 3 of them doubtless made hay while the sun shone, and gathered wealth as they could, trading with the people and making use of their Venetian shrewdness in dealing with the natives, who were no match for the cunning traders from the Rialto. Naturally, they longed to carry their wealth and their aged heads, for the 2 elders were now well stricken in years, safely back to their beloved Venice on the Adriatic, so far away. But Kublai Khan would not listen to any of their suggestions, and turned a deaf ear to their hints. A happy chance intervened to bring them out of the wild, mysterious realm of the great Khan. Arghun, Khan of Persia, a great nephew of Kublai, had lost by death his favourite wife, who was of one of the Mongol tribes, and who, dying in 1286, laid a parting injunction on the Khan that he should wed none but a Mongol princess. Sorely mourning her, the Persian Khan sent an embassy to the court of Kublai Khan to solicit a suitable bride for him. The lady Kuchachin, a damsel of 17, beautiful and virtuous, was selected by the court and was made ready to be sent to Tabriz, then the capital of the Persian Empire. The overland journey was highly dangerous, as it lay through regions tenanted by hostile and warlike tribes, besides being portentously long to be undertaken by a delicate young princess. The Persian envoys accordingly entreated the great Khan to send with them by sea the 3 foreigners, of whose seamanship they undoubtedly held high opinion, especially as the young Marco had just returned from his distant and venturous voyage to the Indian seas. With much reluctance the Khan consented, and the argosy set forth. Having given leave for the 3 Venetians to sail, the great Khan fitted them out nobly and endowed them with handsome presents at parting. They sailed, so far as we can now make out, from the port of Zaiton, better known as Chinchou, in Fokien, at the beginning of the year 1292, 200 years before Columbus set forth upon his voyage across the ocean sea. It was an ill-starred and unfortunate voyage for the 3 Polos and their precious charge, although all escaped with their lives and treasure. They were detained 5 months on the coast of Sumatra, and there were even longer detentions off the southern coast of India, so that more than 2 years had passed since their departure from Fokien, when they arrived at the camp of the then reigning Prince of Persia. The Khan of Persia, they found, had died before they set sail from China, and his son Ghazan Khan reigned in his stead. After the custom of the times and the people, however, the princess was married without ado to the successor of the royal person to whom she had been betrothed before leaving far-off Cathay. It is related that she took her leave of the 3 noble Venetians, to whom she had become like a daughter and sister, with many tears and protestations of affection, for they had been very choice in their care of her, and she lamented their departure with sincere sorrow and many tears. Leaving the princess at the camp of the Khan, for he was now at war, the Venetians pushed on to Tabriz, where they made a long halt, resting and refreshing themselves after their long and wearisome journey. Then they again took up their line of march westward and reached Venice, as we have seen, in November 1295, only to find their identity denied and their stories disbelieved, until, by an artifice, they made themselves truly known to their fellow townsmen, who had long since given them up for dead. Marco Polo's book, dictated by him in prison, is remarkable for its reserve and its scantiness of all semblance of ornament in its literary style. Messer Marco evidently did not greatly affect the arts and graces of fine writing. Like most of the Italian gentlefolk of his day and generation, he held the business of writing in low esteem. Some of his chapters are very brief indeed, the text being no greater in bulk than the headings which his amanuensis put over them of his own motion. Of the original manuscript written in French, copies were made for the use of the learned, the art of printing being as yet not invented. There are now in existence no less than 80 of these manuscripts, in various languages, more or less differing from each other in unimportant details, but all substantially verifying the facts of the wonderful history of Messer Marco Polo as here set forth. The most precious of these is known as the geographical text, and is preserved in the great Paris library. From it was printed, in 1824, one of the most valued of the texts now in existence. But the most useful and satisfactory of all the printed editions is that edited and annotated by Colonel Henry Yule, and printed in London in 1871. The first printed edition of Marco Polo's book was in the German text, and was published in 1477. Many writers have dwelt long on the question, did Columbus gather any information from the book of Marco Polo that aided him in forming his theory that one could reach India and Cathay by sailing westward from Spain out into the Sea of Darkness? We cannot satisfactorily answer that question, but we do know that all Europe, at the time of Marco Polo's adventurous journey eastward, resolutely turned its back upon the Atlantic and looked toward Cathay and the far Orient for a road to the fabulous diamond mines and spice islands that were believed to exist somewhere in the vague and mysterious East. Many philosophers, among whom was Columbus himself, thought the globe much smaller than it really is, but it was Columbus who was apparently charged with a divine mission to teach the world that sailing due westward from the Pillars of Hercules would bring the voyager to the dominions of Prester John, the Indies, and Cipangu. When Columbus set sail for his hazardous venture into the Sea of Darkness, he was armed with letters to Prester John, the traditional Christian prince of the Far East. And his first landfall, as we know now, was by him supposed to be an outlying portion of that vast region vaguely known to the explorers who followed Marco Polo as Farther India. But centuries rolled away before the world saw the facts of geography as we know them, or learned to accept as true the marvellous stories of Marco Polo, whose priceless legacy was first dimly known to the few, and was dubbed the Romance of the Great Khan. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by K.J. McGee, Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Sir William Wallace, 1270 to 1305. The life and exploits of this popular national hero of the Scots have been principally preserved in a legendary form by poetry and tradition, and are only to a very small extent matter of contemporary record, or illustrated by authentic documents. There is no extant Scottish chronicler of the age of Wallace. Froude, the earliest of his countrymen with whom we have any account of him, is his junior by nearly a century. Wintown, the next authority, is still half a century later. His chief celebrator is the metrical writer Blind Harry, or Harry the Minstrel, whose work confesses itself by its very form to be quite as much of a fiction as a history, and whose era, at any rate, is supposed to be nearly 2 centuries subsequent to that of his hero. Some few facts, however, may be got out of the English annalists Trivett and Hemingford, who were contemporaries of Wallace. There are contradictory statements of the year of his birth, but it is probable he was born about 1270. His family was one of some distinction, and he is said to have been the younger of the 2 sons of Sir Malcolm Wallace, of Elderslie and Auchenbothy, in the neighborhood of Paisley. His mother, who according to one account was Sir Malcolm's second wife, is stated by the genealogists to have been Margaret, daughter of Sir Reynold or Reginald, other authorities say Sir Hugh, Crawford, who held the office of Sheriff of Ayr. The history of Wallace down to the year 1297 is entirely legendary, and only to be found in the rhymes of Harry the Minstrel, though many of the facts which Harry relates still live as popular traditions in the localities where the scenes of them are laid, whether handed down in that way from the time when they happened, or only derived from his poem, which long continued to be the literary favorite of the Scottish peasantry. Harry, who, it may be observed, professes to translate from a Latin account written by Wallace's intimate friend and chaplain, John Blair, makes him to have been carefully educated by his uncle, a wealthy churchman who resided at Dunaplace in Stirlingshire, and to have been afterwards sent to the grammar school of Dundee. Here his first memorable act is said to have been performed, his slaughter of the son of Selby, the English governor of the castle of Dundee, in chastisement of an insult offered him by the unwary young man. Wallace and his dagger struck him dead on the spot. This must have happened, if at all, in the year 1291, after Edward I of England had obtained possession of all the places of strength throughout Scotland on his recognition as Lord Paramount by the various competitors for the crown, which had become vacant by the death of the infant Margaret, the Maiden of Norway, in September 1290. This bold deed committed by Wallace, who in making his escape is asserted to have laid several of young Selby's attendants as low as their master, was immediately followed by his outlawry. He now took to the woods, and gifted as he was with eloquence, sagacity, and other high mental powers and accomplishments. To this the testimony of Froude is as express and explicit as that of his poetical biographer. Not less than with strength and height of frame, and all other personal advantages, he soon found himself at the head of a band of attached as well as determined followers, who under his guidance often harassed the English soldiery, both on their marches and at their stations, plundering and slaying as it might chance, with equally little remorse. Particular spots in nearly every part of Scotland are still famous for some deed of Wallace and his fellow outlaws, performed at this period of his life. But for these we must refer to the blind minstrel. The woods in the neighborhood of Ayr would seem to have been his chief haunt, and some of his most remarkable feats of valor were exhibited in that town, in the face and in defiance of the foreign garrison by which it was occupied. Both his father and his elder brother are said to have fallen in rencontres with the English during this interval. It was now also that he fell in love with the orphan daughter of Sir Hugh de Bradfoot, the heiress of Leamington, having, it is said, first seen her at a church in the neighborhood of Lanark. The Scottish writers affirm that this lady, whom he appears to have married, and who at any rate bore him a daughter, a year or 2 after forming her connection with Wallace, fell into the hands of his enemies, and was barbarously executed by the order of Hazelrig, the English sheriff or governor of Lanark, while her husband, or lover, was doomed to witness the spectacle from a place where he lay in concealment. Such private injuries were well fitted to raise his hatred to an unextinguishable flame. How far the guerrilla warfare maintained by Wallace and his associates contributed to excite and spread the spirit of resistance to the English government, we have scarcely the means of judging, but it seems probable that it aided materially in producing the general insurrection which broke out in the spring of 1297. The accounts we have of the commencement of that movement represent Wallace at its head, in command of a considerable force and in association with some of the most distinguished persons in the kingdom, such as the Steward of Scotland and his brother, Wishart, Bishop of Glasgow, Sir William Douglas, etc. Soon after this he was joined by the younger Robert Bruce, afterward King Robert I, who had hitherto, as well as his father, who was still alive, the son of the original competitor for the crown, professed to adhere to the English king. This, however, appears to have been but an ill-cemented confederacy. When the force dispatched by Edward to quell the revolt presented itself before the Scottish army posted near Irvine in Ayrshire, the leaders of the latter, throwing off the authority of their nominal chief, could no more agree what to do than whom to obey, and the result was that Bruce, the Stewart, Douglas, and others of them, availing themselves to the diplomatic talents of the Bishop of Glasgow, concluded a treaty on July 9th, by which they agreed to acknowledge Edward as their sovereign lord. All the rest ultimately acceded to this arrangement, except only Wallace and his friend, Sir Andrew Moray of Bothwell. The Treaty of Irvine, which is printed by Rymer, is, we believe, the first of the few public documents in which mention is made of Wallace. To the instrument, which is in French, are subjoined the words, "Escrit à Sir William," the meaning of which Lord Hales conceives to be, quote, that the barons had notified Wallace that they had made terms of accommodation for themselves and their party, end quote. The words, moreover, on the supposition that they refer to Wallace, of which there seems to be little doubt, show that he had before this date obtained the honor of knighthood. It had probably been bestowed upon him, as was then customary, by some other knight, one of his companions in arms, since his elevation from being the captain of a band of outlaws to be the commander-in-chief of the national forces. Wallace now retired to the north, carrying with him, however, a considerable body of adherents, to whom additional numbers rapidly gathered, so that he soon found himself in a condition to recommence aggressive operations. Directing his force to the northeastern coast, he surprised the castle of Dunatar, cleared Aberdeen, Forfar, Brecon, and other towns of their English garrisons, and then laid siege to the castle of Dundee. While he was engaged in this last attempt, news was brought that the English army was approaching Stirling, upon which, leaving the siege to be carried on by the citizens of Dundee, he hastened to meet the enemy in the field. The result was the complete defeat and rout of the English at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, fought on September 11, 1297, a battle which once more for the moment liberated Scotland. The English were immediately driven or fled from every place of strength in the country, including Berwick itself. Availing himself of this panic and the exhilaration of his countrymen, Wallace pursued the fugitives across the border, and putting himself at the head of a numerous force, he entered England on October 18th, and, remaining till November 11th, wasted the country with fire and sword from sea to sea, and as far south as to the walls of Newcastle. It was during this visitation that the prior and convent of Hexham obtained from him the protection preserved by Hemmingford. It is dated at Hexeldisham, Hexham, November 7th, and runs in the names of, quote, Andreas de Moravia et Williamus Wallensis, duces exercitus Scote, nomine preclare principius, Ioannis de gratia regis Scotia illustrus, du consensu communitatis regne ejusdem, end quote. That is, quote, Andrew Moray and William Wallace, commanders-in-chief of the army of Scotland, in the name of King John, and by the consent of the community of the said kingdom." End quote. The John here acknowledged as King of Scotland was Balliol, now in the hands of Edward, and living in a sort of free custody in the Tower of London. Wallace's associate in the command was the young Sir Andrew Moray, son of his faithful friend of that name, who had retired with him from the capitulation of Irvine, and who had fallen at the Battle of Stirling Bridge. One of the most curious of the few public papers in which the name of Wallace occurs was a few years since discovered by Dr. Lappenberg of Hamburg, in the archives of the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck. It is a letter, in Latin, addressed to the authorities of Lübeck and Hamburg, informing him that their merchants should now have free access to all ports of the kingdom of Scotland, seeing that the said kingdom, by the favor of God, had been recovered by war from the power of the English. The letter is dated, quote, "apud Bedsingtonum," end quote. The true word, it has been suggested, is probably Haddingtonum. October 11th, 1297, that is, a few days before the invasion of Cumberland and Northumberland. It is in the name of, quote, "Andreas de Moravia et Willemus Wallensis, duces exercis regni Scotia et communitas eestum regni," end quote, like the Hexham protection, but without any mention of King John. After his triumphal return from his incursion into England, Wallace assumed the title of Guardian of the Kingdom in the name of King John, whether formally invested with that dignity, or only hailed as such by the gratitude of his countrymen. In a charter, printed in Anderson's Diplomata, conferring the constabulary of Dundee on Alexander Scrimgeour and his heirs, and dated at Torfischen, in the county of Linlithgow, March 29, 1298, he styles himself, quote, "Willemus Walis Miles, custos regne Scotia, et ductor exercitum eustem nomine preclare principis domine Ioannis de gratia regnes Scotio illustris de consensu communitatis eustum," end quote. The grant is stated to have been made with the consent and approbation of the nobility, quote, "per consensum e essensum magnatum dicte regni," end quote. But this supreme elevation did not last long. Supported only by his own merits and the admiration and attachment of his humbler fellow countrymen, Wallace, a new man, and without family connection, would probably have found it difficult or impossible to retain his high place, even if he had had nothing more to contend with than domestic jealousy and dissatisfaction. Froude relates that many of the nobility were in the habit of saying, quote, "We will not have this man to rule over us," end quote. Meanwhile, the energetic Irish king, who had been abroad when the defeat of Stirling Bridge lost him Scotland, had now returned home, and was already on his march toward the borders at the head of a powerful army. A body of English which had landed in the north of Fife, led by Emir du Valois, Earl of Pembroke, is said by the Scottish authorities to have been attacked and routed by Wallace on June 12, 1298, in the forest of Black Ironside, in that county. But when the two main armies met on July 22nd, in the neighborhood of Falkirk, the Scots commanded by Wallace, the English by their king in person, the former, after a gallant and obstinate resistance, were at last forced to give way, and the battle ended in a universal rout accompanied with immense slaughter. This defeat did not put an end to the war, but it was taken advantage of by the Scottish nobility to deprive Wallace of his office of guardian or chief governor of the kingdom. The Scottish accounts say that he voluntarily resigned to the supreme power. It is certain, at any rate, that Bruce, his rival Comyn, and Lamberton, Bishop of St. Andrews, were now appointed joint guardians of Scotland, still in the name of Balliol. For some years after this, our accounts of Wallace are slight and obscure, but he appears to have returned with a chosen band of followers to the practice of the desultory warfare in which he had originally distinguished himself. The legendary histories continue to detail his deeds of prowess performed in harassing the enemy both on their marches and in their camps and strongholds. And to fill up the story, they also make him to have paid 2 visits to France, the first in 1300, the second in 1302. The next well-ascertained fact regarding him is that when the Scottish leaders were at last obliged to submit to Edward at Stratford on February 9, 1304, Wallace was not included in the capitulation, one of the clauses of which, printed in the original French in Rayleigh's Placenta Parliamentaria, is to the effect that as for Wallace, Monsieur Guillaume de Gellé, he might, if he pleased, give himself up to the king's mercy, quote, qu'il se mette en la volonté et en la grâce notre Seigneur le roi, si le assemble, que bon soit, end quote. He was soon after summoned to appear before a parliament or convention of Scottish and English nobility held at St. Andrews, and upon their not presenting themselves, he and Sir Simon Frissell, or Fraser, were pronounced outlaws. For some time his retreat remained undiscovered, although his active hostility still continued occasionally to make itself felt. A principal person employed in the attempts to capture him appears to have been Ralph de Haliburton, but how he was actually taken is not known. Sir John Menteith, a son of Walter Stewart, Earl of Menteith, to whose treachery his delivery to the English king is attributed by Blind Harry and popular tradition, appears to have really done nothing more than forward him to England after he was brought a prisoner to Dumbarton Castle, of which Menteith was governor under a commission from Edward. On being brought to London, Wallace was lodged in the house of William Delict, a citizen, in Fenchurch Street, and on the next day, being the eve of St. Bartholomew, he was brought on horseback to Westminster, and in the hall there, quote, being placed on the south bench, end quote, says Stowe, quote, crowned with laurel for that he had said in times past that he ought to bear a crown in that all, end quote. He was arraigned as a traitor, and on that charge found guilty and condemned to death. After being dragged to the usual place of execution, the Elms in West Smithfield, at the tails of his horses, he was there hanged on a high gallows on August 23, 1305, after which he was, quote, drawn and quartered, end quote. His right arm was set up at Newcastle, his left at Berwick, his right leg at Perth, his left at Aberdeen, his head on London Bridge. Wallace's daughter, by the heiress of Lamington, married Sir William Bailey of Hoprig, whose descendants through her inherited the estate of Lamington. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Robert Bruce, by Sir J. Bernard Burke, LL.D., 1274 to 1329. Robert Bruce was born in the year 1274, on the feast of the translation of St. Benedict, being March 21st, and was undoubtedly of Norman origin. In an annual roll containing the names of those knights and barons who came over with William the Conqueror, we find that of Bruys, and from the Domesday Book it appears that a family of the same name were possessed of lands in Yorkshire. Coming down to a later period, 1138, when David Wan of Scotland made his fatal attack upon England, fatal, that is, to himself and his people, the English barons, previous to the Battle of Cutton Moor, near Northallerton, sent a message to the Scottish king by Robert Bruce of Cleveland, a Norman knight, who possessed estates in either country, Upon his death this knight bequeathed his English lands to his eldest son, and those in Annandale to his younger, who received a confirmation of his title by a charter of William the Lion. From this root sprung Robert Bruce, the competitor for the crown with Balliol, whose grandson was the more celebrated Robert Bruce, the younger Earl of Carrick in virtue of his mother's title, and afterward King of Scotland. He was the eldest of 3 brothers and 7 sisters, whose marriages with some of the leading families of Scotland proved an important element of success to the future hero. His earliest years were passed at the castle of Turnberry, where his mother resided, but as he grew older, his father, who considered himself an English baron, thought proper that he should be removed to the English court. The friendship subsisting between Edward I and the Earl of Carrick induced the former to adopt the Earl's son, so that the confiding monarch trained up his mortal enemy in the use of those arts and weapons which were one day to be turned against himself. The family of Bruce, as we have already noticed, were competitors for the Scottish throne with Balliol, in whose favour an award was pronounced by Edward when called upon to arbitrate between them. At this time the elder Bruce was far advanced in years. His son, the Earl of Carrick, was still in the prime of life, and his grandson, Robert Bruce, was 18 years of age. Upon the old man being required to do homage for his lands in Scotland to the new monarch of that country, he indignantly refused, exclaiming, "I am Balliol's sovereign, not Balliol mine, and rather than consent to such a homage, I resign my lands in Annandale to my son, the Earl of Carrick." But Carrick was not less proud or averse to anything that might call in question his claim to the crown of Scotland, and in like manner refused to hold any lands of Balliol. As, however, according to the feudal law, he must either divest himself of his estate or do homage for it, he adopted the former alternative, and resigned the lands of Annandale in favour of his son, Robert. The young baron, less scrupulous than his relatives, did not hesitate to accept his father's gift, which, upon feudal principles, carried with it the title of Earl of Carrick, and did homage for the same to Balliol. By his father's death in 1304, he became possessed of the family estates in England. From this time Bruce played his part with skill, though in justice it must be allowed that his patriotism was not altogether without the alloy of a selfish ambition, and perhaps it would be expecting too much from human nature, even in its best and highest forms, to look for anything else. Neither can we free him from the charge of dissimulation in that he swore a fealty to Balliol, which it is plain he never intended to observe, and affected gratitude and attachment for the English monarch, while in secret he was preparing to undermine him. An excuse for this has been sought by his more partial admirers in the necessity of the case, arising from the well-known sagacity of Edward, who would otherwise have penetrated his purposes and crushed them in the bud without scruple. Nor was this the only obstacle in his path to empire. Upon the failure of Balliol and his only son, Edward, the ancient and powerful family of the Commons were ready to dispute his title to the crown, which they claimed for themselves. John, commonly called the Red Comyn, who had been the determined opponent of Wallace, possessed, in the event of the monarch dying without issue, the same right to the throne which was vested in Bruce himself. He, too, had connected himself by marriage with the royal family of England, and was at this time one of the most powerful subjects in Scotland. When Balliol leagued with Comyn to throw off the supremacy of Edward, whose hand, whether justly or not, had raised him to the Scottish throne, the Bruces and their party, tempted by the promise of a crown, lent their best aid to the English monarch. Upon the termination of the campaign, the elder Bruce demanded the fulfilment of Edward's promise, to which the latter indignantly replied that he had not come into Scotland to conquer a kingdom for him, so that Bruce reaped nothing else at the time from his service than the satisfaction of seeing his rival, Balliol, dethroned, and the influence of the Commons effectually diminished. In 1296, Edward held a parliament at Berwick, compelling the Scotch barons to do him homage, and the young Lord of Carrick concurred in the national submission. But notwithstanding this outward show of fealty, he became, in the time of Wallace's success, suspected of entertaining designs upon the crown. At first, indeed, he had joined against Wallace, and wasted the lands of his adherent, Douglas, with fire and sword. Yet soon after his return home, he summoned the Annandale men, who were the vassals of his father, then in the service of Edward, and thus addressed them: "You have already heard, without doubt, of that solemn oath which I lately took at Carlisle, and I cannot deny the fact. But the oath was a foolish one, and exacted by fear. It was my body that took the oath, and not my mind. But its having been taken at all is now to me the cause of much remorse and sorrow. Yet ere long I hope to be absolved from it by our Holy Father. In the meanwhile I am resolved to go and join my fellow countrymen, and assist them in their efforts to restore to its liberty the land of my nativity. For none, as you know, is an enemy of his own flesh, and as for me, I love my people. Let me beseech you, then, to adopt the same resolution, and you shall ever be esteemed my most dear friends and approved counsellors." To this request the men of Annandale deferred giving any answer till the morning, and took advantage of the night to retire, so that Bruce could only join the insurgents with his own vassals of Carrick. The first disappointment might have taught Bruce to desist from his design, for which the time was not yet ripe, but blinded by ambition, he entered into a strict alliance with Wishart, the Bishop of Glasgow, and the Steward of Scotland, the principal leaders of the insurrection. Upon joining his new associates, he found their purposes utterly incompatible with his views upon the crown. Wallace, the soul of the party, had ever supported the claims of Balliol, and his great supporter, Sir Andrew Moray, a near connection of the Commons, had the same object. During the campaign, therefore, of 1298, which concluded with the Battle of Falkirk, Bruce shut himself up in his castle of Ayr, maintaining a cautious neutrality, while his father continued to reside in England and to serve Edward in his wars. The king, however, did not admire this cold system of neutrality. He, in consequence, determined to attack the castle of Ayr, and Bruce, dreading the consequences, razed it to the ground, and sought an asylum in the mountain fastness of Carrick. In the following year, when Wallace had resigned the regency, John Comyn of Badenoch and Sir John de Sue were chosen governors of the kingdom, and the party of Bruce availed themselves of the opportunity to advance his influence by opposition to those in power, and by defeating every measure taken for the public benefit. An attempt was made by those who really wished well on the national cause, or who dreaded that their disunion might be fatal to all alike, to reconcile the contending factions. With this view they elected Bruce and Lamberton, Bishop of Glasgow, joint regents in the name of Balliol, but this ill-assorted coalition soon fell to pieces, as might have been expected, where the views which one party entertained in secret were so utterly opposed to the avowed purposes of all. The policy which actuated Bruce on this occasion may be easily explained. It was clear that Edward would never consent to the restoration of Balliol, then in exile, and the Commons had taken so decided a part against him, that it seemed most improbable he would ever consent to raise one of that family to the throne. Continuing therefore the same line of duplicity with which he had commenced, and which he had only abandoned for a single instant in the vain hope of persuading the party of Wallace to openly adopt his claims, he now endeavored by submission to effect attachment to win the favor of the English monarch. Edward, he well knew, had the power, could he be brought to entertain the inclination, to place him on the Scottish throne, and if this point were once attained, Bruce trusted that means would afterward occur of shaking off all dependence upon his benefactor. In these designs he to a certain extent succeeded, but not in his main object. If he was crafty, Edward was yet craftier. He had fallen into the same error that his father had in 1296, and was outwitted by the superior political ability of him whom he had intended to deceive, and who, it must be confessed, was equally insincere. Edward cheated both father and son by holding out to them the hope of a crown he never meant them to attain, his object being to unite the two countries, an excellent purpose in itself, if we could only bring ourselves to overlook the fraud and violence by which it was to be accomplished. When therefore the Commons submitted, in 1304, and he proceeded to the settlement of his new dominions, the Earl of Carrick found that his only gain was the being employed upon the commissioners in organizing a system of government. He had, however, reaped no little advantage from his dissimulation. While Balliol was in exile and Comyn in disgrace, he had preserved his estates and won the king's confidence without losing, but rather augmenting, his influence with the Scotch. At the same time he saw that Comyn was still powerful. His claims to the throne were more generally admitted by the people, and without his concurrence nothing could be effected. This situated, Bruce submitted to his rival this alternative: "Give me your land, and I shall bind myself to support your title to the kingdom, and when we have expelled our armies, to place the crown upon your head, or if thou dost not choose to assume the state of the kingdom, here am I ready to resign to you my estates, on condition that you second me in my efforts to regain the throne of my fathers." Comyn accepted the latter alternative, but immediately betrayed the design to Edward, and sent him the letter, or indenture, by which Bruce had bound himself. But the latter, when suddenly charged with it, denied his hand and seal with a coolness that could only belong to one long practiced in the arts of dissimulation, and demanded time to prove his innocence. Arch-deceiver as the English king himself was, he yet allowed himself to be duped by this specious effrontery, and Bruce, escaping into Scotland, murdered Comyn in the church of the Grey Friars, at Dumfries. Soon afterward he was crowned at Scone, and the revolution spread far and wide, upon hearing which Edward sent an invading army into Scotland. Superiority of force and military skill soon compelled Bruce to retreat to the mountain fastnesses that offered a better place of security than the strongest castle, for castles might be stormed, but here, if danger threatened him at one point, he had only to retreat to one more remote and more rugged, and thus at any time was enabled to baffle his pursuers when he found them too powerful to be resisted. A series of fights, battles they could hardly be called, and adventures now ensued which have all the coloring of romance, but which entailed so much of hardness and privation upon his followers that after a while it became evident he would not be able much longer to keep them from abandoning a cause so desperate. Then, again, a spark of hope was kindled by the disaffection growing out of the severity which Edward exercised upon all who had been in arms to resist him. Numbers in consequence flocked to Bruce, and fresh adventures succeeded of a yet more romantic nature than those already mentioned. The fortunes of the wanderer, seeming now to be at the lowest ebb, and then again rising into a prosperous flood, which as rapidly subsided, making it a matter of some difficulty for him to escape being stranded by the falling waters. It was during this season that Douglas disgraced himself and the Scottish name by barbarities that have never been surpassed, and rarely even equalled. The death of the great Edward, for great he was in spite of all his faults, and the accession of his son, the feeble Edward II, left an open field to Bruce, who was as much superior to those that now opposed him, as he had been overcrowned by the genius of his late adversary. He marched from victory to victory, and would, no doubt, have brought the contest to a happy termination, had he not been seized by an alarming sickness. At first it threatened to be fatal. Things were again beginning to look gloomy for Scotland, but in the moment of extreme peril he shook off his disease by a strong effort, and once more led his followers through a series of triumphs, which were crowned by the great battle of Bannockburn. Though we cannot allow the ambition which seeks a crown to pass for patriotism, it is impossible to deny the highest praise to the courage, firmness, and ability displayed by Bruce through the whole of this trying period. None may deny that he deserved a crown, and when once obtained, it acquired a luster from the talents of him who wore it. Bruce soon found himself in a condition to assist his brother Edward in the attempt to drive the English out of Ireland, but here the usual good fortune of the Scotch abandoned them. After a hard-fought campaign attended by many vicissitudes, his sagacity saw that the attempt was hopeless, and he returned to Scotland. Shortly afterward, the turbulent and aspiring Edward Bruce was slain in battle. His wonted success attended Bruce in the field, in the midst of which, however, a plot was formed against his life and government. Fortunately, it was revealed in time by the Countess of Strathearn, to whom the conspirators had the weakness to confide their intentions, and soon afterward, to crown his prosperity, Edward II was compelled by a series of defeats to conclude a peace. But Bruce's health began to be impaired, and when war again broke out between the countries, upon the deposition of Edward II and the succession of his son, Edward III, he was unable to lead his projected expedition against England. It ended in failure, if not in defeat. A short interval of health and hope gleamed upon him after this attack, and peace was concluded between the two countries, greatly to the dissatisfaction of the English, who, justly enough, considered themselves sacrificed to the ambition of the Queen Mother Isabella and of her favorite Mortimer. But this momentary promise of health and vigor soon passed away, and it became plain to all that the life of this brave and sagacious monarch was drawing rapidly to a close. In expectation of the final event, he had given orders to have a magnificent tomb made at Paris, which was brought to Bruges, thence through England into Scotland, and on its arrival erected in the church of the Benedictines of Dunfermline. Bruce died in his 55th year, and was buried in the Abbey Church of Dunfermline as he had desired. In the prime of his life, Bruce was upward of 6 feet high, his shoulders were broad, his chest full and open, the cheekbones strong and prominent, and the muscles of the back and neck of great size and thickness. His hair curled short over a broad forehead, and the general expression of his face was calm and cheerful, yet when he pleased he could assume a character of stern command. Such, at least, Bruce has been described by the old historian, and we may easily believe it, since the outward semblance agrees so well with what is recorded of his life and actions. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ted Leinhart. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Arnold Von Winkelried. Died 1386. The incident with which this name is connected is, after the purely legendary feat of Tell, the best known and most popular in the early history of the Swiss Confederation. We are told how, at a critical moment in the great battle of Sempach, when the Swiss had failed to break the serried ranks of the Austrian knights, a man of Unterwalden, Arnold von Winkelried by name, came to the rescue. Commending his wife and children to the care of his comrades, he rushed toward the Austrians, gathered a number of their spears together against his breast, and fell pierced through, having opened a way into the hostile ranks for his fellow countrymen, though at the price of his own life. But the Tell and Winkelried stories stand in a very different position when looked at in the dry light of history, for, while in the former imaginary and impossible men, bearing now and then a real historical name, do imaginary and impossible deeds at a very uncertain period. In the latter, we have some solid ground to rest on, and Winkelried's act might very well have been performed, though, as yet, the amount of genuine and early evidence in support of it is very far from being sufficient. The Winkelrieds of Stans were a knightly family when we first hear of them, though toward the end of the 14th century they seem to have been but simple men without the honors of knighthood, and not always using their prefix von. Among its members we find an Ernie Winkelried acting as a witness to a contract of sale on May 1st, 1367, while the same man, or perhaps another member of the family, Ernie von Winkelried, is plaintiff in a suit at Stans on September 29, 1389, and in 1417 is the Landeman, or headman, of Unterwalden, being then called Arnold Winkelried. We have, therefore, a real man named Arnold Winkelried living at Stans about the time of the Battle of Sempach. The question is thus narrowed to the points: was he present at the battle, and did he then perform the deed commonly attributed to him? The determination of this question requires a minute investigation of the history of that battle to ascertain if there are any authentic traces of this incident or any opportunity for it to have taken place. 1. Evidence of chronicles. The earliest known mention of the incident is found in a Zurich chronicle, discovered in 1862 by Herr G. von Wyss, which is a copy made in 1476 of a chronicle written in, or at any rate not earlier than, 1438, though it is wanting in the 16th century transcript of another chronicle written in 1466, which up to 1389 closely agrees with the former. It appears in the well-known form, but the hero is stated to be ein getreuer Mann unter den Eidgenossen, no name being given, and it seems clear that his death did not take place at that time. No other mention has been found in any of the numerous Swiss or Austrian chronicles till we come to the book Die Helvetische Origin, written in 1538 by Rudolf Gewalter, Zwingli's son-in-law, when the hero is still nameless, being compared to Decius or Codrus, but is said to have been killed by his brave act. Finally, we read the full story in the original draft of Giles Tschudi's chronicle, where the hero is described as a man of Unterwalden of the Winkelried family, this being expanded in the first recension of the chronicle, 1564, into a man of Unterwalden, Arnold von Winkelried by name, a brave knight, while he is entered in the same book on the authority of the anniversary book of Stans, now lost, on the list of those who fell at Sempach, at the head of the Nidwald or Stansmen, as Herr Arnold von Winkelried, Ritter, this being in the first draft Arnold Winkelried. Number 2, ballads. There are several war songs on the Battle of Sempach which have come down to us, but in one only is there mention of Winkelried and his deed. This is a long ballad of 67 four-line stanzas, part of which, including the Winkelried section, is found in the additions made between 1531 and 1545 to Etterlin's chronicle by H. Berlinger of Basel, and the whole in Werner Steiner's chronicle, written 1532. It is agreed on all sides that the last stanza, attributing the authorship to Hauptsutter of Lucerne, as he came back from the battle, is a very late addition. Many authorities regard it as made up of 3 distinct songs, one of which refers to the battle in Winkelried, possibly put together by the younger Hauptsutter, citizen of Lucerne in 1435, died between 1470 and 1480, though others contend that the Sempach-Winkelried section bears clear traces of having been composed after the Reformation began, that is, about 1520 or 1530. Some recent discoveries have proved that certain statements in the song, usually regarded as anachronisms, are quite accurate, but no nearer approach has been made toward fixing its exact date, or that of any of the 3 bits into which it has been cut up. In this song, the story appears in its full-blown shape, the name of Winkelried being given. End of section 23.
Section 24 of Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lori Waymeyer. Great Men and Famous Women, Volume 5, by Charles F. Horne. Joan of Arc, by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. 1412 through 1431. In the history of the world since the dawn of time, there is no other character so remarkable to me as that of Joan of Arc. You have but to think of any young girl of your acquaintance 17 years old, and try to imagine her leading an army to battle, storming a fort, or planning a campaign, in order to realize in a measure the astounding qualities possessed by this wonderful being. Not only did she do all this as wisely as the most astute general who ever lived, but she succeeded in liberating France from the hands of the English, where we have very good reason to think it might have otherwise remained to this day. For the English were gaining ground steadily, and the French Dauphin was utterly discouraged,
and had ceased to make an effort to maintain his rights when Joan of Arc came to his rescue. The English king, Henry V, had died in the midst of his triumphs. 2 months later, imbecile Charles VI of France passed away also, and Henry VI of England was proclaimed king of both nations, while at the same time the Dauphin was hailed king of France by his few followers. But his fortunes were at the lowest ebb. His small army stationed at Orleans was in need of food. 4,000 of his men went out to search for provisions and encountered half that number of English soldiers. A battle ensued, and 500 of the bravest French soldiers were left dead on the field of strife. Despite their bravery, hunger and fatigue had unfitted them to combat with their well-fed adversaries. The Dauphin had shut himself in the castle of Chinon, with fair women and gay comrades, while the siege was raging before the walls of Orleans. He was at that time a weak and vacillant youth, given over to the same pleasures and vices which drove his father mad and caused his brother's death. He had no pride in rescuing his crown from the English, and it must be confessed that the treatment he had received from his own mother and his own countrymen who sold him to the enemy was sufficient to dishearten a stronger nature than his. Added to this, he was doubtful of his legitimate right to the throne, owing to his mother's depraved career. But when, in the midst of his orgies, the news was brought to him in the castle of Chinon that his army was defeated before the walls of Orleans, what little hope or courage he had left seemed to desert him, and he sank into a state of despair. And far away on the frontier, in the little village of Domremy, a young girl watched her flocks, and wept over the fate of her beloved country, and weeping, prayed that God would save France from the oppressor. How earnestly she prayed, and how well God listened! History had recorded in a tale more wonderful than any story ever conceived by the imagination of man, and sadder than any other save the story of the Nazarene upon the cross of Calvary. The end of France as a nation seemed at hand. The nobility had been led into captivity and sold to an invading enemy. The clergy had seen its altars defamed by arrogant strangers. Industry had been ruined by civil wars during the long imbecility of Charles VI, and the succeeding ravages made by the English. Villages were depopulated, homes desolated, and look where they might, the people of France saw no hope of aid, save from on high. Of this epoch, Henry Martin says, "The people expected nothing from human sources, but a sentiment of indestructible nationality stirred in their hearts and told them that France could not die. Hoping nothing from earth, they lifted their souls to heaven. An ardent religious fervor seized upon them, which had no part with clergy or creed. It rose from the extremity of their need, and fixed its roots in an old oracle of the Middle Ages, which had predicted that France should be lost through a woman and saved by a virgin." France had certainly been lost through its wicked queen. That part of the old prophecy had been fearfully fulfilled. The remaining clause was yet to be verified. The people, excited to a religious frenzy by their desperate straits and their faith in the old superstition, prayed more fervently with each day, and their prayers rose like great white eagles and settled upon the heart of that strange divine child who was weeping over the fate of France while she watched her sheep on the plains of Domremy. A humbly born girl was Joan of Arc, unable to read or write. Women who could do more than that were rare in those days, so she was not despised on account of her ignorance, but highly respected for her industry and piety. An enthusiastic Catholic, she added to her church duties by active benevolence and kindness to the sick and poor in her native town. Often she was seen to kneel in the fields and pray, and there was a chapel some miles from Domremy, to which she used to make a pilgrimage every Sunday and offer prayers to the Virgin. There was, too, in the forest of Boyesen, a famous beech tree under which a stream of clear water flowed, and a superstition prevailed among the people of Domremy that fairies had blessed this tree and bestowed healing properties upon the waters of the stream. The priest and the villagers marched about the sacred tree once each year, singing solemn chants, and the young people hung its boughs with garlands and danced under its shading branches. Joan dearly loved this spot, and it became her favorite haunt. The echoes of war reverberated even to this quiet frontier hamlet, and in her hours of reverie she dwelt sadly upon the stories of bloodshed and suffering which she heard her elders repeat. She was 12 years old when the Dauphin was proclaimed king by his few followers, and in all his flight from province to province, fleeing before the usurpers of his throne, no heart in all France suffered more keenly than the heart beating in the breast of this humble shepherd girl. The misfortunes of the Dauphin, the woes of her country took complete possession of her expanding mind. Her pure young soul yearned toward the infinite in one ceaseless prayer, and when any soul is so lifted up above all thought of self, praying for the good of others, a response never fails to come. It is only selfish prayers which remain unanswered. Joan's beautiful nature was like the sensitive plate prepared to receive the impression, and while she prayed the angels to save France, the angels prepared her to become the Savior. One summer day, when she was in her 14th year, she was running in the fields with her companions, when, as she afterward declared, she felt herself lifted as by an invisible force and carried along as if she possessed wings. Her companion gazed upon her with astonishment, seeing her fly beyond their reach. Then she heard a voice which proceeded from a great light above her, and the voice said, "Joan, put your trust in God, and go and save France." This strange experience filled her with terror, but ere many days she heard the voice again, and this time she saw the figure of a winged angel. "I am the archangel Michael," the voice said, "and the messenger of God, who bids you to go to the aid of the Dauphin and restore him to his throne." Overcome with fear, she fell on her knees in tears, but the angel continued to appear to her, accompanied with 2 female forms, and always urging her to go to the aid of her country. Fear gave place to ecstasy, and in the heart of this divine child awoke the audacious idea whose climax astounded the whole world. At first she reasoned with the voices, telling them she was but a poor girl who knew nothing of men or war. But the voices replied, "Go and save France. God will be with you, and you have nothing to fear." During 3 years she listened to these voices, which made themselves heard by her 2 or 3 times each week. She seemed consumed by an inward fever, and strange words escaped her. One day she said to a laborer that midway between Coucy and Vaucouleurs there lived a maid who should bring the Dauphin to his throne. These words were repeated to her father, and they alarmed him, and we cannot wonder that they did. How could he think otherwise than that his little girl was losing her senses? How could he dream of the divine and superhuman powers that had descended upon her from a higher world? He told her brother that if Joan should attempt to follow the army, as he feared she might, he would rather drown her with his own hands. Her parents set a watch upon her movements and decided to marry her to a young man who was secretly enamored of her. They connived with this admirer to swear before an officer of the law that Joan had promised him her heart, but she so strenuously denied the assertion before the judge that she gained her case. Just at this epoch the people of Domremy were obliged to fly before an invading troop of soldiers. When they returned to their village they found their church burned and their homes pillaged. Joan regarded this as a direct punishment for her hesitation in heeding the voices. She would hesitate no longer, and after repeated delays and disheartening rebuffs, she succeeded in winning her way, with a few believers in her mission, to the king's castle. When Charles finally consented to an interview, he disguised one of his courtiers as king, and he was disguised as a courtier. But Joan was not deceived by clothing. She fell at his feet, clasped his knees, and exclaimed, "Gentle king, God has taken pity on you and your people. The angels are on their knees praying for you and them." The king was impressed with her lofty enthusiasm and plied her with questions. Her responses astonished him. One reliable authority tells us that she revealed to him something known only to himself, and answered a question which he had that day demanded of God in the privacy of prayer, the question of his legitimate right to the throne. Joan told him that he had asked this question of God, and that she was able to reply to it in the affirmative. The king was so astonished and overjoyed at this proof of the maiden's powers that he expressed belief in her divine mission, but he quickly relapsed into doubt again, and Joan was obliged to endure a very critical examination before a parliament, where she confused and confounded the learned doctors by her simple words, "I know not A or B, but I am commanded by my voices to raise the siege of Orleans and crown the Dauphin at Reims." When one aggressive doctor with a bad accent asked sarcastically what language her voices spoke, she replied, "Better than yours, sir," which brought the laughter of the whole Parliament upon him. A messenger sent to Domremy to ascertain the early conduct of the maid returned with accounts of her piety and benevolence. All this worked in her favor, together with the strong faith which the masses reposed in her, for the people remembered the old prophecy and believed that the maiden had come to deliver France. Even the doctors of theology were affected by this prophecy, and the result was the final equipment of Joan for battle. When arrayed in a knight's armor, she refused to accept a sword. "The voices told me," she said, "that in the church vault at Fillebois there lies a sword marked with 5 crosses which I must carry, and no other." A messenger was sent who found the sword exactly as she had described it. This naturally swelled the faith of the people in her divine mission. She ordered a white banner made, covered with the lilies of France, and with the inscription Jesus Maria emblazoned upon it. At the end of 2 months, she entered the town of Blois, where the army was stationed, seated upon a fine horse, her head bare, her dark curls streaming in the wind, an air of triumph and joy on her face. 6,000 soldiers were drawn up to receive her, but the pleasure-loving young Dauphin, be it said to his shame, was enjoying himself in his castle and was not there to meet her. Nothing had yet been decided about the position Joan was to occupy, but the wild enthusiasm of the army at once made her its leader. The very first act of this pure being was an attempt to uplift the moral status of the army. Women of evil repute were sent away with good advice, and the men were called to battle by prayer and confession. Coarse soldiers followed her to mass, fascinated by her peculiar spell, and rough language was silenced in her presence. Remarkable as had seemed Joan's career up to this point, it was simple compared to the miracles which ensued. Modest as the simplest maiden in private life, gentle as a child in all matters pertaining to herself, utterly devoid of self-seeking interests, she was yet enabled to plan campaigns, direct attacks, and lead armies with all the skill of any world-renowned general. In the dead of night, with a band of 200 men, she entered the beleaguered city of Orleans in the face of the English enemy. The inhabitants crowded about her, regarding her rightly with wonder and awe. Her first act was to hasten to a cathedral where the Te Deum was being chanted by torchlight. She then selected her home with a lady of spotless reputation, in order that all her hours of repose might be guarded from suspicions of evil. The following day she directed a letter of warning to be sent to the English, urging them to retreat before compelled to do so by the fire of heaven. She then reconnoitred the city, determining in her mind where to begin the attack, and as she saw no signs that the English had taken heed of her letter, she finally mounted the walls of the town, and in a loud voice warned the English to depart before overtaken with the shame and disaster in store for them. To this the English responded with insults and ribald words, and told her to go home and keep her cows. Joan wept at their insults to her modesty, and would have at once opened an attack had she not been dissuaded by her generals, who begged her to await the arrival of her army. Despite their bold words, the English were so influenced by Joan's peculiar power that they allowed her army to enter Orleans with a convoy of provisions and made no resistance. They seemed to be paralyzed with fear, and many of them expressed a belief that she was aided by the devil. Although the maid was immensely popular with the army, a lurking secret jealousy of her was already at work in the breasts of some of her officers, and these men chose an hour when she was taking a brief repose to open an attack upon the English, hoping to take the glory of a conquest to themselves. But Joan's voices awoke her and told her the blood of France was being spilled, and seizing her white banner she mounted her horse and rushed into the strife, turning the tide of battle at once in the favor of the French army, which had already suffered loss. Wherever the white flag was seen, a superhuman strength seemed to take possession of the men, and after a fierce battle of 3 hours, the Bastille of Saint-Lô was won by the French. The Bastille des Augustins fell next, and here Joan was slightly wounded in the foot, but she resolved to attack the only remaining hold of the English the following day. Her officers counseled together and reported themselves unfavorable to this project, as the Bastille de Tournelle was very strong and filled with the bravest of the English army. But Joan replied, "I too have been at council with God, and we shall fight tomorrow." The English, believing her nearly dead from her wound, were terrified to see her return, and lost courage from that moment, while the French, electrified by her unexpected presence, fought with such zeal that before nightfall the Maid led her army into Orleans crowned with triumph. It was only 7 days since she had entered the city, and Joan had already verified her assertion that she could and would raise the siege of Orleans. The indolent and unworthy Dauphin, however, refused to go to Reims and be crowned and so fulfill the second part of Joan's mission. He said there were ports along the Loire which needed to be taken first, so the girl general laid out her campaign and added Beaugency and Jargeau to her other conquests. The English had become filled with superstitious fear of her power, attributing it to the devil. But the Dauphin of France still dallied with light women in his castle, and treated Joan with coldness and suspicion. The army now became so unanimous in the desire that the king should go to Reims that he finally, with reluctance, consented. On July 16th, after having taken Troyes and Chalons on the way, the French army entered Reims, and there, on the following day, the Dauphin was anointed with holy oil and received the crown of France. Happy, but modest and humble in her happiness, rejoicing only in the prosperity of the king and the country, the sublime Saviour of her land knelt before her sovereign after the ceremonies were concluded, and said, "Gentle king, I wish now that I might return toward my father and my mother, to keep my flocks and my herds as heretofore. Alas for the happiness of the poor girl and the honor of 2 countries, that her request was not granted." Joan's father was present on this occasion, and the inn where he lodged at the king's expense and the cathedral where the Dauphin was crowned still exist in Reims. During all Joan's life as a soldier and general, she exhibited a most touching humanity toward the conquered enemy. She would spring from her horse to soothe the wounds of a suffering English soldier, and it is recorded of her that she carried a dying enemy in her arms to a confessor, and remained with him till his soul took flight. The people adored her, and the soldiers of her army idolized her, and the king realized that she was of too great value to him to permit her to go in peace to her old humble home. So Joan remained, asking that the king would remove all impost from the village of Domremy, in place of bestowing a title upon her family as he offered to do. For 300 years her request was obeyed. From this time to the tragic end, the story of Joan's life is a hard one to relate. Although we are nearing the 5th centennial of her birth, the recital of her sufferings and death must still wring tears from every heart which is not made of stone. The feeling of jealousy, which great success of even the most worthy and noble souls arouses in the meaner natures, had already sprung up against Joan. This feeling increased as the days passed by, and she added more and more to her glory by the conquests of Laon, Soissons, Compiègne, and Beauvais. Paris was next besieged, and here Joan was seriously wounded, an event which depressed the king and the army. Her wound disabled her from action, and she was left lying on the field until evening, neglected and seemingly forgotten. Already conscious of the growing sentiment of jealousy among her officers, this final proof of their indifference to her fate must have been more painful to her pure and lofty mind than the physical agony she was enduring. But even lying there, wounded, she cheered on the men as they passed her in the combat, and revived their failing courage. She was enabled to resume action the next day. Her plans were all perfected, and judging from her past triumphs, we can but suppose victory would have attended her, had not that most remarkable mandate arrived from the king, commanding the French army to retreat to Saint-Denis. To the undying shame of his memory be it said that Charles VII entered into a plot, with jealous enemies of Joan, to force failure upon her. The people and the soldiers had grown to believe her infallible. The king and his favorites determined that she should be proven fallible. They deemed the country sufficiently safe, the army sufficiently strong, to enable them to go on now and claim victories of their own, without having their divine deliverer share the glory. Next to the crime of Isabel, who sold her son and her country to the enemy, this base act of Charles VII stands unparalleled in infamy. So discouraged and broken-hearted was Joan over the conduct of the king, although she did not understand the deep-laid plot against her, that she resolved to abandon the life of a soldier and enter the church of Saint Denis. She hung up her armor and her sword, but when the king heard of this, he sent for her to return to the army. He was not yet sure of himself, and he wanted her where he could call upon her if need be. Joan returned with reluctance. Her voices counseled her to keep to her resolution, but she was so accustomed to obey the king that for the first time she allowed an earthly voice to overrule the counsels of her heavenly guides. And from this hour her star set. From this hour her path led into darkness. Soon after her return to the army she broke the magic sword with which she had achieved so many conquests. The voices, too, were silent, and all this troubled her. The king kept her away from all active warfare, and she grew restive and impatient with her life of inaction. The army, which under her influence had been reformed of half its vices, now separated from her by the king's orders and fell into the most wild excesses. Joan prayed and pleaded to be allowed to go again into combat, and finally the king allowed her to do so. But such success attended her, and such enthusiasm seized upon her soldiers, that the jealous favorites of the king were alarmed. They resolved to prevent any further triumphs for her, but to pretend great friendship and admiration meanwhile. The king was influenced to bestow honors and titles upon her family, and to present her 2 brothers who had fought in the army with swords of silver, all of which Joan received coldly and with indifference, for meantime she was suffering such agony as only so brave and valiant a soul could suffer in being kept from her duty. After 4 months of this galling life, Joan could not fail to see that she was the victim of a jealous plot. What suffering to a nature so honest and self-sacrificing as hers, to discover that the king for whom she had achieved such miracles was a coward and a hypocrite, unworthy of her respect and faith. But it was surely this knowledge which actuated Joan to take a few brave men, and without orders from the king, to go into aid of William de Flavy, commander of the fortress of Compiègne, who was in distress. She set out, and on the evening of May 24th, headed an attack upon the English. She fought nobly and well, but before the close of the combat she was obliged to sound a retreat, and as she was attempting to escape through the half-closed city gate, an English archer came up behind and pulled her to the ground. Joan of Arc was a prisoner. The joy of the English was overwhelming, the despair of the French correspondingly great, and that despair gave place to anger when it was learned that William de Flavy, the man whom she had tried to defend, had betrayed her into the hands of the English because he was jealous of her. This man's wife slew him when she learned of his base act, and was pardoned for the crime when she told its cause. In all the cities which Joan had delivered from English control, public prayers and processions were ordered. People walked barefooted and bareheaded, chanting the Miserere in the streets of Tours. She was imprisoned first at Beaurevoir, then in the prison of Arras. From there she was taken to Le Crétoy. It was customary in those days to exchange prisoners taken in arms, or to ransom them, but the English had suffered such a loss and defeat through Joan that they determined she should die. Their only way to do this without publicly dishonoring themselves was to accuse her of being a witch, and to compel the religious tribunal of her own land to become her murderer. During the first 6 months of her captivity, Joan was treated humanely, but the defeat of the English at Compiègne awoke anew the superstitions of the English, who believed that, though a prisoner, she exercised her spell upon the army, and she was taken to Le Crétoy and cast into an iron cage with chains upon her wrists and ankles. After being starved, insulted, and treated with the most hellish brutality in prison for nearly 10 months, the savior of France was brought before a tribunal of men, all of them her enemies. There were 3 days of this shameful pretense of a trial, and the holy maid, deserted by those whom she had crowned with glory and benefits, was trapped into signing a paper which she supposed only a form of abjuration, but which proved to be a confession of all the crimes with which she was charged. And after she was returned to her dungeon, this was exhibited to the people to convince them of her guilt and turn the tide of public sympathy. The Bishop of Beauvais then sentenced her to prison for the rest of her life, on the condition that she resume women's apparel. Yet one morning she woke to find no dress in her prison but the clothes she had worn in battle. No sooner had she donned these than the bishop appeared and accused her of disobedience to the orders of the church, and he fixed her execution for the next day. When the horrible fact was made known to her that she was to be burned at the stake in the marketplace of Rouen, before a multitude of people, she burst into piercing cries of agony. Her physical strength, courage, and brain power were all impaired by the months of abuse she had endured, and her very soul was torn by the neglect and indifference which the base king manifested toward her. Up to the very last hour she had believed deliverance would come, but it came only through death. Never since that spectacle of the bleeding Nazarene upon the cross of Calvary has the world beheld so terrible a picture of crucified innocence and purity as that of Joan of Arc, the Savior of France, burning in the marketplace of Rouen. With her dying breath she cried out that the voices were real, and that she had obeyed God in listening to their counsels. Her last word was the name of Jesus. End of section 24.